Hopefully they connect. Hopefully. Are you able to connect there? Well, whatever your name is. Well. Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
so yeah, I'm here. I was just reading up, making sure I don't come into this, doing you a disservice by bringing my viewpoint to it. If I come up not bringing evidence, what's the point of having a conversation,
Fair enough.
right?
Fair enough.
So this is a little perplexing because from what I've read about this type of talk, this is more of a fringe narrative. Major historians on both the non-Christian
Did you
side
say
and
this was more of a French narrative?
fringe. Sorry. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
We. I do need to go grab some croissant sandwiches, so I'm gonna keep this short.
I'm not even French, and I'm offended at how you pronounce that word. But anyways, keep going.
So, from what I understand, that it's not even debated amongst historical
It is
scholars. It is not.
It is.
Can you? I mean, that's an opinion.
Okay. Well, so is yours. That being said, do you have any
mine
evidence for
isn't
Jesus
because
or Paul?
I have, the leading scholars are on.
Okay. Well, I can name some scholars that say otherwise, so I guess there's a debate. So I don't know what to tell you. Do you have any evidence that they actually present for Jesus?
Yes, I do. Give me a second to kind of memorize this so I can parrot it properly.
Not a problem. Go ahead.
We're going to do with the first one, Joseph's Antiquities, 93E. Joseph's Antiquities was a paper written in 93 CE. So that's the first one. Oh. I think I kind of get the entertainment aspect that you're shooting for. I think you should go after the Muslims more. I think there's better debates to be had with that. You have a good day.
I'm just going to eviscerate this.
Nah, I don't need to hear it. It
okay.
kind of is evident to me.
You're a statistic is what you are.
I mean,
up Josephus,
we all are.
It's really,
That's
really
so silly.
bad.
We all
what
are
do you think Josephus said? I understand that you've never read it, considering the fact that you didn't even say his name correctly, but what does it say?
Well, I just read it, so I mean,
what does it say?
Testimony amongst scholars that have spoken to people that knew that happened. So it's basically a reference to references.
He never says anything about how he got.
Well, it's a reference to references.
He literally never references anybody before him who says this. Nowhere in that entire Testimonium Flavianum, nowhere in that entire passage or paragraph does he say anything about how he talked to somebody else.
A paragraph? No, you got to read the whole thing because he mentions James several times.
That's not in the section that you tried to bring up, but okay.
That's the whole thing. You can't just read
what do you mean the whole thing? How?
Like there's nuances.
You're talking about something that is
like,
in Book 18 of Antiquities of the Jews, and then you jump to something in Book 20. So what do you mean the whole thing?
Well, exactly, because it's the whole book. They talk about the whole thing. If you just want to cherry pick stuff out to be entertaining,
you are only referring to two paragraphs. One is Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3, which is one paragraph, which talks about Pilate.
Oh, look at all these pedophiles in the chat. It's hilarious. I'm going to be done.
Okay.
I'm not going to deal with
if you want to run, you can. If you want to show that you're a little bitch,
that's
perfectly fine.
Run.
That's what you're doing.
People run that survive, So
and
it's running. Is that
your
like a Dean joke? Do you groom people to?
Because you're
running.
I mean,
I'm not religious. I just know that the historical evidence for
you're still propping
Jesus
up something
exists.
That's religious, so I don't give a shit. Run.
I mean, you
Run
can take
back
it
to
as
your religious home. Do it.
I mean,
go.
Bye.
See ya. Say hello to your mom for me.
She's dead.
Good. Anyways, that being said, if anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. She didn't have to witness her son being a little bitch on TikTok. All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. That's ridiculous. All right. Let's see. Love Ballad says, "To God be the glory, amen." Didn't put a space at all there between glory and amen. 2 periods, though. Mad props to you for using punctuation. Explains why she didn't move around very much. Man. All right. Yeah, I know that's what I'm supposed to say, Thistle Honey. I'll remember that for next time. It's just I knew that the guy was absolutely not going to let me get that entire line off. Anyways. Well, if you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Over there on YouTube, if you're watching over there, welcome in. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. Click the link that's in the chat. I'm going to put it again there in the chat on YouTube. There you go. Please click the link that's there in the chat. Come up here on TikTok because that's how I take guests. YouTube doesn't allow for that. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to jump over, that's perfectly fine. Send a super chat. I will read it. I promise. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. So if you have a question or anything like that, or if you want to say, oh, hey, here's the evidence for Jesus, or you just want to say that, I'm an asshole or something, that's perfectly fine. I'll read it out loud and I'll respond to it. Let's see here. We do have somebody coming up. It's called The Goat, I guess.
So your questions, you're asking if Jesus exists or not? Is that your question?
Sure, if he existed, I guess existed in the past, like 2,000 years ago.
And what is your proof that Muhammad existed?
That's not the topic.
I asked you a question.
Cool, it's not the topic.
Wow, so this is how you run away from a good question?
The topic is Jesus and Paul. It doesn't say anything about Muhammad, does it?
I asked you a question.
Sweet. What's your social security number?
So again?
What's your social security number?
My social security number?
Yep.
I don't have one.
Okay. Well, what's your address?
I don't have one. I live in the street.
Okay. That checks out because you argue like somebody who lives on the side of the street. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, or do you want to just go ahead and get knocked back down?
All these evidence around you, around the world.
That's not evidence for Jesus or Paul unless you think that Jesus or Paul has something to do with, like, today, which doesn't make any sense because the Bible talks about them 2,000 years ago. We are trying to figure out whether or not they existed in the desert 2,000 years ago.
Are you a Christian or not?
What? Sure. Yep. What's your evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Are you a Christian or not?
Yep. What's your evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Because if you are Christians, you will have Jesus. You know Jesus. Do you know Jesus?
No. Give me evidence for Jesus or Paul.
I know him personally. I know Jesus personally. I met him.
Sounds good. Are you 2,000 years old?
No, I met him. He's
Sounds good. Then how did you determine he existed 2,000 years ago as the Bible presents?
Because he's here, he's there now and forever.
Awesome.
So
what is your evidence that he was here 2,000 years ago?
Because I know him. I met him.
Okay. Do you have a sibling?
Do I have a sibling? Yeah, of course I do.
Okay, if you introduce me to your sibling, does that prove that they were here 2,000 years ago just because they're here now?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you think that your sibling is 2,000 years old?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay. Well, go ahead and stay under the bridge because no one from society wants to deal with you. Thanks. All right, moving on to Catholic traditionalists. It sounds like they may have some good evidence for Jesus or Paul. I think they do. They probably do. With a username, everything like that, they probably do. Catholic traditionalist, what you got?
Yes, we have miracles which exist today.
Sweet. I'm talking about whether or not he existed 2,000 years ago. Don't really give a shit about today.
Well, the miracles which exist today point to Jesus' existence.
That doesn't make a lot of sense unless the miracle somehow brings us an archaeological artifact or some kind of manuscript or something written from the 1st century or some kind of evidence that way. That doesn't make any sense.
For example, if you have a statue of Jesus,
mm-hmm.
whereby on Good Friday, which is the day that he was crucified.
Prove it.
Every year.
Prove that he was crucified on Friday.
And we had scientists
Prove that he was crucified on Friday.
Good Friday. Can I finish speaking, sir?
You can finish speaking on the topic.
Can you stop being rude and allow me to give the evidence for your audience?
You can speak on the topic as opposed to
That's what I'm doing. I'm providing evidence right now of a miracle.
I don't give a shit about miracles. I told you this earlier.
So miracles prove Jesus.
No, they don't. We are talking about whether or not he existed 2,000 years ago, not whether or not he is alive today. Sweet. Yep. If you want to talk about the topic, you can. Otherwise, you're gonna have to drop. So what is it? Do you want to talk about the topic? Yep. And well, he dropped. That's how that goes. All right. We're going to move on to somebody else.
Yo, Jesus gonna smack the fuck out of you for playing games with his name, nigga.
Sounds good. What's evidence that he existed 2,000 years ago? Anything else? No? You can't find the microphone button? There you go.
My
You
bad.
found it.
My bad.
Sweet.
Stop playing my son, Jesus.
All right. We're going to have you
Nigga.
take it down just a little bit.
Bitch ass nigga.
That's perfectly fine.
Bitch
And you
ass
muted
nigga.
yourself. All right. And then he drops. That's just kind of how it goes, guys. Yeah, that's how that works. No hate like Christian love, guys. No hate like Christian love. If anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up. Come on, stop yelling in the mirror. Nice. I mean, is this really the best that Christianity has to offer? Is this really the best that atheism has to offer? If you're an atheist out there and you think that Jesus or Paul existed, come on up. I want to talk to you. Atheists, by the way, are some of the worst people to fucking talk to. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right, what is going on? Art.
Hey, how you doing? Wait a minute. Jesus and Paul never existed. Next thing you need to tell me is Gandorf never existed.
You mean Ganondorf? Or did you try to say
Harry
Gandalf and
Potter.
change it to Adventures of
Yeah,
Zelda?
sorry, Gandalf. Yes. You gonna tell me he didn't exist? Oh, wait, yeah, they're all fictional stories, aren't they? Oh, sorry. My bad.
What is happening? What is happening? And then he left.
And boom goes the dynamite.
I don't understand anymore. I really don't.
Bella! Where the hell have you been, Luca?
The music just sells it. The music sells it. All right.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Bruh.
Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
Babality.
All right. Anybody got any evidence for Jesus or Paul? Surely someone's got something. Surely. If you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat and come up. I mean, come on, guys. Again, must I remind you? Need I remind you? Need I remind you? You know what? I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and remind you. 1 Peter. This is in your Bible. If you're a Bible-believing Christian, you should know this. 1 Peter 3:15 says, "Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give a reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect." 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to have a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded, depending on your translation. But do it with respect. Remember, guys, if you don't come up here and give me evidence that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago, you're letting God down, and when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. Twice. The same puppy. Same puppy. Look it up. Look it up. It's in the book of Exodus. All right. We've got Jean here. Jean here is going to give us some evidence for Jesus or Paul.
Yeah, I believe her name is Saint Helen, who found the true cross. Are you familiar with this?
Sure. And how did they determine that that was the cross used for Jesus?
From my understanding, the Romans build pagan temples over the sites of the holy sites of the Jews, and so they were able to
think that the wood stayed there.
I
Why
do.
would they do that? You think the wood from 30 stayed all the way until St. Helen the mother of Constantine, decided to find it in the beginning of the 4th century. You think the Romans were like, we're not going to take down the wood that we used for this guy. We took his body off of it, and we're going to leave it there for 300 years.
No, because they built a temple over it, so it was preserved.
Over the wood, which means they took it down.
Yes.
And
No,
so they
didn't take it
left the
down.
wood
They-
under the temple?
God damn it. Yes. Like, people are always building stuff on top of stuff. I don't know actually
So
how this
did
works.
Helen
but,
dig under the temple?
I mean, she would have destroyed the temple, right? And then looked underneath.
And just
Was it
found
Temple
wood?
Zeus, I think. Oh, in the shape of a cross. Exactly. Oh.
The pieces of the true cross are not in the shape of a cross. So how did they determine that these shards of wood were...
Well, I thought they
part of the
turned
cross?
them into shards afterwards. Did they find pieces?
Yeah? Do you think it stayed? Do you
Wait,
think wood after
hold on.
300 years was still in the shape of a cross after someone built on top of it?
I mean, that's like I said.
What did
I
they do?
didn't see
Just
this,
like
but-
carefully take it down and lay it down when they wanted to destroy it and build on top of it and make sure that it was still intact?
It's a holy object, so of course they would. But yes, no, I understand your point. That is what
Absurd.
I had in my mind.
It's
Yeah,
absurd.
but yes, you're right. But they found pieces of wood.
And
You're saying.
I want you to
Oh, and by
somehow
the
show
way,
me how we know that they
the-
were from the 1st century and used for a cross,
specific issue.
specifically for the
Yeah.
cross for Jesus.
The main thing.
Also,
because
I'd also like to
I'm
point
not-
out that
Oh,
that
wait.
is really where the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is, whereas the Protestants believe that Jesus was crucified somewhere completely different.
The Protestants
Mm-hmm.
are in a deep error, but I'm not going to go into that.
Regardless, nowhere
my main
ever
issue
has there ever been any kind of evidence presented that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was actually the spot of Jesus' death or burial.
Well, so the line of argumentation that I would use, and this is why I didn't look
Mm-hmm.
into the actual specific shape of the wood, which I should have. Now
Yeah.
I feel stupid, but the fact that they built a pagan temple over what they thought was a holy site, right? Like they were clearly trying to desecrate their other enemy's religion, right? So that's a very good marker for what.
So they tried to desecrate it, but
place.
they kept the cross in the same shape as the cross and kept it intact underneath.
I don't know what the hell he's
Sorry,
talking
like I said,
But look.
that was very dumb of me. I want to ignore that. Because my main focus was on the fact that they built the pagan temple. That was just the thing that popped in my mind that I didn't interrogate until now. And thank you for that, for embarrassing me in front of all these people.
Any other evidence?
But
for
I
Jesus?
think that is a strong point. That the fact that they would have tried to, like, we just had the World Cup. If I'm in England,
The
I would
World
do the same
Cup.
thing to Argentina, right? So I feel like that's pretty strong evidence.
No, just I was stupid. It was a terrible argument. You should feel terrible for even bringing it up.
I do feel terrible. You did make me feel very stupid about thinking like they literally.
Yeah,
like a
I mean, there's
cross,
304
like,
people on
the ground.
TikTok and 408 people on YouTube that witnessed that terrible argument.
Thank you very much for giving
All right,
me.
was there
this
any other evidence
repentance
for Jesus or Paul
experience.
that you would like to present?
No, that was the main one that I had.
All right,
I wanted
well,
to try.
thanks. All right. Lewis over there on Super Chats. Again, if you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat to come up here on TikTok as a guest. I'll talk to you, perfectly fine. Or if you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come over, just send a Super Chat. I will read it out loud, I promise, and I will respond to it. Even if it's calling me a douchebag or giving me evidence for Jesus, I'll read it out loud. Lewis over there on YouTube sends $2, says, this guy is just a troll, just mute him. Yeah, well, yeah, I think he was a troll, but yeah, it just kind of was pathetic. But anyways, big deal, Derek. What you got?
Oh, they kept muting me. I'm not sure if Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's because the other guy was the conversation that I was in there, and I was.
Oh,
wrapping up
okay,
something. Yeah.
okay. I thought my shit was acting up or
Oh
something.
no, you're good. You're good. What
Okay.
you got?
You acknowledged Jesus and Paul before I get to the evidence. You acknowledge Jesus and Paul, but they don't exist.
What?
Now you don't know what acknowledge means?
I don't know what you're asking me. What do you mean I acknowledge them? What do you
Oh
mean by
shit!
that?
I didn't. My bad, bro. I didn't know you couldn't string along basic words.
No, I understand those words. It's just they don't make any
I got
sense.
you, bro. I got you. I didn't know you were slow. You acknowledged Jesus and Paul, but you're saying they
As
don't
what?
exist.
Characters? I acknowledge
But are
Harry
you-
Potter as a character of a
But
book.
you're acknowledging them.
As characters of a book, yeah.
Why? If you don't think that they exist, how can you have a conversation about nothing?
We
If
can
it
have
doesn't
conversations
exist,
about
it's
fictional
nothing.
characters. It's not that big of a deal, man. They make
It's
entire
only
franchises
fictional
out
if
of
you
things.
believe so. If you believe that this could be a fictional character
No,
for you,
that's
then
not how
that's
that works.
cool, right?
Sweet. So that's why I'm asking for evidence for them. Do you have any evidence for them?
Gotcha. Ass. So look, evidence here.
Okay.
Why are they on caves? I don't care what
Why
story
are they
you have.
on caves? Where is
Why
Paul
are
on a
they
cave?
on caves? Yeah, stop.
Why is
bro,
Paul
every
on a
time
cave?
somebody bro, if you want evidence,
Where is the cave for Paul?
Why you ask people? Why you be acting
Where is
like you
the
don't know
cave
what
for
evidence
Paul?
is when you ask for it?
Sweet. Where's the cave for Paul?
Why would you ask for evidence and then be
Sweet.
like,
Where
no,
is the
no,
cave
where's
for Paul?
Any cave.
Any cave has Paul on
Any
it?
cave you would like. Pick one.
That doesn't make any sense.
Any cave with hieroglyphics. So you
Hieroglyphics? Were you about to say
You don't even have
hieroglyphics?
deductive reasonings.
Were you about to say
obviously no cave
hieroglyphics?
with no writings on them. Only caves with writings on them. Depictions of Jesus.
Where you said they. So where's
that
Paul?
means so listen. I'm sticking with my original point.
You said
acknowledge
they. Your original point was
but
they are in
They
caves.
acknowledge. Look, they could have believed he didn't.
What are you talking about? What cave? Name the cave that has Paul in it.
You mad?
No, name the cave.
I got your ass. He mad as fuck. I didn't. He
I'm
mad
still
as
waiting
fuck.
for the cave.
He mad as shit. Like. He mad
Where's
as
the cave?
shit. Jesus of Nazareth.
Sweet. Just name me the cave or tell me the city that, or the town or the area or the country. Hell, tell me the
you
continent
trying to
that-
add
that-
in the miracles and the magic shit.
No,
the
I'm not.
man.
I'm asking
listen,
for
bro,
the cave that
man
has Paul in
existed.
it.
Don't, bro. You're not gonna overtalk me like you do them.
I will, because I've got the mute button.
He
Where are these caves that have Paul in
existed,
them?
bro. He existed.
Okay.
He mad.
Sweet. So where's the cave with Paul in it? Go ahead.
So you ask questions.
Yes,
and then mute
I
the
want you
people
to,
after you
to,
ask.
Sweet, just answer the question. If you don't answer the question, you're going to be disconnected. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
the same way you acknowledging something that doesn't.
Yeah, you're just kind of saying stuff. Okay. Next person up, we got John. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I sent you an invite to unmute there, if you can. Hopefully you can.
El viejón.
Oh, okay.
Bro, you don't speak Spanish?
No. What made you think I speak Spanish?
Hey, so you don't believe in Christianity, and the proof is on your finger.
That
You
doesn't
wearing
make
a
sense.
ring. That's a Christian tradition, brother.
Who gives a shit? What's your evidence that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago? You muted yourself for some reason. Here. And then he left. That was really weird. All right. So strange. All right. We got Hillary Clark.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. What you got?
Hi, great. So yeah, I'm on my journey, spiritual journey here too. I got my Bible
I just
out
came
and
up to
everything, just wanting to talk about it.
came up to
I
say this
thought
guy's a
the
liar.
Bible was Jesus's word.
Came up to say this guy's a liar.
All right. Okay, keep going.
I mean, I thought the Bible, was Jesus's word. I don't know much about Paul. I'm not
Jesus'
like
word. It's not written by him.
it's written by like the other apostle or the other stories and stuff, but
What? What? Wait. What?
like
Who
the
do
stories like John, Samuel, all who have like witnessed Jesus and are telling his story, right? John, Paul, they're all deterring to Jesus, right?
So, first of all, deferring. Also, as far as Samuel goes, Samuel isn't in the New Testament. Also, none of the disciples write anything. We don't have anything that claims that it's from a disciple.
Well, the titles, the stories are.
Yeah, the titles are given in 180 to 185 by Irenaeus, a person who also thought that Jesus lived to be 50 years old.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm just wondering, why do you think Jesus and Paul never existed?
Because their stories don't line up with the first century. Like, there's elements of the story that are out of place in time, making some of it historically impossible.
The first century. Okay.
Well, that's when he supposedly lived.
Okay. Okay. So maybe these guys didn't like get a message from them, pretty much is what you're saying.
No, it's just a mythology that's written a little over 100 years after the supposed death of Jesus. People write a mythology and they say, oh, there's this guy who did all these kind of things. He comes down from heaven. He's like God's son, and he gives us these teachings and stuff, and then he dies and he's gone. He leaves. That's how we know that he's not here anymore.
Okay. What's your take on the devil? Was he an angel or was he a god?
Not real. So it doesn't really matter.
Are you atheist?
What?
Are you atheist or?
What I'm doing is I'm trying to encourage people to look at whether or not they have evidence behind a particular claim, and the evidence for Satan is really, really bad, like incredibly bad. He's very clearly a foil to the schemes of Yahweh. Like it's kind of nonsense.
Because I thought the Satan was a god,
I mean, kind of, sort of. They don't call them gods, but yeah, he'd be a god if he's able to impact the world in any kind of way.
Yeah, I think they call them angels.
Yeah, which are also gods, technically, because they impact the world in some kind of way and they're supernatural.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't keep you much longer.
Don't let any Christian or even any Muslim or anything like that really tell you that they are monotheistic. They are absolutely polytheistic. They just don't call these other things gods, even though they give them the powers of like lesser gods, if you will.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
All right. Let's see. Dylan Christian. Also, let me get to some super chats because, my God, I need a break from all these absolutely ridiculous people. Okay, $5 from Zena Labudre says, a salty breeze from ocean's swell, a sudden briny ocean gale, a wind escapes her pearly tail, a bubbly sigh of sea salt prevails. Is he making these up, or are these like AI? Like, this is mermaid, or no, a merman and then a mermaid, hashtag creeping for Christ. Hey, look at that. The mermaid is back. The mermaid is back, everybody. Lewis, $2 says, shout out to the Queef Gang. I thought, you know what? Maybe things are going to be different. Now that we hit 416 Q words, maybe things would calm down. Maybe it would just kind of slow down a bit. But no, not at all. Also, if you're on YouTube, click the link in the chat to come up on TikTok. That's how I take guests. If you don't have a TikTok, send a super chat. I will read it out loud, I promise, and I will respond to it. Dylan Christian, what you got? Dylan Christian.
Hey man, how's your day, man?
Yeah, it's been a day. What you got?
I just wanted to ask you, why do you not believe in the four eyewitness testimonies of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? And also, why do you not believe in the crucifixion whenever hundreds of people seen Jesus die? Whether he is the Son of God, why don't you believe that historically that happened whenever everybody seems to agree that history and shows that happened?
All right. So we've got two claims there. You said that hundreds of people saw the crucifixion, and then you also said that there are 4 eyewitness stories there in the Gospels.
Yes.
Matthew,
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Oh, okay. Who was Mark? Really fast. Who was Mark?
He was not. He was just. He was one of the hundreds of people that would follow Jesus. I don't know if you know this, but hundreds of people would follow Jesus.
Slow down. I want you to tell me who was Mark. Who was Mark supposed to be? The Gospel of Mark, according to Christian tradition, was written by a guy named Mark. Who was that? I can't hear you when you're off the app, man. So if you're talking, I can't hear you.
It was not written by Mark. It was written by people who personally knew Mark and who had seen the stuff that Mark and because again, none of these gospels were.
You said that it was written by people who. You said that it was written by people who saw Jesus.
Hundreds of collective. Yes, it was written by hundreds of collective.
Where in the text does it say it's written by somebody who was an eyewitness to Jesus?
Okay.
Where?
If you can't do your own research,
I mean, I can. I asked you who Mark was, and you can't tell me that. It's because I have done the research.
I told you he was one of the hundreds of people. Do you follow? Just because I can't give you the
he's one of the hundreds of people
definition who followed Jesus whenever Jesus was walking around doing his miracles.
No, Mark is supposed to be an no. So Mark is an interpreter who shows up later into the story that travels around with Peter, according to Christian tradition.
Okay.
So no, Mark is not one of the hundreds of people who saw Jesus. That's not a thing. He's an interpreter.
Okay, just because. Okay, Mark. Oh, cool.
Okay. So who do you think Luke was?
Just because Mark.
Who do you think Luke was?
I am asking you.
Who do you think Luke was?
Matthew. Sir.
Who do you think Luke was?
Dude, give a fuck about the person. Matthew, Mark, and Luke.
Well, you said it was an eyewitness, so I'd like for you to show me how you know Luke was an eyewitness. I need you to just answer the questions. You claim that they were eyewitnesses. I want you to show me the evidence that they were written by eyewitnesses. Where is any evidence that the Gospel of Luke was written by an eyewitness? Please unmute.
So all you do is mute people whenever I'm trying to talk?
Well, you're not answering the question. Who was Luke?
I'm trying.
Who was Luke? You can say I don't know. We all know that's true. You can say it and I'll tell you.
You already explained that shit to me.
No, I explained Mark.
What I'm
Luke.
trying to tell.
Who was Luke?
What I'm trying to tell. Okay. What I'm trying to explain to you. Again, you're not going to let me finish, huh?
Because you tried to claim that Luke was written by an eyewitness, and I'm asking you who Luke was.
I'm telling you it's written by hundreds of collective of people.
Where in the book from Luke does it say that it's written by hundreds of people?
Okay, you have a blessed day, man. All you need to do is do more research.
It sounds like you need to read the book. Sounds like you've never even cracked it open. Yeah, you just read any book. Maybe
you're
try,
absolutely right.
Maybe try
learning
to read,
Thank
and
you.
then you can go into Mark and Luke, and you can
absolutely
actually try.
You have an absolutely blessed day.
Sweet.
You have a blessed day, man.
Tell your mom I said hey. All right, there we go. Needed to throw that in there at the end. All right. Let's see. Before we get to Samo there, $1.99 from the prototype says, it's going to be one of those days, isn't it, Quifron? Oh, that's supposed to be my name? God damn. All right. $5 from that real Riverside Foo says, yesterday mermaids and today whatever the fuck this is. So true, LOL. That is so true, so true. All right. Again, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, please come up. Give me actual evidence. Don't just like spout nonsense like these last guests. It has been a day. It has been a day. Click the link in the chat there, or click the link right here if you're on TikTok or down there. Come on up. I want to hear from you. Please, for the love of God, bring me good evidence for Jesus or Paul. All right, Samo here. Samo Missile.
Okay.
He's got some evidence for Jesus or Paul. I can feel it in my
I have
left big toe.
crazy evidence. No, I have to say I don't have so strong evidence. I'm more of a skeptic and
God
curious.
damn it! Just give me evidence.
So, okay, but what about really basic question? You say Paul did never exist. What about the letters he wrote?
What about him?
Didn't he write letters?
Did Paul write letters?
Yeah. You don't see them?
I don't think Paul existed.
Yeah. This is what's striking me. Why didn't he exist? Everything can be fake, but someone wrote this stuff, or does not even the stuff exist? Like,
I mean,
documents
someone
don't
wrote
exist.
the letter from Sirius Black within the Harry Potter books. Do you
Yeah,
think
yeah.
it was
So the
Sirius
writer-
Black? Somebody
so
wrote the
someone
letters
wrote Harry
from
Potter.
Anne of Green Gables in the books for Anne of Green Gables.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you think
Exactly.
it was Anne?
But isn't it okay?
Do
I
you
really
think it
don't
was
know.
Anne?
Yeah, I don't know who is Anne.
Yeah.
But
Someone wrote all the letters we have from Hercules. Someone wrote all the letters we have from Hercules' wife to Hercules. Someone wrote all the letters that we have from forest nymphs in ancient Greece. I don't know,
so
man.
you say so there are documents, they exist, and they are supposed. It's mentioned that they are written by Paul, but it could be anyone who wrote it. Is this your position?
Yeah. In fact, we have a pretty good idea as to who writes these things. They're the Marcionites. They're in the 2nd century. Because that's the first time they ever show up, and there's multiple authors within them. In fact, currently right now, most critical scholars and a lot of Christian scholars will actually tell you that there's only 6 or 7 different authentic letters of Paul, which means they're from like one particular author, which means there's another 6 or 7 there in the canon that we have today, which includes 13 books that say that they're from Paul, or 13 letters that say that they're from Paul. That means that there's 6 or 7 of them that are fake. In fact, the first time that they're ever published is in the collection known as the New Testament canon. The first time a New Testament canon was ever published was by Marcion in 144. First time anybody ever saw anything from Paul. It had 9 or 10 different books written by Paul in that collection, and that means that up to 4 of them were fake. The first time they were ever published, up to 4 of them, 40% of them, even from Christian scholar standards today, they say 40% were fake the first time they were ever published. What the fuck?
Okay, but it still could be, everything is bullshit, which is written there, it's all made up, but Paul wrote it. Still possible, right?
I don't think so, considering the fact that the letters themselves come back a lot closer to people who were writing in Greek in the 2nd century than literally anybody writing in the 1st century. And when we run Greek from people like Philo, when we run Greek from people like Josephus, it comes up completely different than the Greek that is being used for the New Testament, because the New Testament, including Paul, including the Gospels, including all that shit, was 2nd century.
This is very interesting that you say so, because there's one thing, I cannot really say it correctly, but Paul talking about someone speaking Greek language and mentioning Jesus, and this is mentioned as a proof that someone few years after Jesus died was already mentioning Jesus. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, to some extent. Yeah, because he talks a little bit about how like there's people who are
And
involved.
they
in
say
everything like
he quotes something in Greek, and he could not know this kind of language. It doesn't is his natural speaking. That's why it must be authentic. Someone else before Paul wrote or said something about Jesus, because there's one controversy, right? Jesus died, and even the official history is 20 years later, first time Paul was mentioning Jesus, which is very weird. But they
there's
say
also a mention about Timothy's grandmother. It says that Timothy's grandmother was a Christian. That doesn't make a lot of sense, considering the fact that unless she just became a Christian or something like that, if enough time needed to actually elapse between the supposed death of Jesus or the ministry of Jesus to the time of Timothy. So, I mean, depending on how you read that, these need to be much later than just like fucking 20 years later.
Okay, can I ask another question? What opinion do you have on the Talpiot grave or tomb, the Jesus family
I don't really
tomb?
have much of an opinion over it. It's just kind of silly. There's 3 different tombs in Jerusalem that claim to be the tomb of Jesus. There's also one in Pakistan and one in Japan. I don't care.
Okay, I don't know
If
about
they
this.
have any evidence for Jesus or they have any evidence that it was used for Jesus, then I'd like to see it. But nah.
It is just interesting because of the names which are written within the tomb.
Say what?
One last question. Do you know about the Jesus hoax? It's also a book written by someone called Scribina. Did you ever hear of this? I found it super interesting.
Not really.
Do you know about the thesis that Christianity is made up by the Jews back then, like a psyop? So they are talking directly to the
Are you
Gentiles
talking about
and
like
not.
the Roman concept?
No, I think the Roman concept is that the Roman made it up, right? But it's not exactly not this. It's the Jews made it up to bring up the Gentiles against Rome, but not making them Jews. So they are
No,
praying to the same
that's
God.
just Roman provenance theory, but more anti-Semitic. It's dumb. It's not a real thing.
Okay, why?
Because that doesn't make any sense. The first gospel is written about a decade or published about a decade after the Bar Kokhba revolt. There was no Judea at the time that the gospel comes out.
But there
The
was
Jews had
big
been banished
conflict with
from
Rome.
Judea. Say what?
There was big conflict with Rome.
No. Not when the gospel comes out.
Because you think it came out way later, right?
Yes, it came out in 144. The first
mainstream.
gospel is published in 144. The last of the Jewish-Roman wars ends in 136.
Okay,
So-
if this is right, yeah, then the whole theory collapses.
Exactly.
Then can you just
the Roman
say
provenance collapses because they try to say that the Flavians, with the help of Josephus and stuff like that, came up with Christianity or the Gospels or Jesus, and that's bullshit because Josephus, the Flavians, they ended in about 96, that dynasty. Josephus dies in 100, 101, somewhere about there, and again, the first Gospel shows up in 144, so they didn't have anything to do with it. And as far as this whole theory of like, oh, the Jewish people came up with it in order to raise up the Gentiles against the Romans or something like that, which doesn't make a lot of sense because it tells you to pay taxes.
yeah, but
and then it makes them look like the assholes. So like it doesn't make any sense.
No, if you take all the quotes out of it, it's
overall,
more
it doesn't
against
really
Rome
matter
then.
because 144 is the first gospel and it shows up after Judea isn't even a place anymore. It's now Syria, Palestina, according to Emperor Hadrian. So nah.
Okay, interesting. But and you say it came out later. The data is wrong, the mainstream data, because of there's a kind of new technique of measuring it. Is it
Well,
right?
considering the fact that we're actually diving into these claims as opposed to just going ahead and just assuming that they're correct. Irenaeus, he quotes from a guy named Marcion, who supposedly had a gospel called Evangelion there in about 144. It was when he publishes it. And he says that Marcion took from the Gospel of Luke. And people today, a lot of scholars today, just assume that that's correct because why not? They just go ahead and assume that he's reliable. But Irenaeus also says that the Marcionites, the followers of this guy who published a gospel in 144, they believe their gospel came first and the Gospel of Luke came after it. But scholars today don't even consider that to be possible, considering the fact that everybody wants Jesus to exist and everybody wants, or not wants Jesus to exist, but everybody seems fine with Jesus existing. And of course, there's going to be some personally religious scholars as well who definitely want him to exist and need him to for their religion. And then they need a lot of the New Testament to be written in the first century so that they could potentially say that it was written by maybe some eyewitnesses or people who could question some eyewitnesses. So again, it's all dog shit. We don't have any evidence whatsoever that Jesus existed, or evidence that the New Testament was written in the first century. But as soon as you start looking in the second century, things start to make sense. We can tell that, for instance, the Gospel of Luke utilizes a main source between chapters 4 and 22, and that source, that same information, is found in Evangelion. So it's very obvious that what Irenaeus was saying about the Marcionites is true. Their gospel came first in 144, and then the other gospels came later.
Okay, so your claims are based on logic. It's not some new technique of somehow.
I mean, we can dive
analyzing
into it,
documents or something.
and we can dive into it using stellometry. We can find this out, but nevertheless, it's still it's something that you can get to without the data science, but you can also utilize advancements in data science to actually verify it.
Okay, very interesting. I don't have more to ask or to say.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for coming up, man.
Thank you.
And by the way, if anybody is interested at all in the data science that can be used to take a look at the New Testament, check out Christ Before Jesus. It is me and my data science co-partners ebook. There's an ebook version. It's $3. The link is in my bio or there on the YouTube channel. There's a print version and an audiobook version as well if you drive a lot, that kind of thing. But yeah, also, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Come up and let me know. Or send a super chat and I will respond to it. I promise. Rasta Don?
Hello?
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, man. I've listened to what you're saying, and you're very educated in what you're saying, and you've done a lot of research.
No, it's just my friends. They hype me up. All those people over there on the TikTok channel and the YouTube channel and everything like that. All of my friends, especially the mods and stuff like that. Yeah, they're all over the place. They're like, oh hey, like here's this bit of trivia. Here's this information. Here's this information. I'm just regurgitating what they tell me. It's not me. It's the people in the chat.
Well, you're recalling it really well because
I just do it
every
every day.
Well, yeah, I suppose it gets easier. But there's one point I would like to make, and that is the whole point of the Bible, Jesus existing in the first place. It's a spiritual journey. It's a spiritual place. So there's facts and figures and statistics what you're talking about, but that argument is really irrelevant if we miss the point. And the point is that if we look, let's say we take all history that we can gather. There's Aztecs, there's Mayans, there's the Anunnaki.
All right. Well, it doesn't really look. I'm going to go ahead and cut to the chase. I mean, look. It is not just a spiritual thing. We're not gonna play that game. Very clearly, the New Testament is trying to present Jesus as a historical figure. It is not just like some, oh hey, what does it mean? No. If you think that it means something, cool. You could also do that for Clifford the Big Red Dog books, or Bob the Builder, or Dora the Explorer. If you really want to do that, you can. Knock yourself out. But the authors of the text were absolutely trying to portray something as happening in history, hence them telling when this happens. So
I agree.
It's not so I can absolutely approach it from a historical point of view and say, hey, let me analyze this text. Let me actually see if this actually happens and we do have support for it. That's what I'm going to look for.
Okay. Now, if we take it then as historical text,
which is how they presented it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now they went to we both agree they went to a really big effort to make that happen, one way or another. Whether creating a fictional character, which would be very difficult to do when you think about the impact of.
Why?
It's to create a fictional character based upon all the evidence that we look at. Yeah.
What?
So we
What
have
evidence?
people. Well, every bit of evidence regarding the Bible is whether you say it's put in at a certain point, it's at the point it is evidence. The Dead Sea
I don't
Scrolls
know
are
if-
evidence. Yeah.
The Dead Sea Scrolls don't have anything to do with Jesus. What does? Okay, please. Please.
Wait a minute. They do because they talk about the arrival of Christ. So Moses is technically a Christian. Abraham, they're not Jews. They're
No.
not.
No, they're absolutely
of course
Jews.
They are. No, not if you follow the correct storyline. And my point being,
I'm not going to let you say that kind of weird anti-Semitic bullshit. They're very clearly Jewish people. That being said, when it comes to like Jesus is not ever mentioned in the Old Testament. And if you think that he lines up with prophecies, every once in a while you might find something that sort of kind of sounds like that character. If anything, that explains exactly how you could come up with a fictional character. If you have the blueprint of what your character is supposed to do, it would be really fucking easy to come up with your fake character, right?
Right.
If
I
if
get what
there's
you're
a
saying. Now,
if there is a collection of books that says this is what the character's supposed to do, don't you think that would be incredibly easy? Incredibly easy to come up with the fake character? I mean, you literally just explained how it would be easier. You're saying it would be hard to do this. Number one, no, it's not. Fake characters were brought up all the time. Zeus, Hercules, Mithras. These are very clearly fake people that people didn't have a problem with creating. And you're explaining that they had a blueprint, a roadmap of how to do it.
Well,
and what this character needed to do.
If we look at across all religion history, there's always been that part of a transformation, a spiritual place. So you're missing.
What you're talking about has nothing to do with whether or not he's a fictional character.
Of course, if we take it as historical fact, and Jesus is that character who they're talking about in the first book, who does come, and
they're not. Testament, it's not. Nowhere does it say his name is Jesus.
If we quote Shakespeare, a rose by any other name is still a rose. We're talking about.
I don't give a shit. He doesn't fulfill any prophecies, anyways, so it doesn't make any difference.
He fulfills over 300, which is mathematically impossible.
Give me one. Give me one prophecy that he fulfills.
He'll be born in Bethlehem.
It literally never says that.
Yes, it does. You really don't know.
No, in the Old Testament, what it says is that the Messiah or someone who is coming would be born of that tribe, the tribe of Bethlehem. Bethlehem's a person.
Right. So it's mentioned. He has no control over when he's born or where he's born, yet it's fulfilled. And so is
awesome. So that's not a fulfilled prophecy then. Because it's just saying that he's coming from the tribe of Bethlehem, and it doesn't even say it doesn't even mention Bethlehem in his lineage.
Yes, it does.
Where in Jesus' lineage does it say Bethlehem? Where's Bethlehem mentioned?
Anything I quote, you'll say, well, it was just put in.
Well,
but you're dragging it off
because there's a genealogy in Matthew and a genealogy in Luke. Where's Bethlehem mentioned in these genealogies?
Like I said, the point I've called.
When is Bethlehem mentioned in these genealogies?
If you would allow me the courtesy to speak, yeah.
Well, you can answer the question. Where is Bethlehem mentioned in these genealogies?
I came up to make a point. You're missing the complete point.
Well, your point was that it'd be really hard to come up with a fictional character. We showed that that's dumb as shit because people came up with fictional characters all the time back then. And then you tried to explain that there was a roadmap as to how this person was to live his life. So you're literally making it easier to make this fictional character. And then you tried to say that he fulfilled prophecies, which makes him real or makes him God. No, he makes him fake. Even if there was a ton of prophecies in the Old Testament that said his name is going to be Jesus, he's going to be born in Bethlehem, the actual city, he's going to be raised in Nazareth, he's going to turn over tables at the temple, he's going to be crucified by Pilate, and he's going to resurrect 3 days and appear to all these different people. Even if it explicitly said that in every fucking verse of the Old Testament, that wouldn't mean that he actually did it. That would just mean there's a prophecy of it and somebody came around later, which is what you said would be really hard to do. That doesn't make any sense. It's hard to come up with a character when it tells you how to come up with the character.
To get everybody else to be convinced that he existed when he didn't, and the whole planet and time.
All you have to do back then, people were convinced that Hercules existed.
Your birthday. Who's your birthday calculated from?
What?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, now you're just pivoting to other stuff. Now you're just pivoting to another calendar argument, which is dumb as shit. When do you think the calendar was first? When do you think the calendar was first established to be connected to Jesus' birth? When do you think that was first suggested? When do you think it was first suggested to connect the calendar to Jesus' birth?
The whole of time. You think the whole of time was reset based on a fiction?
Rasta, listen. You're dumb as shit. I need you to know that you're dumb as shit. You have no idea what you're talking about. You've heard a bunch of apologetics, and you're trying to just smush them all into one thing because you're into like spirituality kind of bullshit. It's nonsense. It is nonsense. Listen. For the love of God, just listen. The calendar is not a good argument for any of this because the first person to even suggest that they start using Jesus's birth as the start date for their calendar was Dionysius Exiguus in the 500s, in the 6th century. All right? Well over 500 years after Jesus supposedly died, someone came up with the idea of saying, hey, let's calculate when Jesus was born and then base our calendar off of it. And because of the fact that the emperor was Christian, because Christianity was the official religion of the Roman Empire starting from 380, and this is in the middle of the 500s, they decided that's a good idea. We've been basing our calendar off the formation of Rome. We've been basing our calendar off of which emperor it is, and we've been, or how long the current emperor has been reigning. And then we've also been basing it off of the Olympics, like the Olympiad, which is every 4 years. All right? So this sounds pretty good. I like the idea. So they started that idea. They started calculating when Jesus was supposedly born, and they still missed it, even if he did exist. They still missed it. So it doesn't matter. A calendar is a social construct. Today is the day of Odin, according to Wednesday. That's Woden's Day. It's based on the Norse god Odin. Does that mean that Odin exists because he's on a calendar? That argument, just like everything else that you have presented this entire time, is dumb as shit. Do you have anything else to show that Jesus actually existed? Anything else? Anything else? I sent you an invite to unmute. Doesn't sound like it does. Also, there in the chat, someone asked a question there. They said, hey, have you all seen Angry Atheist Stitch with the mic? Watched it 4 times for giggles. I saw that and was absolutely howling. My wife was like, what are you laughing at? I was like, this is the funniest thing ever. And Angry Atheist has a really good response to some guy who was like, oh, hey, the calendar's based on Jesus. Angry Atheist, I'm pretty sure Greg DePlume, which you should absolutely go and follow if you don't follow Greg DePlume. Greg DePlume, he's getting to the mythicist point of view. I think he is absolutely. I think personally he's mythicist, but like publicly he's just an angry atheist, rah, that kind of thing. But yeah, definitely a dub to Greg. All right, what you got? Tanya Cameron. And by the way, if you're on YouTube, come on up. I want to hear from you guys. Click the link that's in the chat.
Can you hear me, bro?
I can. What's going on, Tanya?
I just want to ask. So, what's your evidence that what is your evidence that Paul didn't exist? We'll stick with Paul for a second.
You want to go with Paul?
Yes, for right now. Stick with Paul.
For starters, the first time that we hear about Paul is in the middle of the 2nd century by Christians. I mean, that's just the first time that we get him. There's no evidence for him, but I mean,
what do you mean? Okay.
Wait.
Do you believe?
Wait. Hold on. Do you think that we have historical evidence for Paul?
Yes, of course we have historical evidence for Paul.
Well, everybody knows what time it is. Let's get ready to rumble! Name me one person outside of Christianity. Name me one person outside of Christianity.
Do you believe that?
Name me one person outside of Christianity who mentions Paul. One person. Go ahead.
What?
Name me one person outside of Christianity, there in antiquity, who mentions Paul.
It's because I don't know much about any other people outside of that. All I'm telling you is, do you?
Okay. All right. Slow down. So, please name me a Christian who says, I personally knew Paul.
Personally knew Paul? Fucking Peter?
Where does Peter say, I knew Paul?
What? They talk to each other in the Bible.
Where do we have any text from Peter that says, I personally knew Paul?
He says he went to meet him in Jerusalem. What are you talking about?
We're looking for something from a Christian who says, I know Paul. Where do you
There's a
think
whole
Peter says this?
There's a whole community of Christians. What are you talking about, dude?
Then name me one. Name me a Christian who we have a text from that says, I personally knew Paul.
Dude, he wrote to Ephesus. He wrote
did?
to fucking Smyrna.
Sweet.
Fucking Paul
So there
did.
should be a Christian who says, I personally knew him. Name one. And show me evidence for him.
This doesn't prove anything, dude.
So we don't have any non-Christians that mention
Now,
Paul.
okay, now let me ask
And
you
now
a
we're
question.
looking for
Do you believe
now we're looking
Caesar
for a Christian.
existed? Do you believe Caesar existed?
We're talking about Paul right now.
Do you believe
As far as
Caesar
Paul
existed?
goes,
Do you believe?
Name
do
me
you
a
believe?
Christian. Name me a Christian who says I know someone.
Do you believe that
personally who
Hannibal
knew
crossed
Paul.
the Alps? Do you believe in Plato? Do you
Listen.
believe in fucking
Listen.
Socrates?
Listen.
Okay, if you for
You've been muted. I want you to name me a Christian who mentions that they know someone who knew Paul. Please. Present the evidence.
so you're going to deny all of history, right?
No, I'm just asking you a question. It
Because
sounds
we
like you
have
can't answer
way
it.
more evidence for Jesus and Paul than we do for any of those guys.
What evidence do we have for
And
Paul?
we scrapped of evidence for Caesar.
What evidence do
Scraps
we
of
have for
evidence.
Paul? You said we have historical evidence for Paul. Please present it.
The New fucking Testament, dude.
All right.
Fucking early church fathers.
Sweet.
Fucking Ignatius of fucking Antioch. Clement
Okay.
of Rome.
Sweet. When did Ignatius write?
When did Ignatius write? Fucking, I don't fucking know.
Then why'd you use him as an argument?
What, you're talking about people that know him? What's it matter if anyone that knows him? That doesn't
Ignatius
disprove
doesn't
that
say
he
he
didn't
personally
exist.
knew Paul.
How does that prove that he didn't exist?
Ignatius doesn't say he personally knew Paul. Why did you use him as an argument?
And I'm saying he talked about Paul.
Then why'd you use him as an
Uses
argument?
his writings.
He uses his writings, huh?
And he knew
And when was
John.
the first time that we
And
get
they
any
knew
writings?
John. Guess
When do
what?
we get
Ignatius
any writings of
and
Paul?
Ignatius and Clement of Rome knew John. And John knew fucking Paul.
Where does Ignatius or Clement say that they knew Paul?
Okay,
Or
about
is-
this
sorry,
John.
Sorry,
John
knew John.
John
Knew
knew
John.
Paul. John knew
does-
Paul. The first.
Where does
the
Clement
very-
say he knows John? He know John.
Okay, let's talk about John. Wait, how does Clement know John? John taught Clement.
Where does
Or he
Clement say that?
He taught it's either Clement or Polycarp.
Okay, well, you didn't mention Polycarp. Does
Yes,
Polycarp
Polycarp.
quote from Paul?
Yeah, yes, Polycarp.
Where?
Polycarp quotes
Where?
from Paul. We can look it up if you want.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
You finding anything there, Tanya? Now, just so you know, Tanya, I can't hear you whenever you're off the app. So, if you're talking right now,
You didn't hear that?
I did not.
Fuck! Oh my god.
So go ahead and present it.
Hold on. Okay, let me try.
Please present it at a
let me try
normal
to
volume
memo-
before you knock your last tooth out.
Let me try to memorize. Hold on.
Shout out to Olander for that joke.
Okay, yes. Polycarp's letters to the Philippians specifically mentions Paul by name.
And when was it written?
When was it written? I have to see that. Let's see. Hold on.
Specifically. Yeah, I heard it. I heard it. Do you have any Christians who atlantically mention Paul?
110 AD.
110?
Yeah.
Really? Polycarp was writing in 110, but he was the teacher of Irenaeus, who was born in 130?
What? No, no, he was taught by John.
Oh, so how was he the teacher of Irenaeus, who was born in 130?
Teacher of Irenaeus didn't say he taught Irenaeus.
In fact, Polycarp never mentions John. He never says that he was a hearer of John or anything. That was Irenaeus, his student. Who
I
claimed
just
this.
looked it up, dude. He does mention him. You're lying.
Nope. In fact, what
What do
you
you
just
mean?
quoted
No, I
from
just
was something that
fucking read
showed
it.
up in the 150s.
I just read it. What are you talking about, dude?
Nothing from Polycarp is written in 110. That doesn't make any sense. How Polycarp would be writing in 110 but be the teacher of somebody who was born 20 years later doesn't make any sense. You're still here. I don't even think you're... oh, no, did he leave? I guess he left. I thought he was still here. All right, well, he left. There you go. That's how that goes, guys.
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
All right, just to recap, everybody. Polycarp was somebody who was writing in like the 150s or so. He's the teacher of Irenaeus, according to, well, Irenaeus. And according to Irenaeus, Polycarp knew John, but it doesn't really line up too terribly well, but who gives a shit? He just kind of says he was a hearer of John, is really all he says. But, nevertheless, Polycarp does mention Paul because he's writing after Paul is presented in 144 by Marcion. We don't have anything prior to 144 about Paul. We just don't. The only thing that you could maybe sort of kind of point to, at least at first, before actually like diving into it, would be the letters of Ignatius and First Clement. But there's no evidence whatsoever that those were written prior to 144. And in fact, a Christian scholar here recently, M. David Litva, places the letter of Ignatius to about, or letters of Ignatius about 165 to 170, and places Clement well after like 150 or like 150 or later. So yeah, there's just no evidence whatsoever that those things are actually written prior to 144. Marcion introduces these characters, and people just start to actually utilize them and talk about them and come up with backstories and shit like that all the time. That's just kind of how it goes. I'd also like to point out that nothing from Clement and nothing from Polycarp is really even talked about until Irenaeus. So it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. All right. Jake says, dude definitely drives Uber poorly under her account, too. Well, I'm still good. It's her that's got the 1-star rating. All right. Let's see. Oh, some super chats. Let me get to some super chats. Again, if you're on YouTube and you want to come up, click the link that is in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and put that into the chat there. It takes you over to TikTok. And you can request up and I'll talk to you. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to, just send a super chat. I will respond to it. I will read it out loud and everything. But let me go ahead and take a look at some of the super chats that we have so far. Give me 1 second here. Someone said, okay, $4.99 from Hardwork8395 says, I told your mom I had evidence of Paul just so we could do hard mode. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I liked it. All right. And keep it away from Bree because she's going to rate it higher than all my jokes. All right. $5 from Alan0465. It says, I saw The Odyssey. Oh, the new movie and everything. I haven't seen it yet. But I don't think I'm going to see it because I don't have the patience. I don't have the patience for a Christopher Nolan movie. Like, I just don't have a patience. The last Christopher Nolan movie I watched was Tenet. I'm good on Christopher Nolan movies for quite some time. Anyways, I saw The Odyssey. The Cersei episode really reminded me, I guess, of Mark's story of the demons being cast into pigs. Yeah. So a lot of that shit is just pulled from like prior stories and stuff like that. I mean, it's funny whenever you actually go through and read Greek mythology and the stories that were swirling around at the time, and you're like, wow, a lot of this sounds like the story that's in the Gospels. And you really start to realize that, like, especially when Christians read it, that your story is not special. It's not special at all. Like, other people have these stories. You're just reading something that just borrowed from something else. You're just reading a 2nd century comic book that was made based off of other material that was swirling around, other comic books that people had. That's all that it is. That's all that it is. Oh my God. Look, Quicksilver, he's so fucking special. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's just the Flash. That's all that it is. And the Flash is not even really that special to begin with. Anyways. Now, moving on. $5 from Elope Nope. Hey, there's Elope Nope. I played your sound earlier, but let me go ahead and oh, nope, I can't do that. Oh, give me 1 second here. I gotta pause that. All right, there we go. There we go. And unmute that. There we go. Babality. There it is. All right. So $5 from Elope Nope says, CBJ is the best crash outs in the deconstruct community. Prove me wrong. The crash outs are pretty funny here. I will say that. There's also some really good crash outs in. There's some good crash outs in Amadeus Almighty's Live. Those are funny. But sometimes, I'm not gonna get into. Oh, and then my God, Boma though. Boma's got some great ones. Christina the Godless has some pretty good ones too. I would say if it's not here, it would have to be Boma. Yeah, Aaron says sometimes it's Amadeus and I crashing out. That's what I was about to say, but I didn't want to say it just in case. But no, I'd say if it's not here, it's Boma. It's one of those two, I'd say. All right. Yeah, she's got some. And I think a lot of it is some of the anger that is applied towards me is because of but then for her, a lot of the anger that's gone to her is because of well, I don't want to make any weird hand signals because then people are going to clip it and be like, oh, look at this guy. And then I'll get canceled. It's because she is a woman. That's how that works. That is how that works. But yeah, $4.99 from Ajim12. Thank you very much, doctor. CBJ does hard mode with all moms and then queef mode. Hashtag queef for Christ. Hashtag queefing for CBJ. That's 3. 1, 2, 3. Ridiculous. Already got 6 on the board. 400. We just passed 420, by the way. 422 of those keywords. We've got a couple people who are coming up, including Tanya Cameron, who it looks like is practicing what Jesus said and turning the other cheek so that we can get the other side of his ass. But first, I want to talk to somebody who I think might have some evidence for Jesus. This is Hansa Frulich.
Yeah, hey Jerome, how you doing, man?
Doing good, doing good.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I've called you like I think 4 months ago, and I'm from Czech Republic, and
right, yeah, okay.
Maybe you remember, yeah, and since then, like I made some like digging in the rabbit hole. It's like I have a question for you about the Book of Revelation, maybe.
Okay.
Because I was like studying this book, like the connection with the historical background in that time, and basically if I'm not wrong, everything what is in that book is like historically, how you say it? Basically, everything happened
In
already.
Revelation?
Yeah, like mean all these parables.
You mean like it's
there,
talking about Nero, that kind of thing? Like it was something that
yeah,
already
yeah,
happened?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Would you agree about that? It's that book is basically about the events that
We're going on.
Was taking place in that time and
I mean, yeah,
already
to some
passed
extent.
away.
Yeah. Revelation, lots of times people will look at that and be like, oh, it's like some crazy kooky kind of imagery and stuff, so I'm gonna make it appeal or make it apply to a whole bunch of different shit today. And it doesn't. It doesn't, because it's talking either about Nero or Hadrian. It's just apocalyptic literature back then. And by the way, Revelation is really the only thing that we can find, my co-author and I, when we take a look at the Greek New Testament, we see that Revelation is the only book that really has anything written by Jewish people, that was initially written in like Hebrew or Aramaic first, and then taken by the Christians and translated into Greek for the purpose of just like making something apocalyptic that ties in with Jesus to some degree.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Revelation, or Apocalypse as it was originally called, is actually something that the early Christian church debated over whether or not they would really even put it into the canon. It didn't get added until quite a bit later than everything else. So they were already on the fence about whether or not it was even something that they should put in. It ended up making the list, but it should
Yeah, exactly.
put in.
Because it's like a different type of Jesus there, right? He's like like a Jewish Jesus there.
Yeah, he's a bit more Jewish there. Yeah. It's because it's originally a Jewish text. The bulk of that text is Jewish, and then they just kind of co-opted it and translated it into Greek, and that's about it.
So you think it's the same age? Like is it like the letters of Paul? It's
no, I would say the New Testament for the most part is 2nd century. Shows up in 144 or later. But I would say that Revelation, there's a good chance that at least the Jewish portion of it, the Jewish apocalyptic literature there that's written in Hebrew or Aramaic first and translated into Greek later in the 2nd century, I would say that there's a possibility that it was written about Nero in the 1st century. So interestingly enough, what was considered at one point in time to be some of the latest text for the New Testament is actually probably the earliest.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It looks like it's really, it's old. Because what I also find out there is the author. I don't know if it was John from Patmos or something like that, and he said like Satan synagogue, and he's referring maybe on a Paul, like because he's basically against the teachings that Paul was trying to establish. Like, it's really weird.
I know that the synagogue of Satan and everything like that, that city that he's referring to there, I can't remember which city it is, actually is where there was a giant temple with Serapis sitting on a giant throne.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's more or less just like some kind of an attack against like the older mystery cult version of Christianity, now that they're adding that in there and trying to circle back. But regardless, but yes, I'm glad that you did your research, and I'm glad that you're finding some things that we've been talking about this whole time. I do want to get to some other guests, but
of course, yeah,
some people
thanks,
who are,
man.
that kind of thing. But
yeah,
Hansa, thank you very, very much, and shout out over there to Czech Republic, where you're doing all this research.
Okay.
What's like the slogan? Like what would you say? Like for Norge, they got like Heia Norge, like for Norway, but like for Czech Republic, like what do they say? What's the like the cheer?
Na zdraví. Na zdraví.
What does that mean?
It's like cheers.
Oh, cheers! All right, well there you go.
Yeah.
Na zdraví. I think.
Na zdraví. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Well, thank you very much, Hansa. That's Hansa Frodik.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Let's see. You are back up here to turn the other cheek. What is going on, Tanya?
What's up? I just want to ask you a question. Are you
Is
the
the
type of
question
people?
about whether or not I will return back to hard mode there for Paul? Because that's where I'd like to go, unless you acknowledge that we don't have any evidence for Paul.
No, I was wanting to ask you: do you think that Christianity is a copycat of other pagan religions or something?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean a copycat?
Where do you think Christianity came from?
Christianity comes from, it's more or less a version of probably Serapis worship that is just offshoot from there.
Serapis worship.
Serapis.
Okay, what's your evidence for that?
Epiphanius and Eusebius there in the 4th century, they say that the first Christian monks are the Therapeutai, which are talked about by Philo of Alexandria in roughly about 20 in his book On the Contemplative Life, which doesn't make a lot of sense because that would be before the supposed ministry of Jesus. On top of that, the Therapeutai are actually talked about in this book by Philo of Alexandria as having a commune there around Lake Marotus, and they are connected with Serapis in an inscription over in the Greek island of Delos. So
how does that relate to Jesus, dude?
It doesn't, because that's where
Then
Christianity
that makes no sense.
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say then. What I'm saying is that Christianity was a mystery cult that is based off of Serapis, not Jesus.
Yeah, but you're not providing evidence. You're just saying what you think is. That's not evidence. You're just stating what you think it is.
Who did I quote from? Who did I quote from? I quoted from three different
quote people all day, but that's not. That's source, please. Like, give me the evidence.
I gave the 3 sources.
Yes, but that's not. There's no
So
connection.
you said source, please, and then you acknowledge that I gave 3 sources?
There's no connections between that and whatever fucking bullshit cult you're coming up with, bro.
You mean Christianity?
No, I'm talking about whatever your bullshit you're coming up with.
I'm quoting the church fathers. What are you quoting? What's your source?
Oh my god, dude. So, let's do this again.
Sounds good.
Let's do this again.
What's your evidence for Jesus?
My evidence for Jesus. 100 eyewitnesses.
Name one.
A lot of them talked throughout the Bible. The 12 disciples.
All right. What testimony do we have from the 12 disciples?
They write about it in the Gospels.
Which gospel?
Mark, Luke, and John.
Mark and Luke are not disciples.
But yes, but it talks about the disciples in the books, dude.
Cool. It talks about Harry Potter in the books of Harry Potter. Does that mean it comes from somebody who
do
was
you
an eyewitness
do you
to Harry
believe
Potter?
Caesar existed?
Yep.
Do you believe we have historical evidence for Caesar?
Yep.
Do you believe that Hannibal crossed the Alps?
I have no idea.
Okay, do you believe in fucking Pharaoh, Cleopatra?
Yep.
And all that stuff. Plato, Aristotle.
Plato, we have books from. Aristotle, we have books
Socrates.
from. Socrates, we have 3 different
Yeah, but we have
eyewitnesses of.
way, overwhelmingly, way more evidence for Jesus Christ of Nazareth and Paul than we do
And
any
you
of
couldn't
them.
name one
Compared to
testimony
them,
given from a person who knew
compared
it?
to them, we have what, like, it's literally scraps compared to what we have with Jesus. So for you to say that, but you still believe that, though? You still believe those guys?
Sweet.
But not
Who's
this.
a contemporary of Jesus who talks about him?
The contemporary, what?
Do you
What
know
do you
what
mean?
the word contemporary means?
No, what does that mean?
It means alive at the same time. Who is somebody who is alive at the same time of Jesus, who we can tell they wrote a text that said anything about Jesus?
His followers wrote.
Okay. So where in any of the Gospels does it say it's written by a follower of Jesus who was alive at the same time?
That's an argument from silence, dude. That's a fallacy.
Okay. Well, you're trying to say that they are evidence. We can't use them as evidence unless you can show that they can be used as evidence.
Dude, this is the evidence. But because you
tried
can't find
to say that there's better evidence for. Listen.
You want to cherry pick and you can't say and you can't find every little.
Listen, Tanya.
I'm saying, hey, I need every little exact detail of what they said.
Tanya.
Every exact detail of what they said. That's not what the Bible's for.
Tanya.
It's not the point of the Bible.
Tanya.
Bible existed to write down what's important.
Tanya,
Okay? No one's
listen.
sitting there trying to prove bullshit to you, to some fucking asshole, fucking 2,000 years later.
Cool. All right. So please listen. You try to say that there is better evidence for Jesus than there is for Socrates.
Yes.
Listen. We have 3 eyewitnesses contemporaries of Socrates who write about him. This is Xenophon, Plato, and Ptolemy. All right? These are 3 different contemporaries of Socrates who talk about him. I then asked you, because you said that this level of evidence that we have for Socrates, Jesus surpasses it. Okay, so who are some contemporaries that talk about Jesus? The first thing you mentioned was the Gospels. The Gospels don't ever say that they're written by contemporaries. It is not me who has the burden of proof. You were literally trying to use it as an argument for how we have better evidence for Jesus than we have for someone that we have 3 contemporaries who writes about.
Well,
So, please, listen. So please show me how you know the Gospels are written by contemporaries.
Church tradition, dude. Just because
Okay.
that's how
Church tradition. And when
yes,
are the first times that any of these Gospels are ever named?
when the first time they were named?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure when they were named.
Well, then
but
what church tradition are you relying on?
Orthodox Christianity.
Okay, well, Orthodox Christianity is not going to get you anywhere, but the first person who ever mentions the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John for these Gospels is in 180. His name is Irenaeus. And he's not Orthodox, by the way. He's Catholic. So
He's Orthodox. He's Orthodox. All the priests are Orthodox, dude.
Cool. Well, it's still in 180. So you think the first time that somebody mentions Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is over 150 years after the supposed death of Jesus, and you think that that's good evidence that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote them?
Yeah, I do. It's better evidence than we have all the other historical fucking doofuses we
No, because Ptolemy, we actually have like coins from. We know that he existed, and we know when he existed. We can actually date these coins that have his likeness on it, and he's one of the people who talks about Socrates. Now you're trying to say that we have better evidence for Jesus than Socrates.
We got coins of Jesus in fucking Britain in the fucking 1st and 2nd century. What are you talking about?
You think that we have coins of Jesus in the 1st
yes,
century?
Yes, they are.
In
The
Britain?
Romans. Yes, the Romans made them.
Okay, the Romans in the 1st century.
Yes,
I thought
Roman
they were persecuting the Christians.
They were Roman Christians. Do you not know that?
Who were able to
Roman
make
soldiers.
coins?
Yes, they would make a lot of things. They
Britain?
make crosses. Yes, when they brought it over, mostly for merchants. Mostly merchants, but a lot of them were soldiers.
All right. I would like for you to Google it really quick and show me the evidence of any coins from the 1st century that have Jesus on them.
Oh my god, dude! Do your own fucking research.
You can't
If
give
you're
us
so
anything?
curious. Well, I can't talk to you and do this at the same time.
What?
And
Think?
go search. I can't search on the phone and do this at the same time. But what? Okay, so I still don't understand where you're coming from. Why you think they don't exist?
So what
It's
you
not
just did
believing in
was
them
you came
Not
up with a
believing.
whole...
Hold on a minute.
All
Not
right.
believing them is one.
You do not tell me to hold on. I am the host. You have to hold on or I will disconnect you. You brought up some claims. They are bullshit. You know they're bullshit. That's why you know that you aren't going to find any evidence, which is why you're too scared to actually go and search for it really quick and then bring back information. You did it earlier when you thought that there was real stuff, but you know that you just reached up into the chocolate starfish all the way up to the elbow and pulled out some shit. All right? We do not have any coins or anything like that from the 1st century that show anything about Jesus. We do not have any coins from the 2nd century that show Jesus. Not at all. And especially not in Britain. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. The point is, we do not, in any way, shape, or form, have anything that is from a contemporary of this supposed Jesus that talks about him. We do not have coins that we can date to his lifetime. We do not have statues or busts that he posed for. We do not have shit. We don't have anybody even remotely close to a contemporary of Jesus who writes about him. We don't. We have much better evidence for Socrates, someone who didn't even write shit, than we do for Jesus and Paul. Sorry. You lose. Good day, sir. Do you have anything else that you would like to present that isn't just completely made up? Or do you want me to go ahead and disconnect you?
Why are you going to seriously deny? Why are you right? Why
Do you
should
have
we listen?
anything else?
I'm asking you a question. Why should we listen to you?
Because we should believe as many true things as possible, believe as many, or stop
But
believing as many false things as possible.
you're not talking about true things. You're spouting
are.
bullshit.
Yep, I actually back up my claims with evidence.
You have no
haven't
idea where
presented
Christianity
everything.
came from. Your whole idea of where Christianity came from is flawed, and it's out of your own imagination.
Who did I quote for where Christianity
It's
came
fucking
from?
stupid.
Who did I quote? Who did
I
I
don't
quote?
fucking know who you quoted.
Yeah.
Well, you said something about some kind of cult or some bullshit.
Yep. And you're firmly entrenched in one. Anything else?
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
Sounds good. Tell your
Yeah,
mom to
sounds
wear
good,
something
bro.
nice tonight, okay? All right. Rude. What's going on, Rude?
Hey, no, man. Sorry about the last guy.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because that belief of like Jesus not existing is quite niche. It's not something you hear every day. And I just, out of curiosity, I just would, what is it about the continuity of like the Gospels and of the stories of Christ that makes you not, that doesn't satisfy you enough to believe that it's that the person of the historical Jesus existed?
Can we rephrase the question just to kind of make it a little bit more succinct?
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead.
Just I'm curious because when you've of course you read the Gospels and it seems like you've of course done your history regarding when it comes to the continuity of the Gospels and about the stories that's ever been attributed to Christ, that's ever mentioned of Christ. What is it like regarding that continuity or that kind of timeline that seems to
What do you mean the continuity?
kind of, well, we've got the continuity of the Gospels, stories being passed down of this historical Jesus, or even just the continuity regarding the crucifixion, because we get crucifixion stories told to us by
by
even
continuity, you just
Roman.
mean like people, like authors of a gospel using a gospel that was out before. That's what you mean by continuity?
Yeah, continuity of the whole entire the continuity of the whole entire story regarding Christ, like the whole, like you could say about anything, the continuity of Greek mythology, how we come to learn about the existence of Greek mythology, and stories like Odyssey.
I think,
do you get what I mean? Sorry, maybe I didn't.
But
yeah,
anyways, yeah. So I just needed to know what you meant by continuity. But keep going.
Okay, yeah. Like when it comes to like the tradition of like things being passed along, what is it within that wedge for? Because I can tell you some reasons that kind of like made me believe that the historical Jesus definitely existed and gave me good confidence.
It's fine if you wanted to start with that, you can.
Yeah. So I think for me, when we look at the gospel, I think the crucifixion is also a good. I think the crucifixion is definitely a good, powerful story that kind of makes me doubt that this is something that the earliest Jewish people would believe to be false, or not believe to be false, but to have made this up. I think that kind of that narrative just seems a bit unfeasible.
Why?
When I look at it on a metric scale.
Okay, go ahead.
When I look at it on like a metric scale, I just feel like if you're going to regard this person, this historical figure, to be your Lord and Savior, I just think it's going to be, and then to say that person was then crucified, given the nature of what crucifixion.
Next paragraph.
But you could make up so many other stories. Again, remember, you're going with the notion that everything about Christ, given that he was a made up figure, everything about him and what he had to endure was made up. And I think there was so many better ways you could have, because there could have been stoning. There could have been many other ways that
comes back to life.
But he was. The point is the criterion of crucifixion is what I'm bringing to play. Why would they use a crucifixion as a?
I don't know. Uranus got his dick ripped off in order to make Aphrodite. Like what? Why does? What are you talking about?
Because the crucified story, the passion story, you wouldn't start by saying that this person was crucified. Remember,
start by saying he was crucified.
But that was the main subject area regarding the nature and the whole story regarding Christ, because the main story we know,
it's like a paragraph in the first gospel. Like what are you talking about? He comes to life the next verse or the next.
It's not about. Again, like, you're going with
that's
yes.
Literally
okay,
using that logic. All dying and rising gods had to have been real.
That's I understand, but. No, but saying look, what I'm saying is, okay, yes, he would come to life. However, what I'm saying is, whether he comes back to life, that goes into a theological concept. That's whether if someone wants to believe that or not.
No. Using your logic, all dying and rising gods had to have existed. Otherwise, how would he die?
No,
Like,
no,
using
no,
your logic,
no.
that's what it is. Like, oh, well, the rising part is theological, but the dying part is more natural. So I guess all gods who are said to have died and then came back to life must have existed.
No, it's regarding. No, no, no. I'm not talking about whether he exists or not by him dying. What I'm saying is,
Well, then I
yes,
don't
of
know
course,
why you're
yes,
bringing it up.
because I'm saying that it's the principles of embarrassment. I think it's a case
No,
of where,
okay,
okay,
yeah. You
yes,
used
yes,
the word criterion earlier, and I knew that you were pulling that from the phrase criterion of embarrassment. That's a terrible argument because it's based on the idea that you've never read anything else from that time period, and you're not considering anything else to have also had that same kind of like passion narrative. Because it is very true that prior to the Jesus story, there were dying and rising gods. Literally
yes.
all of them, using that logic, would have to have existed. Otherwise, why would anybody say that they died? Why would any of the followers say that they died? The criterion of embarrassment fails. It never gets off the ground if you've read anything other than the Bible. The only reason that it is a thing is because people who have only been familiar with the Bible and only think that the Bible is special and there's no other story like it would go, "Oh my God, why would you ever write that?" It happens all the time back then. Again, Uranus, who was also worshipped back then, had his dick ripped off. I don't know how to tell you that the criterion of embarrassment would also have to apply to these other gods that you don't think are real.
But then you would have to say just because you can relate it to a form of embarrassment from another god, that then constitutes that the same thing applies here. That because they made it up
Using
with
your
that
logic,
god,
using the criterion of embarrassment, they would have to have existed as well.
no, but the criterion of embarrassment would exist on so many other attributes of the way they could have made up that the person of Christ had died, then to have been risen. Yes, of course, they do
No,
talk
that's
about
just
a
trying
risen
to say
story.
that crucifixion is somehow more embarrassing than other things. Getting your dick
Well,
ripped off is pretty embarrassing.
But we do know from the historical lens about how embarrassing crucifixion is. It was so bad that the Romans had prohibited
but
their own.
getting your dick ripped off is also very embarrassing. And there's other gods that had stories of being crucified as well. That doesn't mean anything.
There was no, but I'm saying that again, and also you also have to take into context regarding what the crucifixion actually entails. Remember, this is a person that was supposed to come and save. But this was
crucifixion is even mentioned by other gods, being hung from trees and stuff like that, or things that are mentioned for other gods prior to Christianity. What you're saying is it's special pleading. That's all that it is. The criterion of embarrassment is special pleading because it's trying to say that this is a special case where all the others who do the same shit are somehow bad. But my case is special because it applies to just me, just because I say it.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that it's special. I'm just saying that regarding.
I know you're not saying it's special, but that's what you're doing. It's called a special pleading fallacy. You're disregarding all the other gods that this happens to to favor one particular one because it's apparently special. I know you're not saying the word special, but you're treating it as if it is.
I get I totally get where you're coming from, but I think for me, it's not just about for me, yes, I use the principles of embarrassment within this scenario, but I also believe coinciding with the principles of embarrassment is the context of who they had redeemed Christ to be. They redeemed him to be the Messiah, the Son of God, the person that was going to come save the world, freedom of sins, and I just think with that narrative,
none of that is in virtually none of that is in the initial gospel. The initial gospel does not have any kind of remission from sins or anything like that. It does not have. It does not have the Messiah aspect. No, even the Messiah aspect is not in the earliest gospel. The earliest gospel does not have him as the Messiah.
But we know from the people that wrote. Let's say, for example, we can say that the gospel writers had believed that Christ was the Messiah and that Christ was the Son of God. Not
but the first gospel doesn't have that, so no.
I think from the entirety of the gospel writers and anything that was ever known or attributed to Jesus, I believe that all writers had truly believed that Christ was the Messiah and the Son of God.
Okay,
and
Son of God doesn't really mean anything here, considering the fact that that's not embarrassing. Also, the Messiah, as far as the Messiah goes, no, Marcion did not think that he was the Messiah.
Why don't you think that they believed he was the Messiah, or the gospel
Didn't.
writers was wait? So do
Because
you
the
believe that the
Messiah
gospel
is connected.
writers?
The Messiah is connected to Yahweh. Marcion's belief was that Jesus was the son of God the Father, a previously unknown God, completely separate from Yahweh.
Weren't they the ones that believed that Jesus was a different God to the God in the Old Testament because they believed that Jesus was too incompatible with the old God? Is that who you're referring
No,
to?
that was just a common philosophical thought, was that there was a creator God and there was another God that you actually worship. That was just a philosophical thought at the time, and that's where the first gospel gets that idea. It's later gospels that are trying to refute that try to make Jesus directly aligned with the Yahweh character, or the Yahweh God, which makes him the Messiah.
But then that would stem from the Gospels, right? From where
The
they would
later
believe
gospels, yeah, you have later texts that are saying all kinds of things. You have late gospels that say that Jesus unalived people as a kid. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. The first gospel does not have Jesus as that particular thing.
When you say
whenever
first
you use
Gospels,
I'm talking.
wait, so,
I'm not saying first gospels. I'm saying the first
well,
gospel, which would be
okay,
Evangelion.
when you say the first Gospel, what Gospel are you
Evangelion
referring to
or
exactly?
Evangelion, Evangelion.
So what Gospel is that? Because I'm
That's
not
the
really
gospel
too
from
familiar with
Marcion.
it. So why are you more so accepting that Gospel rather than Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John
Because it's
as
before
an
them.
example? How is it before them, if you don't mind me
Because
asking?
Matthew is a refutation to Marcion's gospel, and Luke straight up uses Marcion's gospel between chapters 4 and 22. John comes after Matthew and Luke. If you want to say that Mark is somehow earlier, I guess you could, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense considering the fact that Marcion's name was Markion, literally means little Mark, and the Gospel of Mark is written in the style of like a play almost, where it starts just about every sentence with and then, and then, and then, and then, and then. And on top of that, it uses a bunch of present tense verbs. And it addresses the reader at multiple times. So
Is there any surviving manuscripts within that time period regarding this gospel, or within that era, within that time frame?
I mean, to some extent, possibly it's P69. It's the Gospel of Luke or the Gospel of Marcion, because it's the same material. Scholars, we don't know the answer. We don't know if it's Luke or Marcion's Gospel because they use the same material.
But you don't know. You don't have a time frame of that one, of when that was written.
We do. It's published no later than 144.
But what makes you attribute that to be around the time or even close? So, would you say that gospel? Because you correct me if I'm wrong, but you say that gospel was written before Matthew, Mark, Luke.
Yes.
What gives you that time for what makes you say that?
Because we can see that Matthew and Luke utilize the information that's in it.
But wouldn't the canonical gospels are the ones that's getting it all from each other, not from anything else? Because Matthew,
have you never heard of the Q source before?
Yeah, I've heard of the Q source. Yeah, I've heard of the
Marcion's
Q
gospel
source.
is the Q source.
But I think the Q source is just an hypothesis. I don't think that's
I don't
actually.
give a shit. It's the Marcion's
I
gospel.
think
within the first century, it's a hypothesis because there's nothing there. But in the second century, it's Marcion's gospel. Q is Evangelion.
But I'm trying to ask, what is it that's making you so certain that is Marcion's gospel?
Not
what
only
is
data
why,
science,
why,
but there's
why,
verses in specific in the Bible that show that Marcion's gospel came first.
But then you're saying that Matthew, Mark, Luke got that from Marcion's gospel. So what makes you think that gospel? So you're dependent on a Q gospel for your hypothesis.
I'm dependent on Evangelion.
No, you're dependent on a Q gospel.
No, I'm just telling you that Q is Evangelion, but I'm not dependent on a Q gospel. I'm dependent on the first gospel,
but you're
which is Evangelion.
No, but sorry, I'm trying to understand.
A lot of what Mark has in it is from Evangelion.
But this is what I'm trying to understand you. Like, I'm not trying to get you a gotcha moment. I'm actually trying to understand what you're saying, because
we're nowhere
here's
near
where I'm
a
getting
gotcha moment. I'm telling you that Evangelion is the first gospel, and I'm not dependent on a Q. I'm dependent on Evangelion because Evangelion exists. We know Evangelion existed. I mean, we have literal quotes from it.
I totally get where you're coming from. I'm saying to you, but I'm asking. That's why I'm asking the questions, because I'm saying to you, when I'm regarding any historical aspects of, or any knowledge regarding the historical Jesus outside of theology, just for a second, just regarding what he did, where he was from, what he said, regardless, and what he went through, what he suffered with. Okay, now I'm saying that I'm dependent on I'm trusting the continuity of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Yes, put John aside because John is a far later gospel. So yes, put Matthew, Mark, and Luke. You're saying that these are you're using these sources, these gospels, to say that it gets something from another gospel. That would constitute gospel Q. So what I'm saying to you, why do you think that this existing gospel Q, first of all, exists when
Yeah,
no
well,
one,
we
no
know
early church,
again.
no early church? Sorry, let me just. Can I just finish my point? Can I just finish my point?
No, because
All right.
now you're trying
Okay.
to equate it to Q. Like I said earlier, Q is Evangeline. Evangeline we know exists. What you tried to do there is you tried to make Evangeline Q, and then said because Q is hypothetical. No, Q is Evangeline. Evangeline does exist. So we're not going to be able. You're not going
But
to be able to
what
just like
evidence are you
dismiss
using from
Evangeline.
that? But here's the thing. This is what I'm asking.
There's
What are you
multiple
using?
ways. There's data
What
science and verses. I've told you this time and time again. There's
and
there's
what
data
data
science
science would?
research. It's
Yeah.
stellometry. Using stellometry, we can tell that the chapters 4 through 22 of the Gospel of Luke are from a completely different author, and that's the material, according to Irenaeus, Origen, and Tertullian, that is in Evangeline. And Evangeline is published no later than 144.
But what I'm saying is, why would that overshadow Matthew, Mark, and Luke when early
Because
church fathers write
that's where they're
about
getting the
when
material. No church father writes about Matthew, Mark, or Luke, or any gospel prior to 144.
we do know
I
we
want
have
you to
early.
find me the mention of any gospel before 144.
They
quote
quote the
stop,
stories.
I want you to find a quote from a story from a gospel prior to 144. That is your mission. Go find it.
When you say quote, are you regarding where?
Go
Okay,
find
wait.
it and then present it.
When you say quote,
Go
wait, just let
find
me
it
finish.
and present it. Literally
When
any
you
quote of anything in the Gospels about Jesus prior to 144. Go.
When you say
Go
quote, are you
find
looking
it.
at?
Go
Okay,
find
wait,
it. Go
wait, just
find
let me
it.
finish.
You're the
Let
one
me
who said
finish.
that we have it prior to 144.
No.
Present it. Present
Okay,
what you
wait,
think we have.
Are you just not gonna let me finish? Let me just say this
Present
one.
what you think we have.
I just wanted.
Present it.
Look, I'm just look. I'll
Just
wait. I will
present
present,
it.
but I'm asking you, what is it that you
Okay,
want? What is it you want me to
listen,
quote? Do you want me to quote them?
literally, you are the one who suggested we had things for the Gospels prior to 144. What do we have? Just say what we have. That's all you got to do, Rude. That's all you got to do. Just say what you think we have that's from the Gospels prior to 144.
What I'm saying again, this is what I was going
You
to tell
brought
you.
it up. Just
I
present
know
it.
that's what I'm going to present. That's what I'm
Okay,
asking
then
you.
just do it.
Do you want me? Do you want me?
Okay, listen.
But here's the thing. I can give you.
If you don't immediately start giving the evidence, we're moving on to the next person. You're a dishonest piece of shit because you said something and now you're Googling furiously to try to find it.
I'm asking you whatever.
You said we had something prior. Give me the evidence of anything from a gospel prior to 144. Anything. Anything.
What are you talking about prior? What do you mean? Sorry.
Prior to 144. That's not a hard concept to grasp.
No, but what did you think I said? Well, what are you trying to think that I said?
Do you think that we have any mention or any reference to any gospel other than Evangeline prior to 144?
We have Justin Martyr's works, Dialogue of Trifle.
Sounds good. And when does that come out?
Okay, so we have. So
when does it date
to?
Okay. When does it date to? When does it date to?
Justin Martyr comes between 150 AD. We have
okay, so Justin Martyr is in 150?
Justin Martyr's in 150, but we have
I'd
Polycarp.
like for you to think for a second.
We have Polycarp.
Is 150 before or after 144?
And I'm also I'm quoting
I'm going to ask you
well.
one more time to show if you are intellectually honest or dishonest. Is 150 before or after 144?
You didn't let me finish, but it's after. But you didn't let me finish because I can give you.
I don't play that game. You spoke out of your ass, and then you immediately went to Google. You started typing, and we could all hear the typing. That you were tapping away because you spoke out of your ass, and you needed that parachute. You needed it bad, and we could hear you grabbing really, really fast at that non-existent ripcord. Wasn't there. You then tried to pull a Polycarp. We don't have any evidence that Polycarp wrote prior to 144. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Sorry. All right.
Hey, I just
let's see
hello.
really fast. Let me get to some super chats there. $5 there from Alan0465. It says the reason it's a crucifixion is to mimic the image Timaeus of Locri uses for the logos principle in Plato's Timaeus. Interesting. The Greek chi. That's interesting. So personally, I'm not really sure if the concept of the cross was even supposed to be something with a cross beam. I think it's actually closer to the concept of a torture stake, which is just a stick in the ground, where you would be crucified like this as opposed to like out like to the side. But let's see. I'll have to check that out. But thank you very much. Crazy deep polls from Alan over there on YouTube. Again, if you're on YouTube and you want to come up, you definitely can click the link in the chat and come up here on TikTok. All right, let's see here. $5 from that guy said, you were incorrect earlier on the prophecy. You said Bethlehem is a person. Yes, it is. And it was, in fact, a town under the tribe of Judah. A town under a tribe of Judah? That doesn't make any sense. Micah 5 for context. So, no, Bethlehem is a particular person. It is there's literally a genealogy that is given. Let's see. It's 1 Chronicles 2:51 and then 4:4. And when you take a look at that section there, we're going to go ahead and pull this up. This is 1 Chronicles 2:51. Jesus Christ, it's a long chapter. Okay. Let's see here. You can actually see that that is a, I mean, again, whoops. That definitely is a person. Bethlehem. And then we're going to quickly look really fast. Let's see. It also lists out 4:4. So 1 Chronicles 4, verse 4. Well, we're just going to go 1 Chronicles 4. All right, so sons of Judah. So it's in Judah. It's of Judah, that kind of thing. And then it talks about there, the father of Bethlehem. Ephrathah, the father of Bethlehem. All right, sons of her, that kind of thing. So later on, when it talks about Bethlehem in the Bethlehem prophecy. Talks about that. That is in Micah 5:2. So we're going to go to Micah 5. All right. It says, but you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, which is what this is talking about here. Right there. O you, Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are one of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel. So in other words, it's just saying somebody who is of this particular person. And people think that that means the city. Nah. No. It's a person. His dad is Ephrathah. All right. Matthew Hoover.
Hello?
Yeah. What you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to start. I'm just curious. I just joined recently. I'm just curious, kind of like your thoughts on why you think, and we can even I'll just even talk about Jesus, like why you think he didn't exist. I'm just curious in general what you base your belief off of.
Yeah, so I would say that even the natural stories of Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, do not line up with what we know about the first century. The way to determine fact from fiction is not how many times, or fiction from nonfiction, is not how many times it lines up with history, but how many times it doesn't line up with history. You and I can write a story about Abraham Lincoln and the Civil War. That's perfectly fine. That lines up. But it's the things that we mention that are out of place in time, it's anachronisms and that kind of shit that show that, like, we're not actually writing a historical story. We are writing some kind of fiction or historical fiction at best. And what really makes something historical fiction is evidence that at least part of it was historical. But for Jesus, we don't have any evidence that he was historical. The stories that we do have of this person are loaded with not just magic, but we'll set that to the side, but also with things that just don't line up with that time.
Okay. So that makes sense. I appreciate you explaining. But you don't necessarily have proof then to prove that historically, Jesus was not at least a man that existed in that time period that
In the way that the New Testament
wrote
presents
about.
him, absolutely, I do.
So you believe that there's proof against it?
Absolutely. You can't be born 10
So-
years before you're born, and the New Testament presents a natural Jesus who was somehow born 10 years later than he was born.
Yeah, I'm just curious what proof then would you use to back that up to prove that he
Matthew
didn't
and Luke.
exist? Yeah, go on. Keep explaining.
So Matthew says he's born during the time of King Herod, correct?
Okay.
And Herod the Great dies when? Do you know?
No.
That is 4 BCE. Then
Okay.
Luke 2 comes around and says that Jesus is born in Bethlehem because of a census done by Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who begins his reign in 6 CE. That is 10 years after Herod dies. So Jesus is supposedly, according to the New Testament, and these are just natural claims, not even talking about supernatural things, even the natural Jesus that's presented by the New Testament could not exist because you can't be born a minimum of 10 years before you were born.
So there's a 10-year discrepancy is what you're saying in
Minimum 10
the births.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't
Also,
think it's
the genealogies
possible?
don't line up either. Also, the
Okay.
time of Jesus' death is also not lining up or anything like that. Contradictions themselves are really bad. But then there's elements of the story that show that it's historically impossible. Like Jesus in Matthew
Okay.
23 talks about rabbis. This would be 40 years before the first rabbi, Yochanan ben Zakkai, who starts the first rabbinic school with approval from Emperor Vespasian outside of Jerusalem after the fall of the temple. Prior to that, to learn from the Torah, you would go to the Cohen, which would be the Levite priest. They lived under the Mosaic law because there was a temple. The Rabbinic Judaism starts in 70. So this would be 40 years after Jesus. And the word rabbi and the position that he's explicitly talking about, because he's even talking about like where they sit in the synagogues and how they dress, that did not exist for 40 years after Jesus' death. There's other anachronisms as well that show that the story is literally historically impossible.
Okay, so the two gospels that you were talking about with his birth, with Herod, with 10-year discrepancy, what two gospels were those?
Matthew and Luke, the only two that have his birth story.
Okay. So you don't think it's even possible that they would have not known the exact time period and they would have heard different things because they weren't exactly there when Jesus was born?
So they decide to give him a 10 plus year gap.
Well, I'm just curious, like how you would say that would disprove his existence just because.
What I'm saying is that the Jesus that is presented in the New Testament didn't exist. If you want to say that a Jesus existed, you're going to have to either find one who wasn't born in Bethlehem or anything like that story, or you're going to have to pick one or the other. You're going to have to pick Matthew or Luke. And the reason why you don't pick the other one is the reason I'm going to use against the one that you do pick.
Okay, so you would use a 10-year gap of someone's birth to disprove they existed
what I am saying
despite
is that
the other
Jesus,
evidence.
the Jesus presented in the New Testament does not exist. And what evidence do you have to say that he did exist?
Well, there's plenty of evidence, and
what?
so if you talk about even like the Clement of Rome in 95 AD when they're writing
How
the
do
first
you know that
epistle,
Clement of Rome was writing in 95? Or was written
because
in
there's
95?
historical evidence.
Nope.
That'd be like me asking you, how do you know you're not
Historical
dreaming?
evidence for First Clement does not pop up until 180. 180 by Hegesippus or from Irenaeus is the first time that the letter is even mentioned. So I don't know what historical evidence you have. Not to mention, in the letter itself, neither does it doesn't mention Clement at all in the entire text, nor does it mention anything about 95. The only reason it's dated to 95 is because of, and I'll go ahead and show you. The only reason that it is dated to 95 is because of one of the opening lines. All right. And I'm going to show you that I'm not bullshitting here. I'm going to go to a literal Catholic website, New Advent here. We're going to take a quick look. It is this right here that dates the entire thing to 95, according to some scholars. Owing, dear brethren, to the sudden and successive calamitous events which have happened to ourselves. That is it. That's the entire thing. I'm not shitting you. Nowhere in here does it mention anything else about the late 1st century. It is just that some people look at this and go, oh, this must be the time that they were persecuted by Emperor Domitian. But unfortunately, Christians weren't even punished or persecuted by Emperor Domitian in the 90s. That was just the Jewish people. Christians weren't even on his list. So what that means is that not only does this not say anything, thank you very much, Not only does this not say anything about 95, it does not say anything about Domitian, and even if it did say something about Domitian, that still doesn't work. So, no, it is not written in 95. The first time, like I said, it gets mentioned is roughly about 180. I'd also like to point out that if you think Clement wrote it, well, we have the Shepherd of Hermas, which according to the Muratorian canon in the late 2nd century, was written by the brother of Pope Pius, who was Pope in the middle of the 2nd century, 150s, 160s. That means that the Shepherd of Hermas was written in the middle of the 2nd century, and in that book, the author says that he tasked Clement with delivering a letter for him. So it sounds like Clement's alive in the middle of the 2nd century, which makes a lot of sense as to why Irenaeus is the first one to fucking mention it in 180. So no, there's no evidence whatsoever that it was written in 95. In
But
fact,
you can't necessarily prove that it was written in. You can't prove that it was written later.
I literally just said that if the Shepherd of Hermas is written in the 2nd century, which is what the Christians admit to, and the author of the Shepherd of Hermas says that he tasked Clement with delivering a letter for him, that means that Clement, who is not mentioned at all in 1 Clement, by the way, if you think he's the author, he is alive and I guess still taking orders and doing work in the middle of the 2nd century. So not 95. Not 95 at all.
But you can't necessarily prove through historical proof. You're just basing it off of
I'm basing it off of other
premises.
text. I'm basing it off of things that would corroborate that same statement. But nevertheless, do you have any evidence that it was even written by Clement?
That's what the historical evidence points to.
What historical evidence? I've already named the first time that it's ever mentioned.
So there's a few major historians. If you look at Bart Ehrman and Michael Holmes, who are agnostic.
And what kind of evidence do they point to other than Irenaeus for the existence of this? By the way, if you want just a scholar today, I'll point you to M. David Litva, who says that Clement could not have been written by Clement if you think that Clement was in the 1st century. In fact, his video that came out about maybe a month ago, there on YouTube, it explicitly states, and this is M. David Litva, he is a Christian himself. Bart Ehrman's not a Christian, by the way, but M. David Litva is a Christian, and he says that Clement was written in the middle of the 2nd century. It's 150 or later. Also Ignatius, in roughly about 170.
That's based on his. That's based on his.
It's based off of the
opinion.
evidence that is presented. Do you have any evidence otherwise to present that it was actually written in 95? What
Right, but I
evidence
think
does
it's
this
just hard
lovely
to-
Bart Ehrman present? What evidence does he present?
Right. I think it's hard to disprove something
What
based on
evidence
if he
does he
said, she
present?
said evidence.
What evidence
because you
does
can't-
Bart Ehrman present?
You can't base. You
What
can't
evidence
disprove
does Bart
someone's.
Ehrman present? Otherwise, you're just appealing to authority. And I could do that too. I just did. In fact,
Right, so-
what M. David Litva does, which Bart Ehrman doesn't do, is he connects it to the other things that talk about Clement. So what does Bart Ehrman do? You brought him up. What did he say about it? How
Okay,
did he
right.
date it to
And
95?
we don't need to go down the rabbit hole because whatever
Nope,
I'm going to say,
you're the one who
gonna
did
say
it.
that you
So
disprove
Bart
it.
Ehrman, what does he say about Clement? How does he date it to 95?
Okay, we don't need to talk about Bart Ehrman
How does
anymore.
he
I was
date
just
it to
bringing up
95?
people. There's historical. You can look it up.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
you're
not
the
going
one
to
who brought it up. You don't know anything about it, but you brought it up as an argument?
Right, and it's
okay,
not
so
because
what
I
does
don't.
Ehrman say
I'm not
about
going to.
95? How does he date Clement to 95? And how does he say that Clement wrote it? What evidence
I mean,
does he
I
point
read
to?
his
You
study.
say it
I don't
has
remember off the
historical
top of my
evidence.
head.
You said it has historical evidence, and you appeal to the authority. Sweet. What does the authority give for the historical evidence?
I don't know off the top of my head,
Okay,
unfortunately.
then maybe don't
This was-
fucking say it. I'm not going to appeal to scholarship. I'm not going to appeal to authority just because. And if I fucking do, I'm going to tell you exactly what they fucking say because I actually have support for my actual arguments as opposed to just saying, "Oh, hey, I can just name some guy who agrees with me." Cool. Sweet.
But if I, and I know you're talking about like Harry Potter and other things, if I decide to believe in Harry Potter that was true and real,
Then we can't have a conversation because I like to talk
then
to
you
smart
can't.
people.
But you can't disprove that argument without because you
Do
don't have
want to
actual
argue
proof.
that Harry Potter was real?
How would you prove to me that it's not?
Is that your stance? Your stance is that Harry Potter is real?
So, have you met J.K. Rowling?
Sweet. So I'm going to ask you this one time, and I want you to be intellectually honest for the first time in this entire conversation. Do you believe that Harry Potter was real? Yes or no?
No, but I'm asking a hypothetical.
Then we're not going to be talking about it. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, or would you like to keep getting curb stomped in these particular?
Well, but you don't have any evidence against it.
Sweet. I do. You can't be born 10 years after you're born, or can you? Do
But
you believe you can be?
You can't prove. You can't prove that was not how it was. You can't prove when Herod was actually alive.
we have coins with Herod that date specifically to a particular point in time, and there's an entire person in between Quirinius, the governor of Syria, and Herod the Great. That's his son, Archelaus. It explicitly states in Matthew that Archelaus starts reigning after the death of King Herod. You know that, right?
Yeah, but
Okay,
but
and where
each
does
of
he
those
reign?
details
Where does he reign
you're
according to
basing
Matthew
off
2?
of.
Where
But
does he
aren't
reign
you?
according to Matthew 2?
Where does who reign?
Herod Archelaus.
Okay, let me look.
It's pretty easy. Starts with a J and rhymes with Judea. Is this conversation going the way that you thought it would go?
So Matthew chapter 2.
Mm-hmm. It's the end of it.
Wait, what are you asking me again?
Where does Herod Archelaus start reigning?
Judea.
Okay. So what that means is that there is somebody who is reigning in Judea after King Herod. All right? After King Herod dies, right?
I mean, it says
Right.
Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod. So he was born when Herod was the king of Judea.
Do you think that that's Herod Archelaus?
I don't know. There's no I mean, I don't know how I
If
would
you go ahead
100%
and read
know.
back down there at the bottom of that chapter, you'll see that it's not. It's not that hard, man.
So
it's pretty obvious
wait,
to me
where
that
does
you have no idea what your Bible says, let alone a history book.
where does it say that it's not him?
It literally says his son Archelaus at the end of the chapter. Do you need me to pull it up?
Yeah, I'm looking for Archelaus.
All right. We're going to go ahead and pull it up. All right. Here is Matthew 2. Here is in the time of King Herod. This is obviously Herod the Great because Herod the Great's son is Archelaus. And when we scroll down to the bottom, we see right here. But when he heard that Archelaus was ruling Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. And why is he ruling there? Because Herod had died. It says right here, get up, take the child and his mother and go to the land of Israel, for those who were seeking the child's life are dead. Who is that? Oh, that's Herod right here.
And so you're saying
is
that
there anything
that would
else
contradict
about your
Luke?
Bible that you would like for me to explain to you really quick before
Well,
we
no,
move
I'm
on?
just trying to understand.
Okay, so if Archelaus is reigning in Judea, and you
Right.
think that there's a king of Judea, and then there's Herod Archelaus who's reigning in Judea, then why is
Okay.
Quirinius, the governor of Syria, even mentioned if Joseph has to go to Judea?
Where does it mention him?
This would be in Luke 2, the only other part of the Bible that talks about Jesus' birth. I should have known, by the way, because you asked me about Matthew and Luke, about like their birth stories, as if they weren't the only gospels that have a birth story. It's pretty clear that you haven't read the Bible.
So sorry, I just didn't have these verses memorized, but
Well, I mean, you asked me earlier about which particular gospels I was reading from for the story of Jesus' birth. There's only two.
so you're saying that the evidence would point to Caesar Augustus not being at the same time as Herod? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say anything that sounded like that.
What are you saying that
I said that
in
Quirinius, the
Luke?
governor of Syria, which is mentioned in Luke 2:2, he would
Okay.
not have control over Judea if there is Herod Archelaus reigning in Judea or Herod the Great.
So how
In
how
fact,
would you
what we know about this is that Josephus specifically talks about this particular census. We also have inscriptions that talk about this census. This census starts in 6 CE. That is when Quirinius is installed as the governor of Syria, and Judea is added to Syria for the purpose of a census. A bunch of Jewish people got pretty mad about it, which is why Acts also talks about it. It talks about Judas the Galilean, who led a revolt at the time of the census. It literally talks about that in Acts. Acts is a book of the Bible. I don't know if you know that or not. It comes after John, which is the last of the 4 canonical gospels. I don't need to explain that to you. Anyways, the point
Yeah, I'm
is,
just
so
I'm
as
just
far
trying to
as
understand. I
the
didn't
Bible
I didn't
goes,
know.
it literally tries to tell you that someone is in charge of Syria and somehow in charge of Judea as well, in control over that, because Syria and Judea are 2 different regions. So the fact that Joseph even had to go to Judea to appease some census from someone in Syria means that there is no Herod Archelaus anymore, which, as luck would have it, is exactly what fucking happened. Josephus, who talks about the census in 6, says that it starts after Archelaus was banished from Judea. There's no more king there. There's no more ethnarch. Nothing. It goes Herod the Great. He dies in 4 BCE. Then you have Herod Archelaus, who reigns at the end of Matthew 2. He reigns until 6 CE. And then he gets banished, and that's when Quirinius is installed as the governor of Syria, and they do the census and add Judea to the census for the purpose of counting people. The Jews didn't like that, and it literally talks about that in Acts, about Judas the Galilean leading a revolt at the time of the census.
Okay.
So, again, you cannot, and this is true, so jot this down, be born 10 years before you're born. The natural Jesus that's presented in the New Testament did not exist. If you think that Jesus did exist, you're going to have to show me which one of these stories you like, or you could pick neither of them, because they both can't be true at the same time. So, point is, if you want to find a Jesus, go ahead and find him. But the argument that you're going to give for why one of these stories is wrong and the other one is right, I'm just going to give for the one that you think is right. That's all that it is. We don't have any evidence that he was born in Bethlehem. We don't have any evidence that he even lived. Do you have any other evidence that you'd like to present?
Well, I mean, we could. It's up to you. I mean, do you want me to ask you more questions about the birth thing, or ask you a different question?
I mean, it's not going to work. I mean, the stories are very clearly different. The genealogies are different. They contradict. The actual timeline contradicts. Even just what happens with Jesus contradicts. In Matthew, it explicitly says that he goes down to Egypt and hangs out down there until Herod the Great is dead. However, in Luke 2, it says that at 8 days old, he is circumcised, and then at the time came for the purification of Mary, because she was seen as unclean for 30 to 40 days after the birth. Then, at that point, they go to the temple in Jerusalem, which is where Herod would have been. And then, after that, it says, as soon as they were done, it says when they were done fulfilling all the requirements for the law, like for her purification rites, they went back to Nazareth, is what it says. So no, they couldn't have gone down to Egypt. That doesn't make any sense. It explicitly tells you that they went back to Nazareth after 40 days.
Okay.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your explanation.
So now that you understand that, hey, the Jesus presented in the New Testament didn't exist.
Well, I just don't understand. I'm looking right now at Matthew and Luke, like you were saying, the contradiction. So I'm curious about this. But I was just looking at the Greek of Luke 2, because I'm trying to understand when it's talking about like the census and the governor of Syria. This word like prote
means first.
It says it can also mean before in certain contexts.
That wouldn't make any sense then, because Nazareth is not part of Judea. Also, so it wouldn't have made any sense.
So if the census was before Quirinius was the governor of Syria,
then it wouldn't have made any sense.
How?
Because Joseph isn't from Judea. He's from Galilee, which was considered to be part of Syria at a certain point in time. Because there's lower.
But how can you prove that it was part of? It says he went up from Galilee.
It doesn't say he goes up from Galilee. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yes, it does. Luke 2:4 says, and Joseph went up from Galilee.
Oh, you're reading some like, what is that, King James Version or something?
Nope, it's the ESV.
Okay, well, the NRSV doesn't have the word up, because that wouldn't make any sense, because it's north of Judea. That being said, as far as that goes, unfortunately, no. There's only one census, and Acts explicitly talks about that census in its story about Judas the Galilean.
Well, but if there was one sentence, but the timeline in Luke was referring to before instead of during, when he was actively when he was the governor versus the Greek could point to it.
When Acts says the census, that is somehow a different census than the other census that the same author was talking about in his previous book?
No, and there's also not proof of like the exact sentence date, because you don't know. It's just you're basing it off of when the leaders.
Yeah.
You know, when
so that would need to be when Quirinius is governor of Syria, which starts in 6.
But see, the word when, that's why I was looking at the Greek. I'm just curious, because it says it can mean
you think
before.
That it's talking about a census that happened before Quirinius was the governor of Syria, that we don't have
Well-
any evidence for whatsoever, and they mention Quirinius, the governor of Syria, in it?
Right, that's what I'm trying to, because that's what the Greek says. And you look up the
No, it
Greek. I'm
doesn't.
curious what you think.
Proto means the first. That's literally how every single translation of the New Testament into English says it. It does not say anything about before. Find me an English translation of the Bible that says the census that was taken before Quirinius was governor of Syria.
Well, so can you show me the Greek translation then?
I would like, yeah. I am literally looking at the translation from the Greek, and it says it was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. Let's go ahead and take a look at your ESV, all right, to see if it says before, all right?
No, it doesn't say before.
Okay, yeah. So
some of the Greek.
what you're doing is you're going back to the Greek to possibly look for something, anything, everything, because, and this is what's going on here, when you take a look at the census of Quirinius, and it's actually explained what you're doing here, even on a Wikipedia page. It says the Gospel of Luke uses the census of Quirinius to date the birth of Jesus, but also cites the time of Herod the Great, who died between 5 BCE and 1 CE. The only reason 1 CE is given is because of one particular historian who tried to claim that. While the Gospel of Matthew only references Herod the Great, most critical scholars agree that Luke is in error, and this is what you do. While some religious scholars have attempted to defend the gospel, sometimes invoking unproven claims, we have an inscription that talks about the census. It is explicitly in 6, all right? That's when it begins. Josephus talks about this census. It happens in 6. He also talks about Judas the Galilean, all right, who is literally mentioned in Acts and in reference to the census that is written by, and that book is written by the same person who wrote Luke chapter 2. When he refers to the census, he's referring to one particular one. It's the one that got everybody riled up, and it's the one that would actually involve Judea. We don't have any evidence of any other census. You're pulling this out of your ass, and you're reading some apologetics that's also pulling that out of their ass. There is no evidence whatsoever that the word proto there, in the way that it's applied, would mean before, because literally all English translations of it say during. All right? If it meant something before it, then at least one of the English translations would say before. But they don't, because literally every single translator knows something you don't know, and that's that this is very clearly during the time of Quirinius.
So you don't think that would have just been even just...
You think that
like
the word in Greek meant something else, and literally
Well, no.
all people who have ever translated it to English got it wrong?
Like even just the translations over time, like, I don't know, I'm curious if you think that that's even
every single
possible.
one of the translators got it wrong? All of them.
Well, you would just need one person to get it wrong, and then that would continue.
No, that's not how that works. Do you think that the NRSVU was based off of the ESV?
I didn't say that.
Okay, well that's dumb as shit. Do you not think that they're going back to the Greek and translating the Greek? What the fuck
For
do you
which
think
version?
they're doing? Literally any. You don't think the NRS? You are trying to imply that only one of them has to say it, and then the others will just base themselves off of that. As long as I can show that any other than just one version, like as long as I can show you that two go back to the Greek, that literally proves you wrong. Because they're not. What was everybody else basing off of two different translations?
You don't
What you're
think
saying
Luke's
is that all these Christians
interpretation
who
of
have
this
translated into
situation-
English got it wrong. All of them. All
No,
of
I
them
didn't
got
say
it
that.
wrong.
I'm just
Well,
trying to figure out
not
if
a single one of them says what you think.
if Luke's interpretation of the situation was different than Matthew's, and so
It
their
wouldn't
understanding of
it wouldn't line up either way. It wouldn't line up either way because, again, not only are the genealogies contradicting, but also the story of what happens to Jesus also contradicts. It is impossible for Jesus to have fulfilled the laws and everything like that. They're in, or not Jesus, but Mary and Joseph to fulfill the laws of Moses. They're in Jerusalem, where Herod would have lived, and then go to Nazareth as soon as they're done. But also for them to go directly from Bethlehem to Egypt and hang out until Herod is dead. And then go to Nazareth.
So you're saying it wouldn't make sense for them to do that?
No, it's impossible. How is that possible? How is it possible for them to go from Jerusalem to Nazareth, but also from Bethlehem to Egypt?
Well, how is it impossible?
Because of the time.
I mean,
You're trying to say that this all happens at the same time, right? That these two stories actually are perfectly aligned with each other?
I mean, the Gospels? Or are you saying the
Sweet. So
birth
where
of?
does Matt? So when Luke 2, I'm going to go ahead and pull up this particular verse. When Luke 2 says that after they were done fulfilling the laws of the Lord, they went
Where does
back
it
to
say that?
Nazareth. We're going to go ahead and pull this up because I know you've never read the fucking Bible. It says when they had finished everything required by the law of the Lord, they returned to Galilee to their own town of Nazareth.
And that's Luke 2:39.
Yep. So when do they go to Egypt? From Bethlehem.
I mean, when they performed everything according to the law of the Lord, they returned into Galilee,
Yep, that's in Jerusalem.
their own town of Nazareth.
That's in Jerusalem. It literally has
So you're
them in
saying that-
Jerusalem since verse 22. It literally says, when the time came for their purification according to the laws of Moses, it's almost like I knew what I'm fucking talking about. They brought him up to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord. Now, where do you think Herod the Great lives? Where do you think he lives?
I don't know. You tell me.
Where do you think the king of Judea lived? You have no idea?
I don't have the historical evidence.
Ah, okay. Well, you have the Bible, and it says that he lives in Jerusalem. So, what?
So you're saying that they wouldn't have been able to perform the law of the Lord?
They perform it in
because
Jerusalem,
they're-
is what it says in Luke. And then it says after they're done, they go to Nazareth.
Okay.
But this says that he is born in Bethlehem, and he goes from Bethlehem, where people are trying to unalive Jesus, down to Egypt. And then it says, after being warned in a dream, he went away to the district of Galilee. There he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He would be called a Nazarene, which also isn't even in the Old Testament, but whatever. So, it's a contradiction, man. It's okay. I know it hurts your brain, but it's a contradiction.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to look at,
Do you,
kind
though?
of trying to understand. Well, that's what I'm just trying to understand. That's why I just don't understand the point. Like
The
I'm just
point
trying
is
to
that
follow
it's a
the.
contradiction, and you can't possibly be born 10 years before you're born. Even
So
the natural Jesus
you
that's
don't-
presented in the New Testament didn't exist.
But you
This
don't
isn't
think it's
the only
possible.
contradiction, though.
But you don't think it's possible that they would have omitted a detail that would have explained how, the timeline of where Jesus went after his birth?
He'd still presented in that particular way that doesn't line up. Sorry.
Yeah, but just
If you
because
want to go
something
ahead
wasn't
and add something
included.
into a text, I'm sorry.
No.
No, it doesn't say that it's not included, or it's not that it's not included. It's that it explicitly says in the Gospel of Luke that after they were done, they went to Nazareth. It doesn't just say, oh, sometime later they went to Nazareth. It says when they had finished everything required by the law of the Lord, they returned to Galilee. That's what
So
it
you don't think
explicitly
that
says.
it doesn't, but you don't think there's any kind of,
Mhm.
thing between those. There's no kind
Where
of
they
other
go back
thing.
to Bethlehem? It doesn't.
Like, just
it
because-
explicitly tells you where they went. Words mean words, man. That's how that works.
Right, but
You
I mean,
think that,
even in Luke,
you think
can
that
see
this
that
means this instead of saying when they had finished everything required by the law of the Lord, they returned to Galilee to their own town Nazareth. That really means they returned back to Bethlehem and then hung out in Egypt for a long time and then went to Nazareth. Also, it says that they are explicitly from Nazareth in this particular book. In Luke, it says they go back to Nazareth because he came from the town of Nazareth, which is what you tried to read earlier with that word up, if you remember. Unfortunately, it never says anything in Matthew about Joseph being from Nazareth. In fact, he just kind of happens to go there because he was actually trying to go back to Galilee, or not Galilee. He was trying to go back to Judea. It
But
says,
he doesn't say.
Listen, it says,
I'm
then
listening.
Joseph got up, took the child and his mother, and went to the land of Israel. But when he had heard that Archelaus was ruling Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go to there. And after being warned in another dream, he went away to the district of Galilee. There he made his home in a town called Nazareth. He's not even from Nazareth. He just happens to go to Nazareth in this book. There's a ton of contradictions.
Right, but you don't think it's possible that Luke would have compressed the timeline and not, omitted certain events of the story, like
And
in
just
every
made
single
up the
detail
fact
of
that
where
they were
they.
from Nazareth before?
Well, not making up, just from
I mean,
his
he says they
understanding
were
of
from
his
Nazareth.
historical
Okay, so his
account.
understanding is different. That's my point. It's a contradiction. Anything else?
Well, Luke and Matthew,
Are
them being
contradicting. Yes.
eyewitnesses.
Nope, they're not
Them being
eyewitnesses. They're not eyewitnesses. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Nowhere in Matthew does it say it's written by an eyewitness, and nowhere in Luke does it say it's written by an eyewitness. In fact, even if you think it's written by Luke, Luke wasn't an eyewitness. He was a doctor, apparently, who traveled around with Paul, who also wasn't an eyewitness of Jesus. Congratulations. You're stupid for 2 reasons. Do you have
Well,
anything else?
I never said they were eyewitnesses of Jesus, but
Cool. Well, nevertheless, it's still contradictory.
okay. So you just think, so you're taking,
Yep, I'm taking the
like,
words to mean words, and they are
reading.
contradictory.
Okay, so just the
I mean, if
timelines
you would
just
like
don't
to
match
add
up.
to the
is what-
Bible, go ahead and admit that you like to add to the Bible.
No,
But
I never. I'm
taking
not
a look
adding
at the story.
anything.
I'm taking a look at the story, and I'm saying that it is contradictory because it's contradictory.
Right, and
Mhm.
like them saying that they did the certain timeline, like it's not saying that that certain things didn't happen just because they fulfilled their, duties according to the law doesn't mean they didn't go somewhere else. It doesn't say that he didn't. Like you
That-
can't prove that
no,
he
it
didn't.
explicitly says where they did the purifications, and then it says as soon as they were done, they went back to Galilee. That's what it says. That's what it says.
Right.
You're adding to the text. You're trying to add to the text in order to make it sound like it's even remotely close to the same thing, and it's not.
Well, I'm not adding to the text.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
just saying, what if
does
there were
it say
things
anything in
that
the Gospel of Luke about him going back to Bethlehem after Jerusalem?
Well, I'm not saying those things
Does it say
are
anything?
in the text.
I'm gonna ask you this yes or no question again. Does it say anything in Luke about him going back to Bethlehem after the purification rites in Jerusalem?
I mean, not that I can see, but
Okay,
that doesn't
yeah,
mean that it
not
didn't
you can see,
happen.
and it's a yes or no. Does it say in Luke that he went back to Bethlehem after Jerusalem? Yes or no? It's just a yes
Not that
or
I
no.
can see.
It's a yes or no. Does it say in Luke that he went back from Jerusalem or went back to Bethlehem after Jerusalem?
I don't have Luke memorized, so I would have to reread it. But
Okay, cool. I'm going to try this one more time, and I want you to be intellectually honest for the first time, Christian. Listen. In the Gospel of Luke, does it say he went back to Bethlehem after Jerusalem? It's a yes or a no.
and I'm telling you, I don't have it memorized, so I'd have to.
Cool. The answer is no. Also, it's a contradiction. It doesn't matter how much you squirm and try to wriggle out of it, it is a contradiction. 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. You don't even know your Bible. You are a horrible representative for Jesus.
Well, I just don't.
All right. We're going to go ahead and move on. $5 from vegancat_10 that says, thank you for entertaining us all while spitting facts. So let the queef be with you. You know, one of these days, all this nonsense is going to end. All right. Imprinting 8, what you got?
My question is why you keep bringing up Bible verses when you're trying to prove Jesus existed? Like, it doesn't
I want
matter.
you to prove that Harry Potter didn't exist without ever invoking anything from the books.
He is a fiction or non-fictional character. So
How do you know?
How do I know? Because the writer of the book believes in
Nope,
Jesus
sorry,
Christ.
you can't bring up the book. Nope, you can't bring up the book.
Oh, the writer of the book.
You can't bring up the book.
I'm not bringing up the book. I'm bringing up the writer, J.R. Tolkien. She said it wasn't. So obviously
When did
it
she
wasn't.
say that it wasn't? And how did she
And
prove
she wrote
it?
the book.
How did she say that to prove it? How do you know she wrote the book?
So now you're arguing.
How do you know she wrote the book?
Now you're arguing
How do you know
something
she
that
wrote the
doesn't
book?
even make sense.
How do you know she wrote the book? Does it say it
You're
in the
not
book
even
that she wrote
arguing-
it? Does
I'm
it say the
proving to
name
you-
on the book? Yeah, it's almost like you got to talk about the book if you want to actually give an internal critique about something. That being said, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
That's not even true.
Yeah, it
because
is. Do you have
Jesus
any evidence
wasn't
for
just
Jesus or
the
Paul?
book. Jesus wasn't just written in the
Cool,
Bible.
awesome.
He
Well,
was
show me
written
any
outside
other
of the
evidence.
Bible.
Sweet. Then show me any other evidence for him. And he went to he went to YouTube. Yeah, he probably went to YouTube or went to Google. Go ahead and find it there for us and come back. Did he say J.R. Tolkien? He may have. Dumbasses. What you got for us, man? What'd you find? You're back off the app, man. I can't hear you. I can't hear you when you're off the app, man.
All right, Cornelius Tactius.
All right. That's not how you pronounce his name, but what does he say? I can't hear you when you're off the app.
He just has a writing of him.
What does he say about him?
He was stating that Jesus was a human being.
He doesn't say the name
He
Jesus.
never stated he was God.
Never
he didn't
says the
say
name
he's
Jesus
God.
either.
But you're trying to disprove something that can't be really
He
disproved.
never says the name Jesus, so it's obvious you haven't read it. Would you like to try again?
Can you prove that he didn't write it?
He never says the name Jesus.
Can you prove it?
Yeah.
Do it.
All right. So, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pull up the oldest manuscript that we have of Tacitus. That's how you pronounce his name. Tacitus's Annals are originally written in 116. Originally written in 116, this manuscript is from the 11th century. Let's see.
From when?
The oldest manuscript is from the 11th century. I want you to find me the name Jesus in this text. And the line, by the way, that you're looking for is right here. Where's the name Jesus?
I don't read that scripture, so I don't know. I don't
That's
know.
good because it's not scripture.
Well, you're right, but I don't know the language.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and tell you. Nowhere in here does it say Jesus. At best, what you're maybe looking for is the word Christus. Is that what you're looking for?
Sure.
All right. Well, Christus, is that a name or is that a title?
It's a title.
So he doesn't say the name Jesus at all, I guess. Is Christus the name that, or is Christus what they would have put on a crucifixion record? Or would they have put his actual name, like Yeshua or the Greek or Latin variant?
Well, when Jesus was, well, I guess
When
we
Pilate
can't
put the
really
sign above
talk
his
about
head,
it
does it
because
say
it never
Christ?
existed.
When
it never
Pilate put the
existed
sign
to
above
you.
his head on the cross, does it say Christ?
Yes, it says King of the Jews.
Is that the word Christus?
Yes.
No. That would be Rex, which is like
It's
I-N-R-I?
King. King Christ.
Have you ever seen like paintings of Jesus or whatever, and there's like a little sign that says I-N-R-I? Yeah, that's because Rex means king.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is that the word Christus? Is that the word crisis there, dipshit?
Oh yeah, because that's so nice calling people names, right?
Well, you could admit that you're wrong. You could have just done that
What?
to begin with, and I could have explained things to you a little better.
I was listening to what you're saying, my friend.
Nope, you were trying to say that he put Christ above his head when it literally never says that. And then you tried to say King of the Jews, and then you tried to say the King of the Jews meant Christ. No, it doesn't. Christ means anointed. You got anything else for us?
Well,
Well,
I mean, if we can't look at historians and what they wrote.
Well, unfortunately, this is something that's probably not even written by that historian, considering the fact that Christ is what the Christians call him, but wouldn't be what anybody like a soldier or any kind of arrest record would have said. This is interpolation later. Someone has added this to the text. It also goes on to say, by the way, that Pontius Pilate was a procurator. This is the word over here for procurator. Pontius Pilate was not a procurator. He was a prefect. Judea didn't even have procurators until the decade after Pilate was dismissed. It's pretty obvious that this is just something from a later person who is writing this into the text and trying to make it sound as if Jesus was mentioned by Tacitus. I'd also like to point out that over here in the margins of the text, we have this word. This is Christians, all right?
Right.
The reason that it's over in the margins is because the text itself didn't actually say Christians. It said Christians with an E. You see this little eraser part or this little gap?
Yeah.
That's because the I in the word crisis right here looks kind of like a Y. Here's the I in the word Tiberius. Here's the E in the word Tiberius. This used to be an E, which means he was talking about a group called the Christians with an E. Now, I'm perfectly fine with that being the same group. Unfortunately, the word Christians appears in a Latin inscription over in Rome that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. That's before the Christians even say that they're first called Christians in Antioch in the book of Acts in the 50s. Uh-oh.
Well,
so sounds like they started their religion without this Jesus character. Don't know how to break it to you, other than to just let you know. The Christians/Christians, there was a mystery cult, probably based off of the worship of Serapis, who was a god that was, it's like a Greco-Egyptian god, worshipped in Asia Minor as well as Alexandria, which were hotbeds for Christianity later. In fact, there's a particular a letter supposedly written by Emperor Hadrian in the 130s to his friend Servianus down in Alexandria, who says, the Christians in Alexandria worship Serapis. A bishop of Christ is none other than a bishop of Serapis. It's a mystery cult that worships a completely different god. The Jesus story is a mythology that they just come up with in the 2nd century, in the middle of the 2nd century. It's not a real story. It didn't happen. So later on, they tried to edit certain historical texts like Tacitus or Josephus in order to make it look like people were talking about Jesus the entire time. And we can tell that they are interpolating because the lines don't fit with the actual historians who are writing. That's the problem.
I see.
At the end of the day, a mystery cult came up with a mythology. I understand that this might be a lot for you to take in. So I feel like what we should probably do is go ahead and move on to the next guest. But nevertheless, this is not a real story. Now, if you get something out of the story, that's fine. If you like read the story and you're like, oh, it makes me feel good, whatever. I don't think that's a very good idea, but sure, whatever. But the story itself is not a real story. It did not happen in history. So we're going to go ahead and move on to Phoenix. Yeah, I think that guy was crying. All right. Let's see. We'll go ahead and move on to Phoenix here. Also, before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and get the, let's see, the super chats. Let's see, $4.99 from Hardwork8395. Thank you very much. Says, these dishonest POSFF Christians easily and without impunity point out contradictions in other religious texts. They never tried to harmonize those. That's a good point. As soon as there's a contradiction in like the Quran or the Book of Mormon and stuff like that, they're like, oh my God, there's a contradiction. That means it's false. Sure, yeah, I'll agree with you. But there's massive contradictions. We went through like 4 or 5 of them in just one instance alone. There's the genealogy problem. There's the whether or not he was from Nazareth or went to Nazareth. There's the dating problem itself. There's the problem of like what they like where they go afterwards and stuff like that. Like and when. We haven't even got into the fact that like very clearly, we don't have any record of Herod going off and unaliving an entire tax-paying generation of people over in Bethlehem. That absolutely would have made news. So yeah, there's 4 contradictions and an extra thing in there that just doesn't line up with history. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Said we don't need the slurs. What? Wait, what slurs? What? Oh, Carla. Who's Carla? Who's Carla? Did I talk to a Carla? Oh, no, Carla's somebody who just apparently was in the chat just chirping or something. Okay. On YouTube, every other comment. Let me actually check over there on YouTube. Oh my God, there's so many missing comments. Dear God. It's just people who are just kind of saying stuff. I like on YouTube, one person said Jesus is, and then put a little crown there for a king, I guess. And then someone right after says Jesus is, and then put a skull for dead. Oh my God. This is wild. This is wild. All right. So, if you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. There's 606 people watching on YouTube. Surely someone's got some evidence for Jesus. Surely someone does. Surely someone. Really fast. 2 pounds from Queen Corvos, I guess, says Jesus wasn't his name. It's Yeshua. Well, kind of, maybe, sort of, kind of. So the reason why people say that is because they go, well, Jesus was Jewish, so therefore he would have had a Jewish name, and the Jewish way to say Jesus would be Yeshua or Yeshua. So I get that, like I do, but it never says anywhere in the text that that was his name or anything like that. For all intents and purposes, if this Jesus was real, he would have been speaking Greek, and apparently he was hanging out with people who had just Greek names anyways, like Andros and Philip. So, yeah, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear that his name was Isu in the text, and that's when they actually did spell it out as opposed to using the nomina sacra. So, I don't know. I see why people do that, but nah, his name wouldn't be Yeshua. Like, if you say his name was Yeshua, that's basically you saying, I believe he was a real person. Tony McCrory 5 says, why are you always wearing a cowboy hat? Well, he's from Texas, I can tell by the way. Anyways. The text say is? Well, yes. Yeah, IS. IS with line over the top. Yep, that is true. That's the nomina sacra. We save a horse, ride a cowboy. All right. So, again, CBJ the musical. Yeah. If anybody has evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. 1 Peter 3:15 says to always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned, but do so respectfully. Again, I will read it. This is one particular translation. 1 Peter 3:15. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give a reason for the hope that you have. But do this with gentleness and respect. Again, I've said it before. I'll say it again. If you don't come up here and give me evidence for how you think that Jesus, or why you think that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago, Jesus or Paul, if you die tonight, Jesus is going to look at you in the eyes, dead in your ocular nerves, and he's going to say, get thee behind me, Satan. I never knew you. Depart from me. You didn't take time out of your busy schedule, to go tell that guy who wears a fucking cowboy hat on YouTube or TikTok, you didn't take the time to go tell him that I existed 2,000 years before you and give the evidence for it. Sorry. If you don't give evidence for Jesus or Paul existing 2,000 years ago, you're letting God down, according to the Bible. And when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. The same puppy twice. I don't make the rules. I don't break the rules. Look it up. It's in the book of Exodus. Look it up. Look it up. $2 from Zeno Lapudre says, a sigh from Venus, soft and shy. What wind am I? Hashtag save the puppies, everybody. Hashtag save the puppies. Come on up. I want to hear from you. Gonna need those puppies to survive. The real Jazeel on TikTok says, if all that is fake, why are you guys here? Because there's a lot of people who believe that it's real, and then will allow for the belief that it's real to impact how they treat other people and how they even vote every year. So we need to, as a society, believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible. I'm also trying to encourage people to be able to question their beliefs. Sort of kind of like, what's his name? Thrail?
Fuck off.
Yeah. Anyways, point is, whoa, that was pretty cool. The point is, again, if you've got any evidence for Jesus, I want to hear it. We should absolutely stop believing crazy things. Society is benefited when we do so. Wu-Tang Clan, ain't nothing to fuck with, says, do you know anything about the Talmud? Yeah, to some extent. A little bit. I would, AZ Mike. I would.
Arby's, we have the meats.
$1.99 from Tracy, formerly Ianto, that says, will you be my puppy? I don't even know what that means. Concha? I'm in Concha, okay. Anyways. She wants to sacrifice you? Yeah, maybe. What's your favorite Texas barbecue place? Oh, man. So... That's a good question. I know that... So, technically, this isn't going to really mean much to people, but there is... In the area that I live in, the town that I live in, there's a lot of, like, barbecue, like, cook-offs and stuff. And just like people who just cook barbecue in their backyard and stuff like that, you know. And truth be told, that's going to be better than some joint every time. I mean, I like Hard 8, but like just some backyard barbecue. All right. The best Texas barbecue is in upstate New York. Okay, what I'm going to go ahead and do there is going to go ahead and give you a nice little mute there, AJ. Railroad, you said? Yeah, Hard 8's pretty good. Yeah, Hard 8. Yeah, she said Hard 8 as well. Hard 8's very good. But again, just cooking in your backyard. That's the neighborhood barbecue. That's probably going to be the best. All right. So, really quick, and I understand that some people don't know this. So, I get YouTube strikes whenever that happens. So, as really quick, I've got to take down your name, but don't send those things or you're going to catch a block. All right? I hate to be that cruel and stuff like that because yeah, they're funny, but I get YouTube strikes when I get those. So, don't send them again. You got a warning, but don't send them again. Okay. Let's see. Marv34001, $4.99 says, you keep mentioning Tacitus and what? Oh, anals. no, not Tacitus's anals. Tacitus's annals, like. And then it says, watch your mouth, bruh. Nasty as fuck. No, that's not what I meant.
And boom goes the dynamite.
No.
Bruh.
$2.79 from Kazak says, Kevin, just make a TikTok and call in. Stop whining. So apparently there's somebody named Kevin on YouTube who's whining. Let me check. No, Queen. You can put it in the chat, but you can't make it say it. Man. Host really should be able to block. I wish that you could. If TikTok allowed for that, then I would just do that or whatever. But I mean, man, it's terrible. Okay. Taking a quick look at the chat. Is there a guy named Kevin in here who's just like whining or something? Someone said, FYI, never tell your exact location or places you go to. Hard 8. Hard 8's fucking awesome. I'm not telling you where I'm from. Anyways. In fact, that should be... We should do like a little CBJ meetup over there. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. A hard 8 meetup. Hard 8 meetup. I'll have to get with Queenie to talk to her about that. There we go. Meet me at Hard 8. There we go. CBJ barbecue. Hell yeah.
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
Hard 8 meetup. I get it. All right. Let's see if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul. Please come up. Upstate New York barbecues. What the hell? If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Come on up. I know that there's some Christians out there who are thinking, man, this guy, I got to go up and I got to tell him. I got to tell him that Jesus and Paul actually did exist. But I just don't have a way to really get it across to him. Especially since I'm probably just going to bring up old hat. Like that guy or that guy that's clearly been brought up a fuckload of times. I don't know. Or if you're on YouTube, you could also send a super chat. Either click the link in the chat or send a super chat, and I will respond to it. Why is George Washington up there? Because some people literally said, "Hey, did George Washington even exist?" It's really dumb, but people do it. I need to put something about the shroud up there. I probably should. I've got Grandpa up there, but it only came up one time. I thought it comes up a lot more often. I don't know. Yeah, they have today earlier there. Giannis. Is it Giannis contra Mundum? What is that? John against the world? Oh, really? You're muting the shroud in the YouTube? I mean, it's fine. It's okay, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. KC barbecue overrated as fuck too. You need to redo the board. It's messy. Yeah, I should probably go ahead and redo it. It pisses me off. Not the Shroud of Tourism. The Shard of Turden. Nice. Jerry knows Latin. What? No, I didn't. Is that what that means? It means John against the world? All right. Also, Ron Wyatt gets muted only for a minute. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Again, if you've got a comment there on YouTube and you want me to read it, or you have a message for me or anything like that, or a question, or just want to call me a douchebag, if you send it into Super Chat, I will read it out loud and respond to it. Or you can click the link that's in the chat and come on up. If you're on TikTok, the request button is there or down there. TikTok is how I take guests. YouTube doesn't allow for me to do that. But please, come on up. Douche canoe. No, do not do that. Dr. Jim, do not do that. For some reason, people are just hanging out, but they're not coming up. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. Stop inviting. It's inviting me. I'm speaking right here. He can see it and answer. You know what? You're right, Time. I'm going to go ahead and invite you, and then I'm going to go ahead and mute you for the entire live. Look at that. Now you can't comment. The only way that you can talk is by coming up. $1.99 from Online Zimpai says, I was told I could call you a queef on here. God damn it, doctor. Like, really? And then someone liked it. The 3 people liked it. You animals. All right. It was a matter of time. Yeah. Nicholas Graves. What's up, man? How's it going? Yeah, me. Immediately. 8 people have liked that comment. That's insanity. All right. I'm innocent. You are not. Blood on your hands. All right. Storm says, I need you to add up how much money you made. It's not as much as you think, because a lot of people just kind of say it like it's a $2 there for like once, but like a lot of people will say it a bunch of times, and there's 9 likes. So we are all middle-aged children, pretty much. Ooh. Yana says I didn't. All right, come on up. Come on up if you got evidence for Jesus or Paul. Otherwise, we're just kind of chilling, and I guess you guys admit that there's no Jesus or Paul. You think the proto-Catholics were just making their richest member the Pope? No, probably not the richest member. I think they're just kind of voting for maybe someone who was aligned with the ideas and kind of had a decent grasp over stuff that they were looking for, which is kind of what they do now. $2 from Solitary Mind 420 says, show your luscious locks for the ladies. I don't have luscious locks. My hair is crazy because of this whatever this is, the straw hat. The straw hat makes the hair go wild. Yeah, no. These are not luscious locks in the least bit. Sorry, guys. It's just very curly, crazy stuff. All right. My son has your hair. Yeah. Well, that's because he's... Anyways. How did he get it? Your hair needs Jesus. Yeah. Let's agree. I disagree. Looks like there's a little less than yesterday. A little less what? A little less what? We found Jaren's wife? No. Oh my god. It took one comment for people to start shipping up Lady Huggy and Christ Before Jesus. Oh, about the hair? What? See, wait, Joel was talking about my hair? What? Say what? All right. Jaren Huggy's in a tree. PISS? No. Haven't historians already proven that Jesus existed? Well, I'd like to hear from you. Here, let me request up or invite you up. Yeah, Jaren is in no position to talk about hair. Oh, yeah. Edward's Dilemma, $1.99 there on Super Chat says, I'm taxiing on the runway in Tampa, Queef. I was just interested in knowing where you were, and then you had to just fucking ruin it. $4.99. Hard work, $83.95. Congrats on your new child. and happy birthday. What? What are you talking about? What does it mean? Are you talking about what? Anyways, it's also not my it's very clearly not my birthday. Very clearly not my 17 likes on that other comment that Dr. Ajim decided to make people say. The child with the hair. Apparently my new kid is a child who is already alive and doesn't even live in the same country as me. It's my nephew's birthday today. Oh, very nice. Very nice. All right. That's enough for a nephew. No, it's not my Zazbo. Rude. Frick. Sorry, not sorry. All right. Ben says, okay, but Josephus mentions Bart Ehrman in his ancient prophecy. No, the rod of God. No. Nyoku says Marcion critics lied about text origins for Matthew, Hebrew, Septuagint, miracles, etc. Maybe a cat? Maybe. Yeah, maybe it was a cat. No, it's not. Yana. Definitely not.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pet that dog?
All right. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You just got to kind of sit back and just let it just happen until finally they just tire themselves out saying happy birthday and shit. No, Aaron. Oh my God. All right. $1.99 from Online Zenpai says maybe Jesus needs to prove you exist. That sounds like some of the arguments I've actually heard.
Bruh.
Gave you phrasing. Yeah. Thought he wasn't real. Gotcha. Checkmate, atheist. Hippie bath day. Jorka. Okay. Jesus. I'll never tire out. I have unlimited stamina except when I do anything active. Next Bible trivia night. I don't know. We got to do one here before long. Chat has devolved. It really has. Again, any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Surely I don't need to do a restart on TikTok. Surely not, right? Right? Should I? Okay, should I? Do you think I should?
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
All right. We got a yes from Aaron and a yes from Huggy. I got a yes from Aaron and a yes from Huggy. And one of them is my wife. And it's not the Canadian. All right. I will see you guys here in a second here. Gonna go ahead and restart. All right, we're restarting over there on TikTok. If you are on YouTube and you want to come up, click the link that's in the chat there in just a moment, because in just a moment we're going to be able to take guests. All right, if you got any evidence for Jesus and Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Over there on YouTube, what things looking like over here? There's a bunch of people just saying a whole bunch of stuff. Do you speak Spanish? The only Spanish I know in response to that is no. Italian guy. What you got?
Yeah, your book is bullshit.
Okay. Why?
Salametry is not accurate, bro.
Okay. Why is it used by Christians then?
For Christians?
Mm-hmm. Why do Christians use it? Like whenever they tried to find out like the JPD theory, or when they tried to find out the 6 or 7 different authentic letters of Paul that they claim, that's using stolometry. Why do they use it if it's not accurate?
They use it in conjunction with other things.
That's what I do.
Yeah. So salametry by itself is not an actual accurate representation.
That's why
of
we
the
use
myth.
it in conjunction with other things. Did you not read the
And
book?
what do you use it with?
The writings of the church fathers?
Yep, exactly. That's the problem.
So I shouldn't use the writings of the church fathers?
Exactly.
Okay. So the church fathers are inaccurate, and stolometry in and of itself is inaccurate, even though Christians use it. And what do they use it in conjunction with?
They use salametry in
Along
conjunction
with what?
other authors of different books from similar
Yeah, exactly.
time.
Yeah. So church fathers.
Yeah, but you use other people as well.
Like who?
You use writings outside of the Bible.
Like that would be the church fathers, which is what the Christians use, which is what you just admitted to.
Wait. No. Not entirely.
Okay. So what text from that time do they use it in conjunction with? When they say that Paul wrote 6 or 7 of the Pauline epistles using stolometry, what did they use it in conjunction with?
Yeah, they're using it in conjunction with different people from that time frame outside
Like
of the
who?
Bible. Yeah, they're using it with like people like Flavius, Clement, different people.
And that would be a church father, and Flavius, they do not use it in conjunction with that.
They do. They use Flavius to Titus.
That wouldn't
people
make
like
any
that.
sense because neither one of those mentioned Paul. So how would that have anything to do with Paul?
Okay, I will be back.
Yeah, good luck with that, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. If anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. And also, let's see here. I believe that deserves this.
Flawless victory. Fatality.
If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Narrator. He won't be back. I'm Morgan Freeman. He wouldn't be back. Tail tucked. Zach says, Jaren, you forgot that they know because of Josephus, Tacitus, Pliny, and J.R.R. Tolkien. Anyways. Morgan Freeman voice, yeah. Why do you think religions formed so many early sects like in Mormonism? Because whenever religions start, it's not so people want to kind of jump onto the train of like power and whatnot. They like the idea of something coming out and or they like the idea of control. They like the idea of power. They like the idea of fame and stuff like that. And in some cases, they like or not like, but they want to make sure that the message stays the same. But no religion can stay the exact same for that long. You have to have people who are able to kind of explain certain things or interpret it in different ways. Even one of the loudest religions that tries to say that their book has never changed, even though it definitely fucking has, which is Islam. They still have imams who are able to explain certain things or bring the concepts of the book into the modern era as best they can. Now, the point is, some people, this requires that people speak and give their opinions on certain things or their interpretations, and others are going to disagree with you. So you're naturally going to have disagreements which lead to splits. It's that simple. Even if the whole thing is true, over time, you're going to end up with multiple splits. You're going to end up with multiple sects of that particular religion simply because someone disagrees with just how you're running things, disagrees with your interpretation of something. or it's possible that one person just does something bad. They could agree on things. They could just agree, but one person just does the wrong thing. There's a church not too terribly far from where I live that had a problem with like a preacher who did something like some kind of sex crime, obviously. And as a result, it split the church in half. And when that happens, you could have the same theology, but now you have two different churches. And then whenever it becomes like isolated, whenever these two churches become isolated and not in conjunction with each other anymore, they're probably going to end up changing their doctrine at some point in time. And so it just develops like that too. All right. Again, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. What is going on? I think it's... Oh, it's the Vatican. I was like, is that Virginia? Like, what? No, because it says, like, VA whenever you have a flag. Like, it just gives, like, the two letters for it over. So I thought it was a Virginia flag.
So,
I was like,
yeah, so I can give you 3 historians, 2 of which are agnostic, atheist leaning, that 100% attest that Jesus Christ existed as a person.
Oh, you're talking about historians today?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
So,
I don't give. Wait, before.
Oh, you don't care about that? Okay, then.
Well,
so,
no. Listen. I don't give a shit about like the actual historian's opinion. If they have evidence, then just tell me what they say.
Okay.
Tell me what their evidence is.
So I'll give you some evidence. I'll tell you this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did your great grandmother exist? Yes or no?
Should I put that down on the board, guys? Should I? You know what? I'm gonna do it.
Because that same
yes,
logic.
They did. Yes, they did. And
they did.
No, listen.
So that's interesting, isn't it? Because you've never seen. No, I've not finished.
Pilgrim,
I've not finished.
Pilgrim.
I've not finished.
Yeah. Well, listen.
Let me make my point, and then I will listen to you gladly. Fair enough. Yes.
You know what? No. Ahmad muted you because we know where you're going with this. That is a very, very stupid argument. And you should feel stupid for even bringing it up. And the reason why is because I am literally a descendant of my great. It doesn't matter how many times you say great, grandparents. That's it. All right? I am the proof of it. Jesus did not have kids. Paul did not have kids. You cannot use that argument. Now, if you had said like my great aunt or something like that, maybe, because I'm not a descendant of my aunt, but like I can't... I'm not making the statement as to whether or not my great aunt or uncle existed. I don't know. I have no idea. But you're saying that Jesus existed. I'm saying he didn't exist. What you brought up doesn't make any sense. It's not the same type of argument. It's not going to work because we actually do have evidence of my grandparents existing, and that's me. So I'm not going to let you build on top of a faulty foundation, so that's why I stopped you before you kept going on that dumb argument. But if you've got any other arguments or any other evidence for Jesus or Paul, I'd like to hear it.
Not necessarily, but what I will say is, did Plato exist?
Yes.
Did Alexander the Great
Plato
exist?
we have writings from. I think you mean Socrates.
Yeah. So, but you've never seen Plato, correct? Did Aristotle exist?
Aristotle, yes, we have writings from him as well.
Okay, so what you're saying is because Jesus never wrote a single word down.
No,
that's why
you're just asking. No, I never said that. You just asked me if those people existed and why and I told you why
so
those
why
people
do they
existed.
exist?
Listen, Pilgrim. I never stated that Jesus has to do that in order to exist. I never said that. So don't put words in my mouth. All right. You just asked me if those people existed, and I said yes, and I told you why we know that they existed. Is there anything else?
Why are you... Well, I want you to explain to me quite clearly, with evidence, as to why Jesus never existed. If you're going to be so
even the
bold
natural
and clever.
Jesus, as presented in the New Testament, does not line up with what we know about the first century from contemporaries of the time, geography, and archaeology. It also contradicts itself in the natural stories in the New Testament, showing that you're going to have to pick and choose at least sometimes about which story you think actually happened.
Right, so what you need to do now is you need to point me to one of those references that actually shows that there is less evidence for Jesus' existence rather than more
reference. Which reference would you like?
Well, one of those you said was archaeological, which, to be fair, that's flimsy, because you do not have to have a shred of archaeological evidence to prove that somebody existed. There's no archaeological evidence other than writings of Plato. So no, I'm using that.
What did I say about archaeology? What did I say?
That there was no archaeological evidence of Christ's existence.
That's not what I said. Nope. That's not what
and
I
the
said.
Contemporaries of the time. So what did you say?
Again, that's
then?
not what I said. What I said was that the stories of Jesus, even the natural ones, do not line up with what we know from an archaeological standpoint.
Right. So what do we know from an archaeological standpoint?
We know, like, for instance, that John 5, the porticos that are mentioned there, next to the Pool of Bethesda, they are part of an Asclepion, which was built in 130s, which would be 100 years after Jesus' death. Even if you don't think that Emperor Hadrian built them, even though, I mean, it's pretty clear he did, even if he didn't, it's still something that would have to be there post-70, because even as Christian scholar Daniel Wallace points out, these porticos would not have survived the siege of Jerusalem in 70.
Right.
Yep.
So
there you go. So Jesus could not have visited something that shows up 40 to 100 years later.
Okay. So that's one aspect. What was your other points as to why he never existed?
I mean, that was a pretty good one. Do you have any rebuttal?
Yeah, that we'll take that one. But what are the other
Okay,
ones?
well then there you go. The Jesus of the New Testament didn't exist. Sorry, the way that the natural Jesus is presented in the New Testament is impossible.
You gave several points as to why he never existed. That's one of them. What were the other
literally
ones?
all I need is one to work for us to be able to say that the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament didn't exist. I mean, did you want more?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
What's interesting is
what time does Jesus die?
evidence.
What day of the week does Jesus get crucified on?
Well, by tradition, a Friday.
Sweet. So at what time does he get crucified on this Friday?
3 in the afternoon-ish. But bearing in mind...
Why are you saying 3 in the afternoon?
Well, because there is a study from NASA which...
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Also, that's a lunar thing that's
Yeah.
darkness.
But you know how the Gospels describe the darkness and all the rest of it that covered the whole land? That actually lines up with a solar event that's NASA projected, and you can find that on their from their papers and studies and things.
Cool. Yeah. So no, that's a lunar eclipse, and that's not darkness. A lunar eclipse does not provide darkness, and it also doesn't last for 3 hours. And also, that's not mentioned in all the Gospels. So congratulations.
Not all. I didn't say it was mentioned in all the Gospels. I said Gospels.
Okay.
So
well, the Synoptic Gospels, which are based off of one particular Gospel, anyways, that just mentions the darkness. Awesome, but John doesn't. And if anything, it even attempts to try to be written by an eyewitness or anything like that, it would be the Gospel of John, and he doesn't mention the darkness. So congratulations.
Okay. So NASA isn't scientific then?
It's not that it's not scientific. It's that that's not going to help you.
Why not?
Also, that doesn't make any sense, considering the fact that that particular lunar eclipse, again, does not provide darkness for 3 hours. And on top of that, it would happen at the wrong time of day. Because you said that he was crucified at like 3 or something in the afternoon. That's really strange, because when we take a look at Mark... Say what?
No, as we would understand 3 in the afternoon now, I guess.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, well, what it says explicitly here in Mark 15, verse 25, it says it was 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but that doesn't say the point when he died, does it? That says he was crucified.
Well, when he dies, it's noon. That's at noon. So, congratulations, you're still wrong.
I'm happy to be wrong on that.
All right,
I don't care about
You've been wrong this entire time. Any other evidence for Jesus?
Yeah, quite a lot. There's archaeological evidence. Well, not technically archaeological evidence.
All right. Well, any other evidence for Jesus? That was quick. I didn't even have to say anything.
The Shroud of Turin.
All right. It's from the 1300s. Do you have any evidence that it was prior to that.
All right, wait. Let's walk that back a bit. Why is it from the 1300s?
Because it is made using 3-to-1 herringbone weave, which required the technology of a loom that did not exist until the Middle Ages.
Because
the technology didn't exist in the 1st century in Judea and existed in
yeah,
Europe
but,
in the 1300s.
But why is that weave pattern there?
Because that's how the shroud was woven together.
Yes, when it was repaired after it had been damaged by a fire.
You think that the Catholic Church decided to give the repaired parts that they knew were repaired and they had the logs for to different laboratories that came back to 1300s and then decided to change their official stance on whether or not it's real based off of something they knew wasn't accurate?
Well, the lead guy that led the carbon date changed his mind, and I can give you his name. His name was Ray Rogers, and I think he died in 2003.
Okay.
And
do you think I care?
Well, if you cared about facts and evidence,
Yeah,
yes.
sweet. You see what this is? Right here?
No,
What is this?
I'm going to make my point
what
first.
Is this? What is this? See, this
He-
looks like a face.
He wrote a paper.
All right, well, shut up. It doesn't really matter. It's still artwork. Even if you think it's not from the 1300s, it's still artwork because of the fact that a face right here, whenever you get an imprint
You either look
of
at
a
the
face,
facts.
please
You either
listen.
look at the.
I don't give a shit. I am telling you right now that a face is a 3D object. And when you get an impression of a face onto a
Fact.
2D object like a
Fact's a
sheet,
fact.
it's going to look like this. A fact
Fact's
is a
a
fact.
fact. You can't-
Yes, a fact is a fact. And in
You
no way,
can't
shape,
just
or form
believe-
are you going to be able to say that this person actually came back and said, oh, hey, it was something from the 1st century. That is not true whatsoever.
Uncharitable.
At best, what you're going to have to be able to say is, hey, the
can't
guy
just say-
who led this, if you
It's
unmute
uncharitable.
if you unmute while I mute you, you will be disconnected. Okay. So at best, what you'd be able to say is there was a guy who said that something was off. Something was off about the study. At best, that's what you're going to be able to say. But that's not really going to make it go from the 1300s all the way to the 1st century. And it's definitely not going to defeat the fact that it's very clearly artwork. The way that the shroud looks is not possible. Because when you get an actual imprint of someone's face onto a 2D plane, you get the sides of the face. That's what ends up happening. The shroud does not look like that. It looks like someone is just looking directly at the camera when it should look like something like this. What it is it's artwork. It is painted in such a way that it is very clearly artwork. It's as if you were seeing somebody right in front of you or looking at a painting. If you're like, oh, hey, it's not actual paint, it's blood, I still don't give a shit. Do you not think that the people in the 1300s thought that Jesus was bleeding during the crucifixion? Using something like animal blood or even human blood would still be possible. And the shroud has been replicated multiple times, most notably in 2009 by Luigi Maricelli. It has been replicated. It is fake. It is artwork. I don't care when you think it's from, it's still fake. All right. So, moving on. We got someone else here.
Hey.
Hey, what you got?
I want to say this. Like, at first, I thought you were just trolling, but like, I actually tried the same technique you did for Abraham and King David, and I have to tell you,
what do you mean?
It is freaking amazing at pissing off Zionists and Israelis in general. Pretty much, there's as much evidence that Abraham existed as Jesus. Like, there's literally, he's probably just a made-up figurehead.
I guess so. Yeah.
Same for King David. So like, it's
Well,
great.
With
Like,
David, there's a maybe a possibility there.
a smidget, just this ever slightest smidget. Like, there's kings that were supposedly reigned before him that had far more evidence of them existing, like tablatures of taxes being collected and stuff like that. But for him, there's like almost only third party mentions as well after the fact. And it's like, you hold other people to the same standards and suddenly they get so angry too. And I don't know, it's very effective. And yeah, keep up the good work.
All right.
It makes people think.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, no problem.
at the very least, you need to be able to question whether or not what you believe has evidence behind it. And if you find that it doesn't have any evidence, set it to the side at the very least. Or maybe stop believing it, especially if there's evidence against it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it should make anyone think about what they've been told, regardless if it's religious theology or just even modern history, like of things, because people will tell you what they want you to hear to make you compliant for the most part. And yeah, it's sad.
Yeah.
But,
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming up, man.
Hey, take care.
Yeah. Let's see. If you got evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear it. $2 for from Carpet Layin Full, Carpet Layin Fool, I guess maybe. I don't know. It says power writ. So it is written, so it shall be done. All right, I'm gonna copy this over to the TikTok thing. Does anybody have any idea what this person's trying to say here? Because I want to be able to respond to that, but I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about. I really don't. Oh, it's a spell? What? Oh, they're casting spells on what? Maybe it's, yeah, it probably is a joke. That's on what? That's dumb. I mean, no offense to all you witches out there. It's, surely that's okay. Whatever. I mean, what? All right.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, doing pretty good, doing pretty good. You've got the word ass 3 times in your username, but this is Bass Assassin, guys. What you got?
Yeah, so it says Jesus and Paul never existed. So the burden of that would probably be on you. So
Correct.
what is the claim? I mean, how do we know that he did not exist?
Because you can't be born 10 years before you're born.
And what do you mean by that? I mean, like what?
Matthew
how do you
says
prove
that Jesus is born during the time of King Herod, who died in 4 BCE, and Luke says he is born during the time of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who starts reigning in 6 CE and does a census in 6 CE, which is why he's in Bethlehem, meaning that Luke is saying that Jesus is born a minimum of 10 years after Matthew says he's born, and this is
So
impossible.
there's a lot of scholars in the world that aren't even Christian. Some are Jewish scholars. Some are other atheists even. They say that a man named Jesus existed. So do you agree that he existed, or he just didn't exist at all?
No, the man named Jesus as presented by the New Testament did not exist. But, I mean, if you want to say somebody named Jesus did, yeah, Jesus was a fairly common name, or Yeshua was a fairly common name, okay. But that would be a Jesus in name only, or a Gino, as I like to call them, because they don't have anything to do with the guy in the Bible.
So what about Paul? I mean,
He also didn't exist. The first time that we get any mention of Paul is in 144 in the 2nd century. Nobody prior to that mentions him. Same thing it was Jesus, but it doesn't matter.
That's interesting. All right, brother. I'll just I'll look further into that. Thanks for having me up.
No, not a problem. Not a problem. For anybody who is interested in looking a little further into it, Christ Before Jesus is available. There's an ebook for just $3, and me and my data science co-partner, we take a look at the Greek and we chop it up into pieces of the Greek New Testament, and we compare it to itself and compare it to other things from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century CE, as well as some of the 4th and the 1st century BCE, and we try to figure out whether or not it was actually written by the people who it looks like it, they're claiming to be. Written by or during the time, and we actually find out that it's written during the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st. Oh man, we also got other thing. Oh, it's a line from Commandments. What is like? Oh, wait, what? $2 from Carpet Laying Fool says line from Commandments. I don't know what that means. Does that? Was it a spell? Was the point? Was that it was some kind of like a magic spell or something? Like. All right, and then $6.99 Canadian from Kazak says, "Wow, I don't know how to say all that. Exorzamus te omnis immutus spiritus omnis satanica potestus omnis incursio infernalis adversari or something. I don't know. I don't know. It's something that is probably some kind of spell thing. What? All right. Spell these. All right. Soul John, what you got? I got soul, but I'm not a soul John.
You. So can you hear me?
Unfortunately, yeah.
So you're saying Jesus did not exist in the Bible. Jesus in the Bible.
Yep.
Okay, so you do know by saying that are you saying the whole Bible doesn't exist? Like the whole Bible is fake? Is what you're saying?
What?
No, you said Jesus doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you do know that the Bible literally confirms Jesus being not only the Son of God, but being God.
I don't give two shits. He didn't exist.
No. I'm saying
Harry Potter books confirm that he was a wizard. Okay.
Yes. So, and okay. So what you're saying is by saying Jesus doesn't exist, you're saying the whole Bible is false.
When did I say that? I said Jesus didn't exist.
Yes, Jesus is God, according to the Bible.
No, according to the New Testament, and he didn't even exist, so I don't give a shit if you think he's God or not. He didn't exist. What's your evidence he did?
Okay, fine. Okay, since my evidence is, since all the other evidence, other people were saying, you're saying they were wrong, right? Let's start with things that corroborate his birth, right?
All right.
Jesus' birth. Yes.
Jesus' birth, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck to you too. Jesus, when Jesus was born, there was a star.
Prove it.
There was a star.
Prove it.
Okay, yes, I can prove it. There is actually, I don't know if I butchered the name. It's called the Shianu Stele, in Han Dynasty. That was recorded in the around the same time. It's around 5 BC, if I'm not mistaken. I will double check right now, but it proves there was they called that star, and later it was shown that star exactly the time when Jesus was around April, May, when Jesus was thought was born. There was a certain star that corroborated that time as well. And not only that, it wasn't only that time. Later on, even the time of his death, the blackout, the earth going dark or whatever, also collaborated in various steles in Chinese. And later with Christian apologetics, they try to overanalyze.
You think that China saw a star?
No, China saw a star. It also, yes, it's actually, this is historical evidence.
Where?
I literally just told you is in the Han Dynasty. You can search that if you're not sure.
So the Han Dynasty said that there was a star that was over Bethlehem?
No, they.
Oh, okay. Well, then how does it rest above Bethlehem like it says there in the Bible?
Well, what did the Bible say?
It says that it came to rest over Bethlehem.
Yes. Well, no, the exact words stays in the Bible.
The exact words in the Bible?
Yes, the how it was written. You read it.
Let's see here.
Mm-hmm.
It said, let's say, they sent them to Bethlehem. They sent out ahead of them when the star, they said, until it stopped over the place where the child was. It literally stopped.
Yes.
When they saw that the star had stopped. So a star
Exactly,
stops? Like it moves and then it stops? Is this what the Chinese are saying?
Okay, exactly. Okay. Now in the Chinese, there was a star that showed
stop?
the same pattern. Yes, this is stopped. That's why it was recorded.
Oh, it stopped. Okay,
Showed
so the Chinese people said that the star stopped.
No, okay. there's a okay. Well, let me. These Chinese people in Han Destiny are astronomers. They're always looking at patterns in the stars. And around the same time, people is believed Jesus was born. There was a certain star that did the exact thing. And yes, they are Christian apologists try to collaborate that and all that. But according to their studies, you are not looking at the Christian perspective, they're the non-Christian perspective. There's an astronomer at that time that corroborates there was a certain star. Then another star as well, Chinese. I'm not sure if it's Han Dynasty. It talks about the time
so
when
the Han Dynasty at best talks about is a comet. All right.
No,
and
they
comets
actually believe it's a
move.
comet.
But I would like for you to explain how the comet is moving and then stops moving, and
Okay,
rest above
you-
a place and can lead you to a
Okay.
particular city, or
Okay,
apparently a
the-
particular house.
Okay, no. The mistake you get from that is it actually the reason why I'm saying the Chinese is because the Chinese will explain more to you why it's stuck and move and stop. Because these guys
So
are
does a
astronomers.
star move and then all of a sudden stop above like a city or a house?
Okay, the star is written in the Bible didn't stop at the top of the house because if it was
I
that,
don't know what to
if it was
tell you.
that-
It at least stops in a city. It could even
No.
possibly, depending on your reading, it could be a house. It said
No,
until it
re-
stopped over the place where the child was. When they saw that the star had stopped, they were overwhelmed with joy. On entering the house, how did they know what house it was if it was just a city?
Okay, let me explain to you. To them who are seeing it, they would see like the star over, like you see the sign when it's 12 o'clock above stop. It doesn't mean it's actually stopping at the point or down.
All
on
right.
you.
So
Because
how on
remember,
earth
they're wise
does
men.
the stars stop?
That's what I'm saying. It was a phenomenon.
Oh,
It wasn't
so
a
there
natural
was a
phenomenon.
star that not only was seen from China and it was moving, but it
Yes.
stopped.
Okay. In their whatever astronomical whatever views.
Nowhere in China
it
does it
was
say anything about how the star stopped.
yes. No. It's the Han Dynasty. What does it talk about?
The
there?
Han
Or
Dynasty
in the
does
stele,
not
what does it
say
say?
anything about how the star stopped. At best, they talk about
Yes.
a comet which moves.
No.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Those people we actually apologetic whatever they try to interpret that. The astronomers never say that because the original text never talks about the comet because they look at it actually.
I don't
they
know what
look
to
at
tell you,
signs.
man. They never say in the Han Dynasty that this
I
astronomical
can actually show
feature
you.
stopped.
I can
Like it stopped
I can
moving.
show you. No, but I can show you proof that it wasn't a comet because
No, I don't give a shit if you think it was a comet or not. It's the fact that it doesn't stop. This astronomical
No.
thing could not stop.
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you, you say it stopped at the house. I'm trying to prove to you that if it stopped at the house, there's no way the men who came or whatever now people call them the wise men who came would have known the direction. They were using an astronomical the viewpoint.
Okay, does it
to
say
see
in the
star.
Bible that it stopped? That
You
the star was
actually read the
moving and
first
then
one.
it stopped. Did it say that?
Do you actually read
Does
it?
it
Did
say that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So do stars move or comets move and then stop?
No.
Okay. So then I don't give a shit what you think the Han Dynasty was talking about. Doesn't
So,
matter.
like-
So what's your other evidence for Jews or Paul before we move on?
Okay. The other evidence is the other whatever text that talks about the blackening of the sky. 33 years after that weird star happens, corroborating what happened to Jesus.
I know that wouldn't make any sense. The lunar eclipse does not bring darkness, and also that would be in 33, which would be actually 38 years after the star.
Okay, so one thing I actually noticed
So
here,
you think that Jesus
you're
died
using
at the age of 38?
no, you're
Well,
using
unfortunately,
like-
the lunar eclipse is in 33, and this Han Dynasty star is in 5 BCE.
okay.
So
okay,
that
that
would
seems-
so that would mean he dies at the age of 38.
No, did you see that?
Okay.
From
So I don't know what to tell
did-
you. Why are you using both of those points if you didn't already like do the math?
It's not saying. It says 233. It's actually from something. I think from Germany. I'm not sure if it's 28 or from
No,
the
it's
233.
33.
That's the no. It doesn't say 33. Only 33. That's actually like because they were never
There's
that
a
sure
solar
at the
eclipse in
time.
29.
No, they were. I'm saying they were never that sure. They were never that sure. The astronomical signs they actually
What's
changed.
never that sure?
The astronomical readings. They are literally talk about the changing of the heavens.
No, we can use math to figure out exactly the second that the lunar eclipse happens. We can do that
so
now.
why? Okay, so why then couldn't they prove the other existence things that happened in the Bible that happened? Why couldn't they prove that?
I don't even know what you're asking, man.
No. You said prove evidence, right? I'm proving my evidence that there is an event happened.
What
The
event?
blackening of the sky. When Jesus died,
Sweet. So that would be 38 years after this star. So do you think Jesus died at 38?
No, you.
Well,
yeah,
I don't know what to
telling
tell you, man. You tried to say that there was a star that was mentioned by the Han Dynasty when Jesus was born,
Yes.
and that star or comet is in 5 BC. If you think
Yes.
that's if you think Jesus
brother,
was
it's
born during
around-
that time, if you think
It's
Jesus
around
is born,
5 BC.
No, it's in 5 BC. All right. If you think that is when Jesus is born, then unfortunately, 33, which is when we know the lunar eclipse happened, would be 38 years later.
Brother, it was never said it was the lunar eclipse. Even the breaking
There's
out
not
of
an
the
eclipse
temple.
in 33.
That's what I'm saying.
There's
that's what
not
I'm
an
saying, you
eclipse
are
in
wrong.
33. When is what eclipse are you talking about?
Did I ever say it was
What
an
eclipse are you talking about?
The death of Jesus. On the
Which
eclipse of
one?
the-
Which
the death of-
eclipse?
Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Are you not talking about eclipse?
I say the blackening of the sky when Jesus
Yeah, that would
died.
be an eclipse.
So that time, that's what I'm saying. That time,
When?
That's the
Which
one.
one? Which eclipse?
did more than one happen? I'm not sure. What are you talking about?
Not in that area. The
do
closest
you mean
one
not
to
in
that
that-
area is one where the path of totality goes above Judea, and it's in November of 29.
Okay, so you're telling me that in that time it wasn't recorded that the temple, the second temple, which is actually recorded historical evidence, you never tore apart, tore in between.
No, that's not at all.
Oh, so okay.
Literally none of the
Wow.
stories, like the whole
Wow.
curtain being ripped and stuff like that, that didn't happen.
No, that's
They
why- okay,
continued
that was-
doing like animal sacrifices and everything until 70.
in the second temple.
Yes. Until
Brother, the
70
second temple was
for literally 40
the second
years
temple
after.
was destroyed.
In
The second temple
40
was
years
destroyed.
later.
What?
40 years later. It doesn't get destroyed until 70.
So it never.
When
broke
do you
apart.
think
So
the
if
temple
I-
was destroyed?
No. If I not
No.
not
Answer the
same-
question. When do you think the temple was destroyed?
It was destroyed there. The moment I'm telling you.
At
that
the
was
moment of
destruction
Jesus'
the temple.
death?
No, I'm telling you, it's tearing you apart of the
Then
temple.
just
in
answer the
half.
fucking question, dude. What year
brother-
is the temple destroyed?
brother,
What
I'm
year was the
asking-
temple
I'm answering-
destroyed?
I have to check that, bro. I have to check that.
Okay, well then why? If you don't even
It was
know,
like-
why are you using it as an argument?
What do you mean? I'm not using that as an argument. I told you that is actually historical evidence. When you said it's not
Historical evidence for
And I said,
what?
If I show you
For what?
evidence that the moment Jesus died,
God damn,
the
I don't
temple
want to
tore
talk about
apart.
it anymore. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. You're just kind of saying stuff. I don't think he was able to really put it together. All right. Yeah, he knows the date the star showed up, but he can't piece together anything else that makes any sense. He's not really linking anything. He's just kind of saying stuff. All right, Johnson Beach Cleanup.
Hello.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's your name, by the way?
Jorka. You there?
Sorry.
Are you there, man?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. What you got?
Okay, there's a little bit of delay, so have patience with me. I just want to say, like, the the temple was destroyed around like 70 AD, I think. Do you know why it was destroyed?
Say what?
Do you know why the temple was destroyed?
Yeah, because the first Jewish-Roman war between 68 and 70 happened, and there was a siege of Jerusalem, and it was destroyed by Titus.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, but do you know that the Romans, I believe, blamed it on the Christians?
No.
Or they blamed the fire on the Christians?
That's not. That doesn't have anything to do with the temple. That is 64. That is Rome, the fire in Rome, and also the Christians admitted to
Well,
doing it.
has
He left. All right. Next up, PG. That was really weird. You there, PG?
Hello.
Hey, what you got?
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Doing good, doing good.
I would just say like pretty much most historical ancient people, it's gonna be very hard to prove if they actually existed without like some like artifacts and stuff of that nature. Because it was so.
I don't know if you got a call or a text or something, but I can't hear you. There you go. Well, now, you keep going in and out, so I can't hear you. There you go.
And I'm sorry about that, man.
It looks like you're back now, but what's up?
Okay, so yeah, not to make it long, like I was just saying, like yeah, for most ancient people, it's very hard to prove that they existed, right? I would say for the case of Jesus, I'm not going to talk about like miracles and like stars and stuff like that, but there are some ancient philosophers and teachers that are they're not Christian, they're not Jews, they're from different walks of life, and they all they mention him in some of their writings. Say it again, sir.
Like who?
Like Josephus, like damn, I can't even lie. I can't name them. Oh, you have them on the board already. All right, cool.
Yep, this is how many times I've had that conversation in about 3 weeks.
And what do you think about that? You don't believe it's true, or
It's been
how do you feel about
interpolated
it?
into. Josephus didn't actually write that. A later Christian named Eusebius actually added the testimony of Flavianum, which talks about Jesus and his crucifixion by Pilate.
Okay, so you don't. How about the other? Well, another question would be: do you believe that any of the writers of the New Testament are real people, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John? Do you think that those are real people? You know what I'm saying, though?
No. In short, no.
So, okay. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, you don't believe any of those people were actual people?
No.
That actually lived?
Nope.
And so then you think that Paul was not writing to real people as well?
I don't think Paul existed.
So who wrote, Romans, 1st, 2nd
The
Corinthians?
Marcionites.
So those churches, were those real people at the churches as well?
I mean, the Marcionites, yeah. They're students or followers of Marcion there in 130s, early 140s.
So none of those people ever witnessed Paul, is what you're saying either? Like they made a lot of.
Definitely not. We don't have any Christian who says they knew Paul.
Really?
Mm-hmm. There's not a single Christian writing that we have where the writer is saying, I knew Paul personally. There's not a single Christian writer that we have where the person says, I knew someone who knew Paul personally.
I never knew that. Interesting. So all those churches in those different places, they never met Paul in person?
No, we
The
don't have
people
any
there?
writings back to Paul or anything like that. Not at all. And everything is like meant to be read as a collection, which is why people have multiple letters. They don't have like one letter.
Okay. And so
that was a
I
trope
guess
back then, is you would write a whole bunch of different stuff. Seneca, a writer, a
Yeah.
pretty famous writer, there in the
I know
middle
who
of
that
the
is.
first
Yeah, I've
century.
heard
Yeah,
of that.
he wrote 127 moral epistles to a fake person because that's what you did. That was a trope. That was a genre of writing back then, was letter writing, and you'd read it as a collection. The same
So I
thing
guess
goes with Paul.
my next question would be, I guess, so pretty much what you're saying is that the people at the time was real. So we all know like King Herod is a real person. Pontius Pilate is a real person. So you're saying that those real people have been placed in a story with where the other
Similar
characters
to
are not
Barack
real.
Obama being placed into the Amazing Spider-Man comics.
Yes. I understand what you're saying. Okay. I hear you. What other questions would I have? So when it comes to like the crucifixion, you don't believe that any of his followers were crucified in the manner that they say they were in the Bible?
It doesn't say that they were.
So for example, like the early Christian church, they were being crucified and put in like those what do they call it again? I can't think right now. I'm sorry, bro. In the stadiums, you know, I forgot the name of it.
There's no evidence that Christians were.
There's no evidence of that.
No.
Okay.
It's kind of like saying, "Oh, hey, Christians are put on death row here in America." It's like, well, maybe, but for crimes completely different than being a Christian. I mean, I'm sure there were some Christians who got thrown into the Colosseum, but at the end of the day, it's not because they were Christian. We don't have any evidence of that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate you taking time to have me on.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the early Christians absolutely had a persecution complex and or like a martyrdom complex, that kind of thing, and so they would try to say that they were attacked because that makes it sound like the story that you have is that much more important because the world is trying to stop it. So yeah, it's just kind of how it goes. Is that reverse psychology kind of crap, and the Christians absolutely utilized it quite a bit. And so they made up stories about being tossed to lions and shit like that when there's no evidence of that. All right, what's going on? Blasted.
Yo, what's up? So I guess I am like somebody who questions like reality a lot.
What?
Right. So I just want your opinion on something. Like, do you know anything about Eucharistic miracles?
I mean, I know of the claims.
Because there's a couple here where like you know the Eucharist, right?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's basically like a Catholic ritual where you know they hold up the body and the blood of Christ. And there's a couple of miracles where like the blood, like the wine, actually turns into blood.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense now, would it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, there's no evidence whatsoever that that's actually the case. It's just some Catholics who try to say it.
Like, you can look this up.
Yep.
It's pretty interesting.
Not really. It's just some Catholic people saying some shit and some other Catholic people falling for it. But that being said, what does that have to do with 2,000 years ago? That's great. I was asked there in the chat.
Because it ties like straight to Christ, don't you think?
I mean, what does that have to do with whether or not he existed 2,000 years ago?
Because if Christ isn't real, then
how does
like,
wine change the blood? Those are two completely different things. How do you know it's not Dionysus? Dionysus is the Greek god of wine that Jesus quotes in Acts and is very similar to, very, very similar to the Jesus story. So how do you know it's not Dionysus? How did you rule that out?
Because Catholicism is Christianity.
And Christianity is based on Serapis, which is based on Dionysus. Anything else? I mean, how did you determine that it was Jesus and not Dionysus?
I mean, we worship Christ, bro.
Okay. And Dionysus was like a Christ. So how do you know he's not just doing you a solid and still turning it into blood and everything like that?
I mean, you're right, but like I wouldn't see like a reason to do that. It's just
So for starters, the Catholics claim that this happened, and Catholics fall for it. It's not a real thing. In no way, shape, or form does wine turn into blood. That's not a thing. Also, on top of that, as far as like the stories of Jesus go, they're still fake. And even if wine did turn into blood for some weird reason today, that doesn't automatically mean that it's specifically Jesus who's doing it. That's weird. Unless you saw Jesus actually doing it, there's no evidence that he did it.
Have you done any research on it?
I've done research on the Eucharistic miracles and found that it's just a bunch of Catholics just in wishful thinking. But other than that, that doesn't have anything to do with the topic, which is whether or not Jesus existed 2,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Because like a miracle today, even if there was a miracle today, it wouldn't mean that Jesus automatically existed 2,000 years ago. That's the problem.
Okay. But like if there's like a miracle, right? Like what you're saying, right? Like even if it is strange, like wouldn't that mean there's like another realm, quote unquote?
Even if there was another realm, that still doesn't mean the story is true. Like which realm is it? I mean, is it Valhalla? You know, like is it Elysium? Like what is it? You know, like even if there was another realm, that doesn't automatically mean that the realm that of the thing that of the religion that you happen to follow is the correct realm. Like,
Okay,
how did you
but
determine that?
would it rule out
It wouldn't rule
like
out anything.
Christ existing if there is another realm?
Would it rule it out?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that it's ruling it out. It's that it's not getting you really any closer to finding out history.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Jesus appeared to me right now here in my room, all that would mean is that Jesus is appearing in front of me right here, right now in my room. It doesn't mean, oh, he also existed in the fucking desert 2,000 years ago.
Okay.
Like, I
Okay,
would
I
need
see what I-
evidence for that. That's the point. Unless Jesus popped up right here with, I don't know, some kind of document that was from 2,000 years ago, then maybe that'd be pretty good evidence, but I don't think he's going to be doing it. And we still have to take a look at it. We still have to analyze it, verify that it was actually 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to say. Yeah. Like I don't know. I don't know anything about much about 2,000 years ago. I just wanted to get your opinion on like the Eucharistic miracles and stuff.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem, not a problem. That was blasted, everybody. Point out one. What you got?
Yo, man. I'd actually disagree with what you said about Josephus.
Okay.
Um,
I can't hear you when you're off. Yeah, there you go.
oh, sorry. I was just checking the evidence. When we look at scholarship, people like Bart D. Urban and like Jewish like scholars accept that Josephus actually wrote about Jesus. So I would actually ask, like, if you're disagreeing that Josephus actually wrote, like, didn't write about him, what makes you like more knowledgeable than them?
It's not that it makes me more knowledgeable. It's just the fact that using more up-to-date methods, we can analyze this text and determine that it's not actually written by him. It's an interpolation by somebody who is writing a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus. His name is Eusebius. He's also an admitted liar. Who's asking that?
That was not me.
¿Hablas español?
No, lo siento. Yeah,
to be fair, I'm not sure you say it spell, so you disagree
Say
with like
yeah. Anyway,
so
keep going.
So I am in disagreement with people like Bart D. Ehrman and like Jewish scholarship that say Josephus, or even like other people who like attest to that.
What?
Like I'm asking, like obviously he said about Eusebius. So like what is the evidence that he gave?
The gave of what?
He said that what's it called? He tested out what's it called?
He
Josephus.
interpolated, like he added to it. Yeah. He says in his book Demonstratio Evangelica, he says, "Let us now make use of Josephus the Jew." And then gives us this paragraph for the first time ever. And this is in the early 4th century. Prior to that, Christian writers had quoted from Josephus, some quoting from the same book, never mentioned the paragraph.
So you don't think he was actually talked about at all, like by Josephus? Even
Right.
obviously, you said oh, so you don't think he was talked about at all?
Well, right, because the people who were the church fathers who were quoting Josephus to try to talk about Jesus didn't mention it.
What about Cornelius Tacitus?
Also an interpolation. We don't have any evidence of that line there about Christ or anything like that until the early 5th century. And also on top of that, the line itself has errors in it. Like it calls the Christians, or it's not really an error, but that is a word that we find in an inscription that goes back as potentially as early as 16 BCE. So I mean, it's pretty bad.
Can I just check it real quick, if you don't
Check
mind? I'm just checking if obviously what you're saying is reliable.
Okay. In the meantime, let me get to a super chat really fast. We got $5 there from Rober Brad. Says, no matter what evidence is presented to you, you undoubtedly refuse it if it goes against your conclusions. Well, yeah. And if I can easily dismiss it, then it's not very good evidence now, is it? But yeah, Sauce, while Point Out is looking for that, Sauce, what you got for us, buddy? All right, well, Sauce is not unmuting. You got to click the little microphone button there, Sauce. He may not do it. I don't know. He may not even know that he's up here.
Yo.
Okay, Sauce, what you got?
I'm at work, so I wanted to type, but no worries, man. I can hop on here. You claim Jesus never existed.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you from what I was hearing earlier, you're pretty great at your history, right?
I'm all right.
You're all right. So what do you say to the people who actually documented his death?
Like
For example, even Pontius Pilate documents
Pilate
that he.
we don't have any writings from Pilate.
What?
We don't have any writings from Pilate.
Not. I didn't say. Okay.
You said Pontius Pilate documents it. We don't have any writings from Pilate.
Sorry. To unterm a phrase. Sorry. He documents it to people who then document that. Sorry
We
about
don't
that.
have any evidence of that. What are you referring to?
Hang on, give me 1 second.
Just take a 15-minute smoke break. Hey, boss, hold down the fort for just a little bit. I gotta take 15 minutes and go get smoked.
Actually, sorry, I'm back.
Yeah. How's it going?
I'm looking at this now. It says Eusebius never actually says Josephus' words were altered. So
No,
could you
he's
provide
the
some?
one who altered it.
Oh, you're saying Eusebius
He's the
altered
one
it?
who writes it. Yeah, he's the first one to say anything about the testimony of Flavianum, which is the
Oh.
name of that paragraph. He's the one who does it. He's not gonna say, yeah, it's altered. That whole time was just you searching like something I didn't say.
I thought you were saying Eusebius altered it. Wait, can you give me like 2 more minutes?
Eusebius did alter it, so he's not gonna say it's been altered.
Okay.
Sauce, you still at work? What's going on there, Sauce?
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm still at work.
What you got for us?
So that was my misunderstanding. My fault, boss. So, you were absolutely correct. Correct. That was wrong on my part. I'll take full responsibility. Pontius Pilate does not have any testimony on himself actually saying that he crucified him. But you do have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, who all name Pontius Pilate crucifying him. So that's 4 witnesses. And not only those
Where
4
does Matthew,
witnesses.
Mark, Luke, or John, where do those gospels say that they were written by witnesses?
What do you mean, Matt? What?
Where does it say it's written by witnesses?
They witnessed him die.
Where does it say that?
Everywhere. What are you talking about?
The authors never say, I saw Jesus during his earthly ministry. They also don't say their names are Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. They also don't cite a Matthew, a Mark, a Luke, or a John, or say that they're even writing in the 1st century.
How do you explain that?
Because they were writing in the 2nd century.
The book of, I want to say Matthew happened what?
What? What happened? He got muted somehow. Point out what you got. Oh, no, his sauce is back.
Sorry, man. Hold on. It's just because I'm trying to look at it. I'm on my phone and I'm at work. So every time I leave, it kind of disconnects me to try and look up some stuff.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying actually about how what's it called? Eusebius altered his words, but I don't think he altered all his words. Like, obviously, I believe Josephus didn't believe that Christ was Lord, and Eusebius might
So
have
when it
altered
says
that.
Christ was, or that Jesus was the Christ.
Yeah, like he altered words on that, but not
Okay.
like
What's your evidence that he altered those words and not the others?
I'd say that it's as much as the others like it's as much as yours. Like, if we go to scholarly consensus, like we look at
I
like the
don't go to
people.
scholarly consensus like that. So where's
I
the
mean, I'm
evidence?
just
So what evidence did these scholars present that he only edited small amounts and not the entire thing?
I mean, thing is, they don't know. They
Yeah.
only
So it's almost as if you probably shouldn't be using Josephus for evidence of Jesus then.
fair enough. Well, have you talked about like people like Cornelius, Tacitus, and stuff like that?
Yep.
Okay. I'm back. So
What you got, Sauce?
the book of Mark recorded not even a century after Jesus' death.
Where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence that Mark was written not even a century after Jesus' death? Would you like me to tell you why they date it to about 70 or so?
Okay, could you continue to like why you don't accept Tacitus? Because it would seem most historians accept him as authentic.
What?
Oh, we argue about Tacitus, and I'll get off.
What about it?
It seems most historians see him as authentic.
Okay.
So
Well, unfortunately, he calls Pilate the wrong government position. Says Christ instead of Jesus, which wouldn't be on any kind of arrest record, and says that that is the inspiration for the name of the group the Christians, which he spells with an E, which doesn't make any sense, especially since that is a group that has been around since potentially 16 BCE, mentioned over in Rome. So that's before Jesus.
The name Christians, it wasn't originally adopted by them. It was called them by other people, and they took that name. So I don't think him spelling the word Christians wrong is like a problem.
So
About
again, why does that appear on an inscription then that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE over in Rome?
like what how you called it?
Yep, the Christians.
I'm not sure. Like in like those times, like let's say in between 16 and 37, let's say the name was attributed to them, and obviously we won't know the spelling. And if he, I don't know. I just don't understand your point. Like, why the spelling would matter.
I'm not concerned with the spelling, but that word appears in an inscription that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE over in Rome.
So you're saying it's after, or what are you saying?
I'm saying that it dates to potentially before the supposed birth of Jesus.
Oh, Christians.
Yep.
Actually, I don't really see it as a problem.
Okay. So Christians
Sure.
were around before Jesus was born?
I mean, if you go to the Old Testament, the idea of the Christ was there.
Oh, okay.
If you go
We're
to
gonna go ahead
Isaiah,
and move on. Sauce, what you got?
Hello, hello. Oh, hey, my bad, man. I hate the way I'm doing this right now. Like I said, I'm at work, so I can't do like any quick lookups.
No
So I'm
worries.
kind of
Shoot me a
just
follow.
going
I'll be
based off
live
of what I
tomorrow
have.
morning.
Oh, for real?
Yep, I'm live every
Ar-
weekday.
Around what time?
About 10 Central.
Perfect. All right, I'll be back with a lot more on the plate. Thank you so
Sounds
much,
good, man. All right. Next up, we got Buried. Buried, you there? All right. Requesting up here is Johnson Beach Cleanup, who, according to Adam, had to, this person's cleaning Johnson's on the beach. All right. All right.
Hello?
What's up?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, cool. All right. So what would you like what would be the best type of evidence that anybody could provide for you that could be good enough for the existence of Jesus or Paul or any of the apostles
I
or
would
any of the
say
church?
something about them using their real names dated to the 1st century that talks about them in a mundane way.
Well, it's kind of difficult because like you do have the first-hand accounts, which are the Gospels, and then you have the letters by Paul.
Where do any of the Gospels say that they are first-hand accounts?
I guess nowhere, but where does
So
any
how
of
did
the
you
first
determine
name?
that they were first-hand accounts?
I mean, that's a good question, but
Yeah, well, the answer is that they're not.
how do you know that they're not?
It doesn't even make any sense. Mark
Yeah, but
is
how do
not.
you know that
Mark is said by Christians early on to be an interpreter of Peter, who shows up later on and was not an eyewitness to Jesus. Luke is a doctor, who, according to Christian tradition, who travels around with Paul, who also isn't an eyewitness. So, what?
How do you know that these first century writings are not
They're not first
first-hand
century.
accounts? They are first century.
Prove it.
According to, I mean, you can't really prove it unless you go to like historians outside of Christianity
All right.
that say that these are first century writings.
I don't know what to tell you, man. It's pretty
I
obvious
mean,
that they're not,
unless,
considering the fact that they
unless,
have material in there that comes from Josephus' autobiography published in 99.
yeah, and that's within the first century, right?
99? Okay. Well, 99 has to happen, and then the Gospels get written. So, okay.
I mean, according to most historians, the Gospels were written between 40 to 100.
Yeah, there's no evidence whatsoever of that. None
What is
whatsoever.
evident? But what is evidence to you?
There's
is what I'm
literally no
saying.
mention of the Gospels until about the 150s.
Why do you have to have a mention outside of the Gospels?
Where are they getting the idea that these are dated to that time period if they don't even get mentioned until the 150s?
I guess, I mean, I don't know the clear answer to that, but I guess because of
I do.
contextual.
Would you like to know what the answer is? And also, there's no content in there that says that they're dated in the first century, so no contextual information is going to place them there.
Why wouldn't they?
Because it doesn't place them there. There's nothing in the...
According to who, though?
The text. There's nothing in the text that says, in context, this is written in the first century.
But why do most scholars, including non-Christian scholars, agree that it is first century writings?
Because of
Why?
compromise with church tradition and just going off of church tradition in some cases. I mean, hell, the idea that they are written between 40 to 100 is literally against the church tradition if you think about it, or if you actually read about it, because Eusebius said that the Gospel of Matthew was written in 41. Most scholars place the Gospel of Matthew somewhere about 80 to 85. The reason for that is because of a compromise with church tradition. They're not going to say that they're super early, but they're not going to say they're super late either, despite the fact that there's no evidence that they came out in any time in the first century. The first time that any Gospels are even alluded to is in 155 by Justin Martyr. And he doesn't even call them Gospels. He calls them Memoirs of the Apostles. Nevertheless, the Gospels include information that doesn't show up until Josephus' autobiography in 99, and in some cases, even identified by earlier church fathers like Jerome, mentions things from the Bar Kokhba revolt, which happened in 136.
Right, but you're mentioning these names like Justin Martyr, Josephus, that actually these people actually believe that Jesus existed. So if you're going to use these names,
Josephus.
Yeah, you did. You just said Josephus or Justin Martyr or both of them.
like his writings about Jesus?
Yes.
His autobiography comes out in 99, but that doesn't have anything about Jesus.
What writing does Josephus have about Jesus is what I'm asking.
Well, he doesn't really have anything, but there's a book that's interpolated into, which is Antiquities of the Jews, which isn't his autobiography.
But it mentions Jesus.
In an interpolated spot that's added to by Christians? Yeah, okay, cool. What?
How do you know that it was added to by Christians? You don't.
Because an admitted liar named Eusebius is the first one to even mention it, and considering the fact that it has phrases that Eusebius uses but Josephus doesn't, and considering the fact that before Eusebius no one mentions it at all, even though they would have used it if they were quoting from that book, which they do quote from. And on top of that, the paragraphs before and after the Testimonium Flavianum found in Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3, flow together so well that the information found within those paragraphs is talked about in Wars of the Jews from Josephus. You know what's not there?
Yep.
The story about Jesus.
But doesn't Eusebius also believe that Jesus existed, or no?
Yeah, he's a Christian in the early 4th century.
Exactly. So if you're going to use...
he's going to interpolate into someone who doesn't say anything about Jesus and make it sound as if he does, which is why he says, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew, and then gives us the paragraph for the first time.
I mean, I guess you could use that to say that he didn't exist, but I'm just saying...
I'm not using it to say he didn't exist. I'm using it to say that it's interpolated by Eusebius.
Okay. So what do you say? What do you think about the also early Christian writings and the church fathers throughout the 1st to the 3rd, 4th centuries? And how do you explain
They don't say anything about Josephus. Or Josephus and Antiquities of the Jews, or at least
I would like
the Testimony of Flavianum.
Your interpretation of Josephus could be, your own, I guess, but...
It's not my interpretation. That's what we have from data science as well as just logic, considering the fact that Josephus wouldn't have said those phrases that are in there, but Eusebius would have and did.
Sure.
In fact, all Christian scholars, or not all Christian scholars, but all critical scholars, actually take a look at Josephus and say that it's been interpolated into, at least to some degree, and they come up with this version of the Testimonium Flavianum that is a neutral version, but we don't have any evidence of a neutral version until much, much later, like the 10th or 11th century at best, and that's still not that neutral. On top of that, Eusebius in the 4th century, he quotes the Testimonium Flavianum, or at least presents it, and it's not the neutral version. So, uh-oh.
Yep. I mean, people have come to that conclusion where if you don't have that neutral version, then, I mean, but you can't, in my opinion, you can't really throw everything out the window just because of that not neutral version, like, not existing. Does that make sense?
I don't know you, do I?
I don't think so. Why?
Okay. Anyways, I've talked to you before, pretty sure.
No, sir. I mean, I came on like 30 minutes ago, but my connection was
like
bad.
a long time ago as well. You have a new profile.
I mean, my name's Ryan, if that rings a bell.
No.
I don't think I've ever talked to you. I'm sorry.
I've heard your voice before. Anyways, keep going.
I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't throw everything out the window just because of what you just explained to me.
I would throw out an interpolation because of an interpolation.
Okay, that's fair,
okay,
right?
Well, then Josephus doesn't say anything. All right, next.
I mean, the fact that it's there could
in the
bring
wrong way in the 4th century. The version that scholars today, even some Christian scholars, say is not what Josephus wrote, is the first thing that we get in the 4th century. That's really weird.
Yeah, but I mean, other scholars disagree with that. So then you have that.
There's no scholar who disagrees with the fact that the first time that we get it is Eusebius. There's no scholars who disagree with that. The first time that we get that mention of the Testimonium Flavianum is from Eusebius. That is a known fact. All scholars agree on this. And the version that Eusebius gives is the wrong version. It's the version that scholars say is not real. That's why people like T.C. Schmidt have tried to come out here recently and say, oh, hey, let's try to make the wrong version actually perfectly fine, as opposed to finding a neutral version.
Right.
Because the neutral version makes some sense because Josephus could have written that, but at the same time, there's no evidence that he did. You're just kind of pulling it out of thin air. You're just kind of choosing what parts you want to keep and what parts you don't want to, like a buffet.
Yeah. And all right, can we take it back to, I mean, we didn't even get to the Gospels yet. So I know what my opinion is on the Gospels, and I've done studying, so I want to know what you think about if they are firsthand accounts or not.
They are not. Not even the grandparents of the people who wrote the Gospels would have been alive to see Jesus.
So how would you, you probably explained this before, but...
Many times.
Yeah. I mean, considering that they are for first century writings.
They're not.
I disagree with you.
Okay. Well, there's no evidence they're first century.
I mean, according to tradition, there is.
I don't give two shits. According to tradition within Mormonism, Joseph Smith met Moroni and is a true prophet of God. Why do I give a shit about what a church says?
Okay, but how do you know anybody in history existed?
Do you want to go ahead and just toss out all history of ancient times, including Jesus and Paul, or do you want to just go ahead and avoid this slippery slope argument?
According to your logic, you could, because we don't have...
No, we have contemporaries of people. We have archaeological reasons to believe that they existed. We have stylometric analysis that can confirm that somebody is a particular author who doesn't ever come up as somebody else or composite or anything like that. And we're able to actually take a look at writings of somebody and make sure that it doesn't have anachronisms. So yeah, there's ways to confirm that people existed back in the past. Jesus, we don't have that. Jesus doesn't write anything, so we can't stylometrically confirm him. He also doesn't have any archaeology of him or anything like that. No coins, no statues, no busts, no images, especially during his lifetime. No contemporary ever mentions him, and even the contemporaries that you think are written or writing about him there in the 1st century, there's no evidence whatsoever that they're even contemporary, let alone writing from an eyewitness perspective.
Are you saying that the original writings of somebody in history could be like evidence, like the original writings or copies of them?
I'm just saying that the content in their writings. I didn't say anything about originals, but again, we do not have anything from the New Testament that says that it's being written in the 1st century.
Because the reason why I bring that up is because many people in history that we have writings of, usually they're copies of it.
Yeah, that's not a problem, man. I didn't say anything about copies or originals or saying this or that or the other. Again, the New Testament is not written in the 1st century. Do you have any evidence it is?
Not off the top of my head. If I looked and did research, I could point evidence to you. But in this discussion, I don't have evidence.
No, you're not
for
going
that.
to be able to find any evidence. I can tell you exactly why people think it's written in the 1st century, but I mean, whether or not you actually understand it or not, or whether or not you actually believe it or not, it's up to you.
I mean,
but I can tell you exactly why they date it to the 1st century.
I could tell you that there's a verse in, I believe in Mark and Matthew that does not mention Peter, because Peter is the one that struck the what was it, the Jewish one of the Jewish leaders on the ear, and Jesus healed him. And then one of the later, I think John mentions him by name, and I believe that because of that, that could point to that could be in the 1st century.
That doesn't make any fucking sense. Mark is supposed to be an interpreter of Peter, so why didn't he actually say that it was him? And also, Matthew was supposedly there as well. That's stupid.
Because of how early it was.
That doesn't make any sense. John would have been the last of the 4 canonical gospels, which means that Matthew, someone who was there, according to Christian tradition, didn't say the right thing, even though he wrote before John. Mark is supposed to be just writing down what Peter told him, and Peter didn't say it, I guess, and he was actually there. He's supposedly the guy. John is the one who says it? Really? John? You want to go with John? You're talking about John, the gospel that says that he meets in secret with Nicodemus?
Yes.
When John wasn't actually there, but apparently he has any clue at all as to what Nicodemus said? That's really weird.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, so again, give me evidence that this from the 1st century, or I'm going to go ahead and disconnect you. What do you got?
I mean, that's my evidence, but
your evidence is not that's not evidence that it's from the 1st century, because there's something that's missing in one particular text.
Let me explain my point, though.
Please.
His name wasn't there because of how early it was, and that points to the persecution of Christians, of how they were looking for somebody like Peter. They were looking for him to kill him.
That doesn't make any sense, dude.
So they wouldn't mention him by name.
That doesn't make any fucking sense. Peter dies in the 60s, and Matthew is dated to about 80.
How does it not make any sense when...
You don't think that Matthew would write about Peter 60 years after he fucking dies?
I would think that he would write about him, but he wouldn't mention him by name because people could potentially arrest him and kill him.
He's already dead. He was already dead for 20 years.
Hold on.
The consensus right now is that Matthew was written somewhere about 80, 85. And Peter supposedly dies sometime in the 60s. So no,
but
they wouldn't have been trying to be protecting him 20 years after he dies.
But you just said that the Gospels weren't written in the 1st century.
No, the consensus. When are you trying to date Matthew to?
I would say I would go with the consensus. Or
okay, then that would be 20 years after Peter dies, so your argument doesn't work.
No, but you're not understanding my point.
Yeah, I do understand your point. It's just a really fucking stupid one.
No.
Yeah,
Dude,
you're trying to say that like the Gospel of Matthew would not name Peter because people will get mad at him. But the Gospel of Matthew, if you go with the consensus, is written 20 years after when Christians say that Peter died. So why is he trying to protect somebody who died 20 years later or 20 years earlier?
I'm saying cutting somebody on the ear would have somebody get arrested, and they wouldn't want to mention him by name. And
because of why?
Because they... What do you mean because of why?
Because he might get in trouble?
They would mention a disciple, but yeah, he would...
Because they wouldn't want him to get in trouble when the gospel comes out? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're
while they're
saying?
writing it. Yeah.
That would be 20 years after he's already dead.
Oh yeah. Well,
You
also
dumb
people.
fuck. Is now the first time you're getting what I've said about 4 times?
Hey.
Jesus
Yeah, but
Christ, man. No, that is a horrible argument. I've tried to tell
Okay,
you
the
just why it's a
consensus.
horrible argument, and it took you about 4 times to finally
Hey.
understand that 80 is after 60.
Listen, you don't have to call me a dumb
No,
fuck.
well, you are, and you're not listening. Your argument
All
is
right,
terrible, and you should feel
got your
really
point.
terrible for bringing it up. There's no evidence that the disciples wrote the Gospels. There's no evidence that they were written in the first century. Your argument itself didn't make any sense, and when I tried to point it out to you multiple times, you kept defending it. Just listen to what I'm saying, and you'd actually learn something. It
I
would
got
not
it.
have taken that long if you would just listen the first time.
I got it. But if you're consenting that this gospel was written in the first century, then that could
It's
put it at.
not.
Okay, so why do
It's
you
not.
say
I asked you when you date it to, and you said the consensus, which means it would have to be dated 20 years after the Christians say Peter died.
right?
So if you think it's written in 80, then your argument doesn't work. So therefore, it's moot.
I actually think because of that reason, it's actually written earlier.
Oh, okay. So you no longer believe in the consensus.
Well, I could, but then I could also.
Okay.
Just
then
like
what is the evidence that it's written earlier?
I
And you're
think
just
that
saying the Peter thing? That's it?
I think that that's one of the evidences.
That's one of the evidences. Just they don't say the name Peter, so therefore it must be written earlier on. Like that's what you got?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's one of them.
Really?
But then you have, unless you go into like a time machine and go back and see when they were written.
They were written in the 2nd century.
You can't say that for certain, though.
Yep, we can.
No.
You think
can't
that a
because-
gospel that isn't mentioned until the 150s was written prior to 60? You think the gospels were written, and you said Mark and Matthew. Mark and
Right.
Matthew were written 100 years before any gospels were mentioned?
Why does it have to be mentioned to be dated back?
You think that a text-based religion didn't mention the gospels for over 100 years?
Again, why would they have to
You think they had stories that were passed around in writings? You also, I would assume, would think that there's letters of Paul and stuff like that around the same time. You think that for 100 years they had the story of Jesus, and then finally got around to mentioning that they had stories of Jesus 100 years later? You think that's the case?
If that is
And
the case,
again,
then-
all of this was just to protect Peter.
Are you talking about who are you talking about the people that are mentioning it? Is it the early church? Are you talking about them?
Yeah, it's Justin Martyr.
So, yeah, Justin Martyr mentioned it, but you don't have to have mentions of something that was being taught in private places.
You think that it's private places when Paul is going out, according to Christians, starting different churches, preaching in all these different areas? Do you not think that Acts tells a bunch of stories about how all these characters are going around preaching in public spaces?
But the reason why
do you think that Acts and Paul, or do you think that the Pauline epistles and Acts talk about how they were preaching in public spaces? Yes or no?
Do I think Paul?
Do you think that
and
the
Acts
Pauline
were-
epistles and the Acts of the Apostles, do you think that talks about the different apostles or the disciples teaching in public spaces? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that all these people are preaching in public spaces, but they're so terrified of writing down the name Peter that they say that one of them cut an ear off, but just didn't say the name. And then they don't mention anything about their books for 100 years out of fear of, somebody finding out about it.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get back to you about the 100-year thing. I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure you have earlier writings than Justin Martyr I mean,
No.
probably not mentioning the Gospels, but mentioning.
Yeah, exactly, which is what we're trying to
that-
date. So anyways, yep, what I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to go and read anything. Like,
Yeah, but
anything.
can I make one more? Can I make a point about Paul?
Go ahead, buddy.
I'm sorry if I'm frustrating you, man. I'm not trying to.
It's not frustrating. It's just like I doubt that you're going to come back because you're going to read that I'm right, and then you're not going to want to come back and be like, hey, you know what? You were right. No one fucking mentions this shit until the middle of the 2nd century. And that's really, really weird. All of my arguments that I presented earlier are really stupid, and it really only hinges on one, which is the idea that they don't mention Peter because they don't want him to get in trouble. But yet, I also believe that Peter was going around preaching in public spaces. So, and also, I guess they're perfectly fine with mentioning that one of them did commit an act of violence. They just don't want to say his name because you don't want him to get in trouble. Also, you're fighting against the consensus, which you only had to pivot away from because you realized that that would place Matthew 20 years after the death of Peter, and therefore your argument wouldn't have worked. So
Yeah,
I mean,
but
you've pivoted, you've moved the goalpost, you haven't presented anything that's actually good evidence for really any of this, and you've just kind of assumed that they did this for one particular purpose. You've just said, oh, your entire argument is hinging on the idea that they wanted to protect Peter, who was literally going out and getting arrested and preaching in public spaces. Also, I guess they just wanted to keep mum about the whole thing, and so they don't mention anything for 100 years.
I've read that from scholars, from writing, scholar writings, that's the reason, and that could be putting Matthew in.
No scholar is saying that the reason why the Gospels are earlier is because of that. That's not a thing. They may have thrown that in there or something like that, but that's just an evangelical scholar who's just pulling shit out of his ass. In no way, shape, or form does that dated text. But if you want to go and read, you can. Did you have another point about Paul?
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll just get to my point about Paul. You're talking about how he was like preaching in public spaces, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the reason why, according to the book of Acts, the reason why he went out and persecuted them was because that they were going in private places to teach and go to church in the 1st century. And he was looking for these Christians that were practicing Christianity and wanted to basically kill them.
So that's the actual thing that is illegal, not going out and preaching something. So I don't know if you know that or not, but Christianity was not illegal in the 1st century. Like, it just wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
What was illegal was meeting together without a permit. That's what's illegal. So in no way, shape, or form was them saying all this shit in public spaces or anything like that some kind of like target on their back or anything like that. So yeah, they very clearly could have mentioned Peter and not have really any issue. I mean, they already admitted that one of them committed an act of violence, so to say who it was wouldn't really make much of a difference anyways. It's not like the Romans were going around saying, oh, hey, let me grab a copy of that book really fast. Oh, okay, Peter. All right, sweet. Because of something that this person said about Peter, I can go ahead and arrest him. They were already doing all kinds of things according to the story. So it's just kind of stupid. Anyways, I think that's it. If you can, go ahead and read and come back. What I'd like for you to do is maybe check something about like the early church history out. You know, check out Justin Martyr, that kind of thing. What do you got?
Can I make one more point? I can make one more point. So I was just gonna say that the fact that they don't have Peter's name in there could date it earlier than what it is in the consistency.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
We haven't even gotten to all the mountain of evidence that it's in the 2nd century. I will save that until you come back and you recognize that your argument is dumb. Once you come back, I will actually show you all the evidence for why it's actually in the 2nd century and what you're saying doesn't really do anything. But anyways, that being said, thank you for coming up. It is absolutely written in the 2nd century, and we will get to that the next time you come up. But let's see. It's pure wishful thinking. That's all that it is. All right. Do we have anything else here?
Hey.
Oh, what's going on, Kenneth Michael?
Hey, yeah, I got a question. And then this is just from my knowledge. Because I didn't hear the beginning of it. What proof did you have that Jesus and Paul never existed?
The stories of the New Testament do not line up with what we know about the 1st century.
Okay. That's a broad statement. What doesn't line up exactly?
The mention of rabbis in Matthew 23, the mention of the 5 porticos around the pool of Bethesda in John 5, Nazareth itself, synagogues mentioned in Luke, John, and Acts. They're in Jerusalem prior to the destruction of the temple. Pharisees over in Galilee. The story of the legion of demons going into the pigs is a reference to Legion X, which was there from 70 to the middle of the 2nd century or so. That's a legion of Roman soldiers whose insignia was a pig. So yeah, that would also be something that is dated later. What else we got? We got Caesar being used as a title as opposed to a name.
What's the proof that those things were not in that century or that they were dated
Legion
later?
X,
What's the proof?
Legion X didn't show up until 70 because they fought in the First Jewish-Roman War.
Right. Who made that determination?
Vespasian?
Who?
Vespasian or Vespasian?
Who's that?
The emperor?
Hebrew?
The emperor.
I didn't hear you. What was that?
The emperor.
The emperor? Okay. And I'm only asking because I'll look up the studies that you're saying, so when I come back I would go over it as well. So then the other question I have is mind you, the Bible's written by a bunch of authors. It's not like a storytelling book. It's historical. It's historically documented by these people, and they're all in different timelines, all initially saying the same thing. So different timelines and all correlating with the same story.
What are you talking about here? Are you talking about the Gospels or something?
Both the Gospels, the Old Testaments, the New Testaments, all of them.
Oh no, the Old Testament and the New Testament are not connected.
They're all written in different time, and they all correlate in connection with one another.
They do not.
They do. If you remember, if you recall, when Jesus was on the cross, he said, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" It's correlating back to what was said, I believe, in Psalms or Proverbs. I don't remember, but he was saying what was already said from David. He was referencing.
Yeah,
that
cool.
part
It's almost like somebody read a book and then decided to just have him copy something. That being said, when he says Euler lama sabachthani, it's really strange because the people who were able to speak Aramaic, the people who would have known who Elijah was, whenever they said, "Oh, look, he's calling for Elijah," would have been able to speak Aramaic and know that he's not calling for Elijah. That's really strange, right?
Well, that's not what he was calling for. He was calling for the Father.
Yeah,
God
I know, but unfortunately, the people who said, "Oh, hey, he's calling for Elijah," would have been able to speak Aramaic and know that he's not calling for Elijah. Correct.
So you're saying that he. Say that one more time.
The people. It says in the Bible that when he said "Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani," whenever he said that, all right, you had people around who said, "Oh, look, he's calling for Elijah," right?
Mm-hmm.
But the people who know who Elijah or who Elijah is, they are the Jewish people, right?
Correct.
Who would know how to speak Aramaic, right?
Yes.
So therefore, they would know that he wasn't.
The reference that he's saying.
They would know it. So they wouldn't be saying he's calling for Elijah. This is a mistake from the author who is having him speak in Aramaic there, in that particular line that you brought up. He is speaking in Aramaic to immerse the reader, but he's not. That's not an actual thing.
Why would you say it's? Well, why would you say it's a mistake though?
It's a mistake because they didn't
know that
think.
That's a mistake?
Because if it was an actual thing that had been said, the people who know who Elijah is, would know that he's not talking about Elijah. It is just a mistake from a Greek-speaking person. A Greek-speaking person would hear Eloi and maybe connect it with Elijah and not know what the other things are being said, but the author isn't aware, or he's not thinking it through, that the Greek-speaking people wouldn't really, or the Romans or the people around him that wouldn't know what he's saying, would also not know who Elijah was.
Right, but that does sound like you're making an assumption.
No, it's
That
it's
doesn't
just a
sound like you
mistake
have any
from the.
facts behind that.
No, it's just a mistake from the actual like author. That
So,
being said, just
but
because he says something that's in Psalms doesn't mean that it actually happened, and it definitely doesn't mean that like it's connected other than just someone who is writing the fake story, the fictional story of Jesus dying on the cross, just has him quoting from a song. That's it.
but we're talking about not just one book. We're talking about a ton of books written in different timelines saying the exact same thing.
No,
So
not
just
really. How many
just for
times in the
arguments,
Gospels
just
does
for
it say? How
hold
many
on,
times?
hold on. Just for
How many times in
argument's
the
sake,
Gospels
just
does
for
it have
argument.
Jesus say Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani? How many times does it say that in the Gospels?
I don't know. How many times does it say? I'm sure you already looked it
I'm
up.
pretty sure it's one.
Well, for
Yep,
fair,
it is only found in Matthew.
and this is just an honest. This is just like an honest.
And then similarly,
This is an
like
honest
a
assumption
version
to
of it
make as
in Matthew.
this is an honest assumption to make as a human, right? The simple fact that you have all these books put together, right? All these books put together, gives it some kind of credibility.
No, it does
That
not.
the existence, it does give it, because
No, it
at
doesn't.
the same time
No, that's not how that works. Even
people,
if the Old Testament said everything about Jesus, that would just make it really easy for you to come up with the fake character of Jesus. That's
yes,
not how
but
that
there's
works.
also scholars. There's scholars and people that study this stuff that give it its credibility. You're
Cool.
you're only taking it
what
away.
what do they compare it to give it a credibility?
The timelines of when they were written.
When did they say that they were written?
I don't know the exact time frame because I don't have it on me, but they
And
do.
how would the
It does.
timeline help?
It's what's mentioned. The timeline helps because when you have all these different books written at different times of point in history, it's and they all coincide with the same thing.
They don't.
They do.
No.
How can you say they don't? Where's
No,
your proof
because
that they don't?
pretty clearly they just kind of make shit up sometimes. We're going to take a quick look here.
No,
This
that's
is-
an assumption.
No,
That's an
it's not.
assumption. You're
Yeah,
saying
this
they're
is
making
Matthew
shit up
chapter
sometimes.
2 right here. It says, there he made his home. This is Joseph in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene. Nazareth is not mentioned in the Old Testament. Neither is the word Nazarene. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay, so they're just making shit up. No prophet said that.
How go back to that scripture. It says, there he was made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that he had been spoken through the prophets, might he be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene.
Yep.
This is in the New Testament.
Yeah, I know. It's trying to say that the prophets said it, correct?
Okay. Now,
Yeah,
can
there's
you
no
go
prophecy
to
that says he will be called a Nazarene. Nazareth isn't even mentioned in the Old Testament.
I've heard of this before. I feel like I believe it's from Isaiah.
No.
Or not Isaiah. I'm sorry, Elijah, who speaks on this.
He says Nazarene.
No, he doesn't use Nazarene in particular.
Okay,
but
then
he
where
uses
does this quote come from?
he
He will be called
uses-
a Nazarene.
he uses a word. He uses a city or a place, right? And if you look at the historical map on it, that place later becomes Nazareth.
Yeah, well then there's not a prophecy that says he will be a Nazarene then.
Okay, so
if it's called something
how
else
do-
other than
let's-
Nazareth,
let-
then how is the
I'll
prophecy
give you.
that
I'll
he
give
will be
you. I'll
called a
give you.
Nazarene?
I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example, right?
Okay, no,
You and I
listen,
were hanging
listen,
out.
listen,
Just one
listen.
example.
No,
Just fair.
no,
I listen
because-
to you. Just listen to one example.
No,
It's just a
because
simple
you
example.
just tried to say you tried to give the example, or you tried to give the explanation. You tried to say that it was a place that would eventually be called Nazarene or Nazareth. That
Yeah.
means that the prophecy was not. He will be called a Nazarene.
Places.
Correct.
Places. Yes, you're right. But
Okay,
places
so then they
change,
just
right?
pulled this out of their ass, right? So
No, no, that's wrong
So
to-
is
that's
this
wrong
right
to say
here? Is
because-
this right here a prophecy that's in the Old Testament? He will be called a Nazarene. Is that a prophecy in the Old Testament?
That's not a prophecy, and that's in the New Testament. That's written
Sweet.
in the New
Well,
Testament.
is it trying to say that the prophets are being fulfilled?
It's being fulfilled, and
Okay, so
they're
is it trying
they're
to say that
relating-
prophets
they're
said it?
relating to what the city is right now.
Are they trying to say
at
that the
that
prophets
time.
said it?
No. But if you see where the
No.
sentence
Okay,
starts,
so
it
it
doesn't
said so
say.
that what had been spoken through the prophets. So the prophets didn't say
Mhm.
this. Is that what you're saying?
No, it says it's, mind you, look at context. Let's be
Okay.
real. Look at
There he
context.
made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been
Uh-huh.
spoken through the prophets. So in other words, the prophets spoke this. Did the prophets speak
In
this?
the word for
Did the
word,
prophets speak
no.
this?
They didn't say Nazareth.
Okay. No, I didn't say Nazareth. I said he will be called a Nazarene is the quote. So do you think that that is a prophecy?
Yes, I do think that's
Okay.
a prophecy.
In what verse?
Just because that they're
What
because they're
verse?
saying in the New Testament, just
Sweet.
because
What
they're saying in
verse?
the New, hold on, just because
What
they're saying in the
verse?
New Testament,
Just give me the verse.
I don't
Because you
remember
just
the
said
verse.
sweet. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna search for the word Nazarene. All right, here we go. Nazarene.
How about
Okay,
Nazareth?
look at that. It's all in the New Testament. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go ahead and just say Nazareth. Let's see. 30 times, all in the New Testament. Not a single time in the Old Testament, because that's not anything that's from the Old Testament. Nazareth nor Nazarene. They made it up, pulled it out of their ass. So you wanted an example of how the New Testament was just making shit up. There you go.
Okay, again, that's why I'm telling you, just like this day and age, remember that just because it doesn't say that word for word in the Old
Means that
Testament
they're
does not
making
mean
shit
that that's
up,
what it's
right?
correlating.
So you think the
So
New
then how
Testament
does
lines
it-
up with the Old Testament, but it misquotes it? Is that what you're saying?
The New Testament and the Old Testament line up.
Sweet. So where does that line up? Where does he will be a Nazarene? Where does that line up with the Old Testament?
I need to look that up because
Yeah,
I don't.
I already
searched
searched
I
it.
will.
I already searched for it. The
but
word
I-
Nazarene and the place Nazareth don't even appear in the Old Testament.
Okay, so you got to look at the context of when it prophesies Jesus is
Okay.
coming.
So when they say the prophet said he will be called a Nazarene,
Look at what the
are they
prophet says in the
did it not
beginning.
say that? Is the context going to change the
correlating.
word Nazarene from something else?
No, it's not. The
Okay.
New
Well,
Testament
I'm looking
is
for the
calling it-
context. Look, listen. You're telling me to look for the context, but you're not telling me where this context even is. And I searched for the word Nazarene. How do I know what context to look for it in when it doesn't even say the fucking word? What context is the word Nazarene being used in an entire collection that doesn't have the word Nazarene? What context? Please. For the love of all that is holy, give me the context so that I can look at it. I'd love to look at the context that the word Nazarene is being used. DTX, what you got?
What's up? Question. I know you mentioned that I might be mistaken, but you said that the Nazareth didn't exist?
Nazareth at the beginning of the first century?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't have any evidence that Nazareth existed at the beginning of the first century, especially with that name. And especially
Not at all?
especially as the way that the New Testament says. Correct. Yes.
Not at all.
Yep.
Wow. It's shocking. Wait, so like, how do you think the town Nazareth were to be created or built from the start? Do you think it would be like
So we
second
do-
century, third century?
We have potential evidence of it showing up either post 70 or post Bar Kokhba revolt around that time, especially since the Nazarenes were a particular group of like Jews, according to Epiphanius at least.
And
that
Micah.
goes back to a certain
Micah.
point in time. Micah doesn't say the word Nazarene.
Micah 5:2 says Bethlehem.
Sweet.
Where is Bethlehem on the map?
Did I say anything about Bethlehem, dipshit?
Where is Bethlehem on the map?
I didn't. What?
Where is Bethlehem on the map?
Next to Jerusalem.
No, Bethlehem
Yes.
on the map is the people of Bethlehem are Nazareth. They're Nazareth.
No, no. Nazareth
Yes,
isn't
they
even
are.
remotely close to that area. No, Nazareth is in Galilee. That's what literally the Gospel of Luke explains to you. Do you not know this? Dumb fuck. Look at this. I'm going to show you. All right. Here is Bethlehem is around Jerusalem. Right here. It literally says Bethlehem. It's just south of Jerusalem. Here's where Nazareth is. dumb piece of shit. Why did you say that? In fact, it literally tells us in Matthew 2, in that same place that we end up with that fake quote, right here, he will be called a Nazarene. In that same thing, it literally says that he tried to go back to Judea. In other words, where Bethlehem was. It literally says, in Bethlehem of Judea at the top of that chapter. And then later on, after they're coming back from Egypt, it says, let's see, then Joseph got up, took the child, his mother, and went to the land of Israel. But when he heard that Archelaus was ruling Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. And after being warned in a dream, he went away to the district of Galilee. There he made his home in a town called Nazareth. Nazareth is not Bethlehem. That's not the same thing. Congratulations. You're stupid in 2 different testaments.
Right. So the reason was because they were killing the babies at that
I don't give it. Not anymore.
He
Not
was
anymore.
born in
Nope. Not
Bethlehem,
anymore,
and he
because
had
that
to
is
go-
over.
You just said it.
It
You just
no,
said
it
in
literally says,
Nazareth.
"Get up and take the child and his mother and go to the land of Israel, for those who are seeking the child's life are dead." And that was in Bethlehem. That is explicitly Bethlehem. It literally says the massacre of infants in Bethlehem. But we're not looking for Bethlehem in the Old Testament. If I don't know why you forgot what you were looking for 5 seconds into it. We're looking for Nazareth or the word Nazarene. Where is that in context of the Old Testament? Where's it at? That was pretty cool. I don't think he got. He's no, he's searching for it. Oh boy, he's trying. All right, he's gone now. He gone. He gone now.
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
That's Dallas. All right. All right, let's see here. I did that for you, man. I did that for you. All right. Catholicism rocks. What you got?
So if you go to Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1. Go to Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1.
All right, what you got, man?
So the word for branch here is
Mhm.
Netzar.
Okay.
Netzar, okay?
All right.
Right. Which is a wordplay on Nazareth.
Okay.
Okay. Matthew, okay.
It's not wordplay on
So
Nazareth.
it's for
That's not
fun.
wordplay on Nazareth.
Yeah.
That's not what Nazareth means.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because that's listen.
What
let me
you're saying,
finish. Let me-
what you're saying is that the word
I'm going to
for
show you-
branch. What you're saying is that the word for branch is Netzer or Natzer. All right,
And
and
it's
you're somehow
summarizing stuff.
no listen, and you're somehow saying that he would be coming from a particular city in order to be a Nazarene.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm
Oh,
going to show
well,
you what I'm saying.
unfortunately, that's what Matthew says. It
Well, look,
explicitly
I'm gonna
says
show
that
you.
the reason
Yeah, I'm
why
gonna
this
show
is
you Matthew's
fulfilled.
referring to.
Listen. It says there he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene. So not
Yeah,
only is this
so-
not explicitly a prophecy, on top of
Yeah,
that,
so
it is attaching it to a place called Nazareth. So no,
Matthew's-
it doesn't say anything about it being from Nazareth. You were trying
Can I
to
speak
say
now?
that something that kind of sort of sounds like the beginning of a particular word is
that's not what
why
I'm
he's
saying.
from Nazareth.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
It
If you
is
listen,
because
I'm go-
that's why you went to the
You haven't let
root.
me finish it making a full explanation. You're just
Did
going to
you?
talk because you don't
Okay.
want to hear it.
Did you
because
find
you're
the word
scared.
Nazareth in the Old
I'm
Testament?
going to show you.
Did you find the word Nazareth in the Old Testament, or did you find a root of a word?
Are you going to let me give a full explanation, or are you just going to
Did
talk?
you? Okay, answer yes or no. Did you
No,
find the
there's
word
no full
Nazareth?
word
Did you
there's no
find the
full
word
word
Nazareth in the Old
and There's
Testament?
no full word Nazarene in there. That's what I'm saying. It's a
Did you
play
find
on
the
it.
word
So I'm gonna-
Nazareth in the Old Testament?
There's no word in there. Okay. But
Okay.
I'm going to
Did you
show
find the
it's a
word
play on-
Nazarene? Did you find the word Nazarene in the Old Testament?
No, I'm going
Okay.
to. But can I?
Did you
can I
find
explain?
the root of the word?
Yeah, I'm going to. can I
Okay.
explain
And you
to
think the
If
root
you
of the
let-
word automatically means that when it talks about Nazarene,
card.
it's a Nazarene?
You're a card. You won't even let me give a full explanation because you know
Okay.
there's an explanation you don't want to hear.
No.
Because you're up here and
I
you're
can
speaking to
I can
people that
make
don't
your
know,
I can
so
make
then-
your
then-
argument.
So
Okay.
then you.
You're now muted. Now, oh, no. If you unmute, you're going to get disconnected. I have no problem with disconnecting
I
you
don't give
or
a shit
continuing the
because
conversation. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and disconnect you then.
you
All
don't
right.
want to hear
That
it.
being said, the
You're-
reason why he's trying to say that this is actually a prophecy from the Old Testament is because, and I'll make his argument for him, because this text right here, it said he makes his home in a town called Nazareth, so that when spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled, he will be called a Nazarene. All right. He's trying to connect it to, let me see if I can come. Yeah. He's trying to connect it to this. A shoot shall come from the stump of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. All right. So the word branch here, the word branch, you could, it has a root, or the word for branch is like Natzer or whatever. And so what he's saying is Jesus is from Nazareth to be called a Nazarene because there's a prophecy that says he will be called a Nazarene, even though this doesn't say that. It just has the word Natzer. And so it's trying to say that that's him. That's it. That's the entire argument. He's found a word that sounds like the beginning of Nazareth or Nazarene. And when the New Testament says the prophets said he will be called a Nazarene, which is not what this says here, he's finding that connection and just saying, oh, hey, I win. There's a word that kind of sort of sounds like the beginning of this word. And even though that line that they're trying to say is in the Old Testament there, in the New Testament there, isn't in here, I'm going to find the connection. That's the entire thing. That's literally it. 100% it. Branch, Natzer. So therefore, he will be called a Nazarene is this. What it's most likely, in all honesty, what it's most likely referring to when it comes to this, let's see here. Probably actually over in... Probably over in Judges. No, that's not what it is. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it's Judges 13 is the closest to it. It's just a bastardization of this particular verse. So, let's see. Right here. It's talking about Samson. I believe it's Samson. Yeah. It's talking about Samson. It said, now be careful not to drink wine or strong drink or eat anything unclean, for you shall conceive and bear a son. No razor is to come on his head, for the boy shall be a Nazarite to God from birth. That's the closest that we get to he will be called a Nazarene. That's the closest that we get. The other one is just like, oh, hey, I found the sound of part of this word, and it doesn't say he will be called that. So, I mean, no proof, but that's the closest thing that we got. My guess is that they took Nazarite and just kind of changed it into Nazarene because the Nazarenes were a group of Jewish people, so they just kind of tied it in with them. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you the exact, but that's the best guess. It's just something that is just made up out of thin air. Because even if that is something that's true, that Nazar and Nazarene and stuff like that, there isn't a prophecy that said he will be called that. No prophecy. All right. Let's see. Oh, $5 from Zeno Lupudre there on YouTube says, ah, yes, Justin Martyr, who said, if he has indeed been born and exists anywhere is unknown and does not even know himself. Dialogue with Dialogue with Quifo. That's actually kind of funny. Let me go. $1.99 from Adam Brown said, CBJ, cleaning beach Johnson. Cleaning beach Johnsons. Love you, Dad. And then $4.99 from Hardwork 83.95. CBJ, didn't you know that the chocolate starfish was the preferred way to create Christianity and to defend it? Well, apparently, just reach on up there and the chocolate starfish, see what you get. Bring it out. Display it here live on the air. All right. Alrighty. To Water Dune there in the chat, I'm not able to bring you up or invite you because you have your profile set to private, but you can come up if you'd like. I'll go ahead and hit the mute button there for you. But you can come up if you want. You can request stuff. I'll bring you up. Alrighty. Oh, thank you. That's kind of cool. All right, Water Dune.
So why aren't you letting people finish their explanations before you start?
Because I had
commenting
heard
on
that
them? We're
argument
trying to
already, and it
assume-
doesn't actually get anywhere. And so I didn't want him to
How
build
do you
on
know
top
what
of a
he's
faulty
trying to
foundation.
say?
Because
How
I
do you
was
know
able
what
to
he's
make
trying
the
to
argument
say?
after he left.
Are you psychic?
Yes, because at a certain point, I've heard the argument, and I know exactly what he was going to say.
It doesn't matter. You can't assume things. You don't know
Sweet.
anything. You can't assume.
Sweet.
Anything.
Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul? I assume not.
You can't have a conversation
All right.
unless you know
It
what the
looks like
rules
my
are
prophecy
of
is
a
correct that you don't have
conversation.
any evidence for Jesus or Paul.
How are you going to talk about Jesus or anything in general if you don't have basic rules
Clairvoyance?
of letting the other person finish their
Well,
topic or
please
whatever?
give evidence for Jesus and Paul, and we'll continue our conversation.
No, I mean,
No?
it's besides the point.
Okay.
I'm not talking about how.
All right, sounds good. We don't have to continue the conversation. It's perfectly fine. All right, we'll bring up the next person here. This person looks like they got evidence, though. Zay.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good, doing good. What you got, man?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I'm gonna drop. I gotta go somewhere, but just a quick question if you don't mind. I know the means through which you like determine whether or not like scripture is like valid. I heard you say data science and whatnot, but I'm just curious, like, what's your basis for like interpreting like scripture? Like when you go to it, like what's your basis?
What do you mean?
Like
Give me an
when
example.
yeah, so when you read Matthew, right, when you brought that argument, right,
Mm-hmm.
And then you went to you kind of advocated or played devil's advocate, I guess. You kind of went to Judges and said this kind of works or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you know that, for example, the last guy, not the last guy, but the guy before him, when he brought Isaiah 11 and then he gives his argument, like, how do you know that when someone gives, okay, this is the view that we
thing that
take
he
on
said,
this?
the thing that he brought up does not say anything about he will be called anything.
No, I get it. I get that. I'm just
so, I mean,
saying,
it's
like,
very clearly not even remotely close. And it doesn't mention Nazareth or anything like that. In fact, Matthew tries to say that he's called a Nazarene because he's from Nazareth. Like, that's why.
Yeah.
So that would mean that if he's a Nazarene, he's from Nazareth.
Yeah. Well, no, I get that. Like, I guess essentially what I'm like asking is like, okay, so to give an example, right? So you know how like I'm an Orthodox Christian, so like we have a father named Saint John Chrysostom, right? So he has like homilies on all Paul's letters, right? So like if I'm talking to like a Protestant, for example, and they give me like their view on a particular passage in Paul, I might go to Chrysostom and quote one of his homilies, and that'll be essentially like the basis through which I may interpret that particular passage. So
Okay.
despite what arguments specifically that, you know, like we're giving, I'm just curious for you, right? Like what is your basis for like interpreting Matthew? And then when you hear something that may not, you know, hold
Well,
up,
when it
how do you know
says
that?
he will be called a Nazarene, what I'm looking for is a verse that says something to the effect of he will be called a Nazarene. Like
Would it be like, would you
saying that
like,
this
do
is
you
what it's
require,
called.
right? Do you require like a verbatim or just something that
I mean,
hints at
that would
that?
be pretty nice, especially if they straight up
Gotcha.
say that that's what a prophet says in the Greek. I don't give a shit. We can look in the Septuagint and see if we can find the exact same phrase in the Septuagint. That's fine. And we don't.
I got you.
I mean,
Okay.
you would think
Yeah,
that
sorry.
somebody who is saying, "Oh, hey, I'm going to quote a prophet," while writing in Greek, is probably going to at least quote a prophet who wrote in Greek. I mean, what are they just? Are they just giving the gist of it? Like,
Yeah. No, I get it. Let me ask, sorry, one more question. And then real quick, if you could, after I ask this last question, because you just give me like a few scholars that you read that kind of aided in your like research of like, I know you have a book,
I mean, yeah, I mean, you can definitely check out our book, and there's citations and further references and stuff like that to a whole bunch of
Oh,
different
okay,
scholars.
okay.
The ebook, by the way, is just $3. The link's in my bio here or on the YouTube profile. It's Christ Before Jesus is the name of the book. But yeah, we do have citations and give further references and stuff like that. So you can definitely go to other books and other scholars and stuff like that.
I got you. All right. Last question before I drop. Do regarding, I'll just use Matthew as an example since you guys were talking about it. Have you read?
By the way, really quick, before you go on, I was going to say something. So there is like let me scroll up here, and this is in Matthew. So there's a line here, right here, where he goes down to Egypt, right, to hide from Herod. And this says, this was to fulfill what had been spoken through the prophet, it was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I called my son. All right. This is pretty spot on to Hosea 11. All right. And I'm going to pull up Hosea 11 real fast.
Yeah.
So it is pretty clear that like you can, these people can get pretty fucking close.
Yeah.
So even in the same fucking book, same fucking chapter.
Yeah.
Like they can get pretty close. Yeah. So to say he will be called a Nazarene is just, oh, hey, branch. Like that's pathetic. That's no, not at all. Now, I'd also like to point out that right here, this is very clearly a past tense thing. It's not like I will call my son. It's literally talking about Israel and stuff like that. But I mean, yeah. So it's not really a prophecy that he's fulfilling. It's not even really a prophecy. It's just talking about Israel. But still, whenever they try to connect it to the prophets and they actually do quote, we can find the quote and it's pretty easy. But this other one is just kind of pulled out of their ass.
No, okay, damn. Okay, so no, I hear you. Wait, let me, damn, not, you just maybe formulate another question, so I have to ask two more now. So wait, to respond to that, like, do you think that some of the, because I know like regarding like Matthew's like quote unquote citation of like a prophecy in the Old Testament, I know a lot of people have different like views on that. Do you think that that particular prophecy and the interpretation that one may give could be part of like a broader system, or do you think it's just something like it's just no, they're just saying stuff on the fly or whatever? So like I'm a epistemic host, so like I think that like beliefs essentially have to like be in like a web and connect, and like each belief supports the other. So like when you hear like an interpretation regarding Matthew, right? Do you think that whether or not you can see how you gave, for example, Hosea, like it like almost close to verbatim in the Old Testament, do you think it could be part of like a broader system that could substantiate
I
that?
mean, it's part of a broader system of these gospel writers just finding random shit in the Old Testament to just connect it to.
Gotcha.
Like they're just saying, oh, hey, this is something simpler. Because I mean, obviously with Hosea 11, like, I mean, it's very clearly about, it says, when Israel was a child, literally names it. When Israel was a child, I loved him. And out of Egypt, I called my son. So this is explicitly about Israel. And this section here isn't about Jesus at all. Does Jesus sacrifice to the Baals?
No.
Does he offer incense to idols?
No.
No. So this isn't about Jesus right here, even though it's very clearly talking about it. So this isn't about Jesus, and this is explicitly not about Jesus. And this is in past tense, talking about this. So, I mean, not a prophecy. It's just that they take a random line and they're like, hey, let me kind of tie it in or whatever. Because they're getting influence from the Septuagint. They're getting influence from the Old Testament. They're getting influence for these stories and these narratives for these stories. The natural stories come from these other texts. But later on, they try connecting these things as prophecies. The first couple Gospels don't really do that very much. Mark very rarely says anything is connected to like a prophecy. And Evangeline, I don't think ever really says anything about a prophecy, which is the first Gospel in 144. But Matthew is explicitly trying to connect Jesus to not just being historical and being born here on the planet, but he's trying to connect him to Yahweh directly. He's trying to say that this is his son and everything like that, and he's trying to say that Jesus is the Christ. He's the Messiah. So very clearly, there's going to be a lot of attempts to try to connect to the Old Testament, and a lot of claims that these are prophecies. But in reality, they're just kind of throwing shit against the wall and saying, "Oh, hey, here's something that kind of lines up with the Old Testament."
No, I got you. Yeah. No, I have one more question, but I won't go on a tangent with questions and everything. But no, I appreciate you giving me the time. Yeah, I'll definitely check out the book and whatnot, and hopefully we can talk again.
Yeah, not a problem, man. Thank you for coming up, man.
Yes, sir.
All right. See, Christians, you can be respectful. We can have a respectful dialogue. That was a good guess. That wasn't bad at all. I enjoyed that. All right. Let's see here. $4.99 from Rich Beats, maybe? I don't know. Said Matthew copied Mark. Luke relied on Mark for Luke. Matthew was written anonymously in third person. LMAO. Well, I mean, yeah, yeah. Guys, listen. The New Testament makes more sense the less you think about it. $5 from Elope Nope. This is a sponsored ad from Rent a Mermaid LLC. Best for delusional fucks and birthday parties. Great rates, great queefs. Yeah, I saw that coming. I was like, when is it going to hit me? And then it dropped. All right. This person's been waiting very patiently. Hopefully they connect. And maybe? Maybe. It just kind of depends. Maybe. Hopefully. But in the meantime, a Mrs. Pasha? Is that it, Mrs. Pasha?
Hvorfor får jeg ikke til det her? Hva som skjer?
What?
Hello?
Hey.
Hello?
Hey.
Can you hear? You can hear me.
I can.
Yes. It's påske, actually.
Oh.
It's written, yeah, yeah.
Oh, well, what you got for us today?
Yeah, well, I don't believe in Christianity, but I have made I kind of more of a philosopher, and I've made some thoughts about who can prove whether or not Jesus and Paul exist. I mean, how can you prove that, really?
Well, you take a look at the text and determine whether or not it's even telling a story that lines up with history or lines up with itself.
Yeah. But then again, throughout time and history, I have had a thought, what if Jesus actually was born, but he was a genius, and he actually made people follow him and kind of made a religion out of it, like the New Testament? What if it was like I wouldn't say a scam artist, but a man with kind of a world view of what he wanted the world to be, and I guess living like 2,000 years ago couldn't be really that easy. People were sick, starving, the pestilence, disease, water, everything. And here comes a man who says, "Hey, Jesus, I'm Jesus, and God has sent me here to give you all forgiveness for your sins." I see you're keeping there. Not just a thought. What if he was an actual man who lived and was kind of like he was smart enough to actually rewrite history? Like rewrite
that's
religion.
the thing. Again,
Not just
I wouldn't mind the concept, but the problem is the fact that it just doesn't line up with history. That's the issue.
But just this philosophy. Why not history? Why is it not line up with history?
Because certain things that he talks about rabbis. He talks about and then he goes to like.
What do you mean he talks about rabbis?
Yeah,
What do you
rabbis
mean?
don't
What
show
is-
up for another 40 years after Jesus supposedly dies.
Okay, rabbis.
Yeah, a rabbi,
yeah,
like the
but
position of rabbi starts in 70. The first rabbi is Yohanan ben Zakkai.
okay, but he was a Jew. We all can agree on that.
Well,
Jesus,
I
he was a
mean,
Jew.
if he lived, I guess, yeah. If he was
If he
real, he'd
lived,
be
he
Jewish.
was a Jew.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would be Jewish.
Yeah.
And what did he do? On the day the Jews were supposed to celebrate spring, like Påska.
Påska.
What did he do?
Yeah. What did he do?
Yeah, he came riding along and kind of took the whole event and made it about him and his word and something else.
I mean,
like,
I guess, but I mean,
the man was a genius. I mean, he came to all the right places at all the right times. He said all the right things. But then again, and then we have the faulty of the human mind, and that is that every time you tell a story, the story changes. It adds a little, it takes a little, detracts a little, it alters a little, and over time, the story changes. And this, I just say this because if you read I guess most people today read the modern Bible, but if you find the Bible that was written for like 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, you will find that in the modern Bible there are verses that are missing. There are things from the old Bibles that are missing in the new Bibles.
I mean, sometimes it just kind of depends. They try to go back to the Greek to try to figure out whether or not something was there early on, or if it shows up. I mean, much later.
So I just say that I'm more a philosopher. I like to think about things, and I made this thought, and I think Jesus probably lived, and he was a genius, and he made followers, and he made a name for himself, and we are still talking about the man, and it's been like over 2,000 years, and it's just, yeah, I just think he was a genius. This was a genius. He made it happen, and
I don't know. I
and
think it's
just
more
like no, that's what philosophy. That's what, because we don't think in like what's the word, in fixed things.
Yeah, no,
When you
I mean,
think about things, you.
Unfortunately, from a philosophical standpoint, you could really do a number on the text of Jesus and stuff, but from a historical standpoint, it just doesn't hold water. That's the problem, and we're not talking about more philosophical things here. We're talking about historical. That's the issue.
You believe in Christ? You Christian?
Me?
Are you a Christian?
Me?
Yeah.
What?
You.
No, I what? I don't even think Jesus existed.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
No.
But why do you? Then we are just having a conversation, and I'm just philosophizing a little with you, and we agree differently. I'm not a Christian. My mother and father did this to me when I was a child, and I didn't have a choice. So
right.
I'm in the state church, like on my testament it will say I'm a Christian, but I don't believe in a God.
No, I mean, I understand.
So I just think if there ever was a man who came to this earth and he was Jesus, and the things he did, I just think it was genius. But I can prove it. I can prove it he existed,
here,
and I
yeah.
can prove if it did. Yeah.
Oh, I got
So
you. I got you.
just, yeah. So it was just I just wanted to bring that thought out in the air, because it's easy to get stuck in the text, in the verse, in the Bible, in the books, in the millions of copies of redacted Bibles. Like the oldest Bible I found was written by a Danish man like 500 years ago, and if you know anything about Scandinavian history, we had a language some 100 years ago that it's hard to read even for me. Like you have to.
Right.
But yeah, I have read some, because the Bible is like, for me, more like it's interesting to read it, and I agree with some of that. I think the only thing that the Bible or Christianity has come forth with that is something I can agree in is the 10 Amendments, like you don't kill, you don't steal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I
Like.
yeah. Jag förstår,
That's it. That's.
It's just, it's so, but that being said, I want to get to some other guests there that might think that he was more historical and might be more willing to give some arguments there for that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I have some things to do, so
yeah.
Have a good night.
Men hela huset på dig.
Good night.
No. All right. Let's see. Nahum?
Yeah. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good. What you got?
Well, I believe that Jesus existed because we base ourselves on historians or what people wrote before. Correct? I mean, any information that we want to gather about anybody, we have to go to people who wrote about him, right? Or somebody or historian, or we find written paperwork concerning that person's name. Correct? Is this what you wanna? Is this a conversation that you're having about how do you know that Jesus existed outside from the Bible? Correct?
Well, I mean, at all. I mean, you
Right.
can use the Bible if you want. I don't care.
Right.
You just have to establish
There's
that
this-
it's historically
there's-
reliable.
Right. There's this guy called Flavius Josephus. He's a Jewish historian. Flavius Josephus. This guy speaks about Jesus twice in all of the stories that he writes about Israel and about what happened in Israel.
Okay.
And he speaks about a certain person named Jesus, and the way he writes about him, he writes about him in fear, because he says the first few sentences that he writes, he says, I know about a man, if it be worthy to be called a man. This is what he wrote. I didn't write it. So I believe that he did exist because of a historian, and apart from the Bible,
All right.
he wrote also about the
was
Bible.
Josephus
He
a
wrote,
Christian?
No. He's just a historian from that time. I think Flavius Josephus is his name. I think he was 33 after AD, or 33 BC, or no, 33 AD. 33 AD.
What about 33 AD?
That's when he wrote that book.
No.
About the histories, about whatever it is that he wrote.
Mm-mm. Josephus wasn't even born until 37.
Well, there you go. You know about who I'm talking about.
That's why I put you down as maybe about the 30-something person to bring up Josephus in the last 3 weeks.
Okay. Now, concerning the other topic that you were talking about.
No, hold up. Slow down.
Okay, go ahead.
So, in the Testimony of Flavianum, which is what you're saying, about this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. So, in other words, he was potentially more than a god, and you think a Jewish person would have said that?
Are you asking me what I think?
You think a Jewish person would have said it's potentially
I don't know what a Jewish person. No, I don't know what a Jewish person would say. No.
Well, a Jewish person would not say that a man was a god. That's blasphemy.
Well, why would he write that?
It's almost like he didn't. Continuing on, it says he was the Christ. That's weird. I thought you said he wasn't a Christian.
No, I didn't. I never said that.
You said he wasn't a Christian.
Josephus was. No, he's just a regular historian.
Yeah, okay. So why does he say he was the Christ?
I wouldn't know, man.
Yeah,
this is just
pretty Christ-like, wouldn't you? Wouldn't that be a lot like a Christian to say that Jesus was the Christ?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Can you
when
name
you read
one
somebody's book,
non-Christian person who ever says that Jesus was the Christ?
you just spoke to a lady that called you a Christian.
Okay.
You
cool.
just spoke. No, you just
So
spoke to a
again,
lady
sweet. That
that
has
called
nothing
you
to
a
do with what I
Christian.
just asked.
I
I
wouldn't
want you
know
to point
why
to
that
one person who says that Jesus was the Christ, but they're not a Christian.
I wouldn't know, man.
Yeah, it's
The
almost
reason
like
why
this
I
is
bring
something
him
that's
up.
written by a Christian. And when
Right.
upon the accusation of the principal men among us, Pilate having condemned to a cross, those who had first come to love him did not cease. He appeared to them spending a third day restored to life, for the prophets of God had foretold these things and 1,000 other marvels about him. You think that is a non-Christian that is writing that?
I just think he's a historian writing that.
Do you think a non-Christian wrote he was the Christ, he was possibly a god, and also he resurrected, and then the divine prophets had foretold him? You think a Jewish person
so you're
believed
saying
that
that
Jesus fulfilled the prophecies?
right? So you're saying with your question, you're
Do you
saying that
think
you
a
discard.
Jewish person writing in 90, which is when he was actually writing, and
No, I
living at the
understand your question,
emperor's
Chris.
compound in Rome, do you
I
think
understand
he
your
wrote
question, Chris.
that Jesus was the Christ?
I understand your question, Chris. I understand it. Trust me, I do. My question to you is: are you discarding that writing because you believe he's a Christian?
No, I'm discarding it because I know a Christian wrote it. His name is
Oh.
Eusebius, and he's writing over 200 years after the death of Josephus, and he adds it. It's an interpolation. Josephus did not actually write it. That's why I'm discarding it.
Okay.
It's added to the text later on.
And
Eusebius
you
is the
you
guy's
know
name,
that.
and he's yes. Eusebius is the guy's name. He actually uses phrases in this paragraph that he uses that Josephus doesn't use. The paragraph before it and after it go together,
So,
and
but
the
I've
testimony of
read
Flavianum
Eusebius.
doesn't line.
Yeah, I've read
line up.
Eusebius and Josephus. There's
Okay.
just two different
Well,
books.
Eusebius in Demonstratio Evangelica says, "Let us now make use of Josephus the Jew," and then gives us this paragraph for the first time in history. No one prior to him ever mentions it.
Okay. Well, that's okay.
And he's also
Fine.
an admitted liar.
Now,
He says
concerning
he quotes Plato when he says that Plato, or when he talks about how like a lawyer should be able to lie on for the defense of his client. He's saying that sometimes it would be beneficial to tell falsehoods in order to get people to do the right thing or what you think is the right thing.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, concerning the other topic that you guys have been speaking about,
Okay. Yeah. So
the
Josephus is over.
Nazarene,
What else you got? Yep.
the word Nazarene.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they took that from Numbers chapter 6. I think they took that word from Numbers chapter 6, verse 2. It says that the child should be called a Nazarite.
Yeah,
Nazarite.
that's talking about a Nazarite vow, not someone who's
Yeah,
from Nazareth.
no, it's a consecration. They're consecrating the children.
So that's not really children per se. This is when
Yeah.
men or women make a special vow, the vow of a Nazarite. This has nothing. It's just telling you what that is.
Right. So what I
They
believe
shall
that
separate
Matthew is
themselves from
saying,
wine and strong drink. Yet Jesus is a Nazarite and gives his followers wine.
it only shows that once.
Okay.
And he doesn't say he drinks it. He said, "I will drink with this until I'm with you again."
What?
He says that he will drink of the wine until he's with them again.
So he's drinking of it?
No. He says, "I will drink of this wine
Okay.
until
So he's not a
I
Nazarite?
am with you, until I am with you, until
So he's
his
not a
return."
Nazarite.
He did a vow. He consecrate the word Nazarite is a consecration. Is what you said, a vow.
Mm-hmm.
So what Matthews is saying that he will be concerning the prophets, they will call him a Nazarite, or is because he is a kid that would be separated and consecrated for God's special work.
Okay. That's still a Nazarite, not a Nazarene. But I don't know what to tell you, man. It's trying to tell
You
you that
don't.
a Nazarene is somebody from Nazareth. That's what it's saying. That's what Matthew 2 is saying, that a Nazarite, or sorry, a Nazarene is somebody from Nazareth. That's what it says.
Okay.
There he made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene. It is saying a Nazarene is someone from Nazareth. So this has nothing to do with Nazarite, because Nazarite has nothing to do with Nazareth or where you're from. It's just a vow.
Okay. All right, man. Have a good day.
That's it?
That's it, man. You have all your words. You have everything. There's no challenge in you. You're the man. Take care.
I mean, you could try harder. That's fine.
It's okay.
Is it? I mean, 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you.
No. A person with an experience does not challenge a person with a belief.
What?
A person with a experience cannot be challenged by a person with a belief. You, my friend, don't have an experience with God.
We're not talking
You are
about whether
only
or not people have experiences
right.
with God. We're talking about whether or not two people existed 2,000 years ago. Unless you had
Exactly.
an experience 2,000 years ago, which I don't think
Exactly.
you did.
So if you don't have that experience
Did
with
you
that
have an
person,
experience 2,000 years ago?
I had an experience with that person that was born 2,000 years ago.
Did you have an experience 2,000 years ago?
I had an experience with a man that was born 2,000 years ago.
Sweet. During your life, or were you there 2,000 years ago?
No, now.
Okay. Well, then that's not what we're talking about. We're
I
not
know,
talking
man,
about
but
my belief. We're not talking about your experience. If you think that you had an experience with Jesus and he jacked you off yesterday, I don't care. That has nothing to do with whether or not he existed 2,000 years ago. We're talking
but
about
that's
whether or
what
not
that's
two
the
people
whole
existed
thing.
in
That's
the
the whole
desert
thing,
2,000
man.
years ago.
You
That's
want
not
me
what
to
we're talking
defend
about.
something.
No,
But
I'm wanting
you want
you
me
to
to defend something.
defend. I'm wanting
Yeah.
you to defend whether or not, or why you believe why Jesus existed, or that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago.
Well, I tried telling you
No, you didn't.
with the
All you did,
historian,
all you
and
did
you
was you said
and you
something about
blocked it.
all. All you did was say something about how a Nazarite was a Nazarene. You just showed that you didn't know the difference between the word Nazarene and Nazarite, and you didn't read it in context because it didn't say
Right.
anything about the vow in the Nazarene section of Matthew, and it doesn't say anything
Right.
about Nazareth in the Numbers 6.
Right, but that just
book.
shows that you're smarter than me.
No, it just means that I read. Do you have
Yeah.
anything else?
So that means that you're more scholar than me.
No, it just means that I read.
Right.
That's it.
And you want me to challenge someone.
Surely that you think those two
Why
things
would-
are the
why-
entire
no.
reason you thought that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago? The only
No, man,
evidence
I
you had
gave you-
of a person in the desert with those two things?
I gave you what I have. I only gave you what I have. You've given me what you have plus more. You understand?
Let me ask
How
you a
am I
question.
going to
Let me ask
convince
you a
you?
question.
How am I going to
You believe
convince
that
you that
Jesus
Jesus
existed
didn't
2,000
exist?
You believe that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago, correct?
I do, man. I
Okay.
do.
Now, for that, I'm not asking if you have, about your experience with Jesus during your lifetime.
Right.
Would you be willing to die on the hill, die on a hill for that statement? Would you be willing to die for the statement that he existed 2,000 years ago?
Definitely.
Okay. The only evidence you have for something that you have committed your life to like that
Mhm.
was wiped away like that easy by
Right.
Josephus. That was it. And
That's
that-
it.
You read a book that was
That's
written
it.
by someone else because you never
And I
looked
would-
into it,
and
that
I would
that
die
was
on that
enough for
hill.
you to die. Okay,
I will die on that hill, man.
cool. So you're dying for something that's a lie.
No.
That's hilarious.
It's a lie to you.
No. Did you have any response to what I said about Josephus?
Well, I told you. I told you that there was this
You've
historian.
committed your
you
life to
claimed
it,
him,
and you can't
Yeah.
even prove that Josephus himself wrote that when I explained that it was written by Eusebius?
Well, this is what you say, that it was
Okay,
written
well,
by
prove that it was
Eusebius.
written by Josephus.
Will you prove to me that Josephus didn't write that? Prove
Yeah,
to me
I
that
did.
Josephus.
Eusebius.
Prove to me
In
that
fact,
Josephus was a
Eusebius-
Christian.
there's a-
Just because he wrote that he was
Prove that
Christ.
Eusebius was a Christian?
No, prove to me that Josephus was a Christian just
He
because he
wasn't.
wrote that Jesus was the Christ.
He wasn't. And he didn't. That's my point.
No, but
It's almost like you completely missed what I said.
No, you said that he was a Christian because
Who?
he wrote. You said that Flavius
No.
Josephus
Listen.
was a Christian
We're
because he wrote that he
we're
was
gonna try
Christ.
this again because it's pretty obvious that you didn't pay attention the first time. All right.
Maybe I didn't. Like I said, you're
so
smarter
this is
than
what
me.
we're gonna do. Well, then I'm gonna dumb it down for you. That's what I'm
Go
gonna
ahead,
do.
man.
I'm gonna make
Go
it
ahead.
so dumb that you
Go
can
ahead.
understand this. Jesus
Go
Christ,
for it.
dude! Like, have some
Go for it.
fucking self-confidence. All right.
Go for it.
So it literally says in the Testimonium Flavianum, he was the Christ. That is not anything that a non-Christian would say.
Why would you say that?
Name me one non-Christian in the history of the world who has said Jesus was the Christ but wasn't a Christian.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, it's almost like you've committed to this bullshit that
Yeah.
very clearly was not written by Josephus. And as soon as I pointed
Right.
out to you that there's a problem, you went, but I'm still going to die for it. Well, that's really fucking stupid. Like, it is.
Okay.
Because, like, the only evidence you had that Jesus actually existed 2,000 years ago was
Mm-hmm.
debunked by, fucking reading it.
Yeah.
I don't know what
guess
to
so,
tell
man.
you. It, like, the
I guess
line
so.
itself, this phrase right here, performed surprising deeds. This line here, like doer of
Mhm.
good works, this is a phrase in the Greek that Josephus doesn't even use to mean miracle worker like this. It means, the way he uses it, Josephus, he uses it to mean
Mhm.
poet. You know who uses
Okay.
it to mean, like, miracle worker, like this does? Eusebius. Over a dozen times in his book Demonstratio Evangelica, where he gives us the Testimonium Flavianum for the first time in history.
Yeah.
Multiple church fathers before Eusebius quote from Antiquities of the Jews, that very same book. The very same book that this is supposedly from, they quote from it, and you know what they don't mention? Any of this. Because it wasn't in there. It's something that is added by Eusebius. Eusebius comes up with it, and a later scribe decides to place it into the text of Josephus, because the oldest text that we have from Josephus, the oldest manuscript in Greek, goes to the 10th century. Eusebius said this in the 4th century. So sometime in those 600 years, a Christian scribe, decided to add it to the text that we have today. In fact, we know that they were constantly adding things, because something from the 10th to 11th century is the Slavonic version of Josephus, and it has like 13 mentions of Jesus in it, which are all incorrect, because we can tell that at that point in time, Christians were adding things into text in order to make it sound like these historians had been talking about Jesus the entire time.
Right.
Like, it's incredibly obvious. So before you go around saying, I'm going to die for that idea, I'm going to die for that, I'd be willing to die for that idea, maybe look into it to see if it's actually true. Otherwise, you wasted
But
your
that's the
fucking
thing,
time.
man. You're claiming that what I have is an idea.
It is an idea. You
No,
had
man,
the
I have an
idea of
experience.
dying for something.
No, man, I have an experience, man.
Well, you didn't have an
That's the
experience 2,000
difference.
years ago. And again, I don't.
But
How,
that's the difference.
How did you determine that what you had an experience with was something
Mhm.
from 2,000 years ago, as opposed to just bad gas?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
I'd like an
But it
answer.
wasn't bad gas. It wasn't bad gas. My experience, I can only share it. But when you
So
experience
how
it,
did you determine that your experience was from something 2,000 years ago in the desert?
no. That's
How
the thing,
did you
man.
determine
I
that
don't know.
your experience was given to you by something or someone who
Mhm.
existed 2,000 years ago in the desert?
Because I know.
How?
Because you just know.
Okay. So it sounds like
You
you're just
just
kind of
know.
nuts. Like, you don't
No,
actually
you
have
just
any evidence, even for
well,
the own experience, even your own experience. You simply can't explain how it's connected to 2,000 years ago. But is it?
you just
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
When you
Well,
know,
let me ask you
know.
this. Let me ask you this. Do you have any evidence that your experience is connected to Jesus from 2,000 years
Yes.
ago? All right.
Yes.
Provide the evidence.
I was blind and I can see now. I was dead and I'm alive now.
Okay.
I was deaf and I can hear now.
All right, he's just a fucking moron. All right. You know, people actually do have, like, vision issues. Piece of shit. All right, KD Evans? I don't know what's going on with your sound. Sounds like I'm in the inside of a of like a JBL or something. What is happening? What the hell was that? Sounded like I was like trapped inside of a spring. That was weird. That was kind of scary. All right. Elope Note, $5 there on Super Chat says, I had an experience with a mermaid. Let's say I was blown away. Pain, Elope Note. Pain. What you're bringing me is pain. Physical pain. Hey, I better get my claps today. There we go. There we go. Yeah, there it is. Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat. Yep, Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat. Brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone. What zone? The errata zone. Virtue 2 Feral. All right. We have up here 1/3 of Girls Gone Godless, found where all podcasts can be found, as well as 1/3 of Bible Libel, soon to be coming to TikTok in a few days. Actually, Sunday is the first episode of Bible Libel.
That's why I'm up here. I haven't been listening because I'm not at work today and I've been running errands, so I've been in and out, but I just wanted to make sure that you were plugging the show like a good boy.
Yes, Sister Christina. There does need to be a female version of Christ before Jesus, which is like Christina before like Jessica or something. I'm trying to think of the female version of the name Jesus. Would Jessica be that? No, that was created by Shakespeare actually created the name Jessica. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah.
I do now, though. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
We should add that to our list of things that we didn't know.
But Bible Libel is coming up 9 p.m. Central. We are ending your weekend. We are ending your weekend. Get rid of the Monday scaries with a little dose of...
And I bought a gong. I don't know if you saw my message yet, but somebody said we need a gong.
Why
so
did
I bought a gong.
What do you... What the fuck do you think we're going to be doing?
I just thought it would be fun. It's a game show. Like, we should just add... What do people think? One's in chat. Should we just add, like, elements from all our favorite game shows? Like a gong. We have, like, some random suitcase with, like, money in it. And, like, Plinko.
All right. I think I found a sound effect here for this. All right.
Nope.
That's about all that I'm able to play.
Nope.
I just searched for the word Chinese,
fun.
and that was one of the things that came up.
I'm telling you, honestly, we could just have our Google Meet sessions and put them on live, and they would be hilarious. So I'm telling you guys, this is going to be really fun. Sundays, every Sunday, 9 Central, for
Virtue
1
Two
hour.
Farrell
So
just
you
said that
have
she was
to
going
be
to
there.
report live. Yes, it is for 1 hour. So if you miss it, you missed it. Sorry.
Yep.
9 p.m. Central. PM.
Yes, 9 p.m. Central.
So if
after your long day, when you get in your jammies, you know where to go for 1 hour.
Yeah, just hanging out, listening to some dick jokes from people who are way too old to be making dick jokes and way too young to care.
Yes, it's going to be very fun. So tune in. All right. I don't have evidence for Jesus or Paul, so you can lever me.
Let me see. Do I need to lever you, or is there any other sound I can use? Oh, here's one.
You're going to flush me?
Flush you? No, I'm not flushing you. Here we go. Good stuff. All right. How's it going?
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 21.
21. All right. And quick question.
Mhm.
Are mermaids real?
Are mermaids real? No.
All right. Very good answer. I like the fact that you were able to answer that question immediately. All right. What you got for us, On?
Yeah. So I wanted to know why you would hold the position that Jesus and Paul don't exist or never existed.
Because even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, as well as the Quran and the Book of Mormon, do not line up with what we know about the first century, based off of geography, archaeology, contemporaries of the time, that kind of thing.
Interesting. Are you saying that the depictions of Jesus and Paul in the Bible and these books, they're not correct, but a form of them exists that's not in alignment with what they claim?
What I'm saying is that the way that they presented the New Testament didn't exist. If you want to say that somebody else existed, or that they existed in some form or something, that's fine, but they're not from the New Testament, and we don't really have any evidence for anybody who they could have really been based upon. Not really within the first century. Definitely not anybody who would have been able to do those particular stories.
I mean, we don't have to grant the miracles and all stuff. I can grant you that stuff.
Oh, no,
is,
setting that aside, even the natural, that's why I said even the natural stories in the New Testament don't line up. Because they don't even line up with each other sometimes.
Sorry, go on. But yeah, sorry. But shit, wait. But yeah, I was gonna say that the stories that we have in the New Testament and the Gospels, that they are numerous and that they would lead us to believe that there was. I'm not saying a different form of Jesus, but Jesus that at least is depicted in these Gospels existed in a sense. Like there was a man who supposedly preached, claimed to be the Messiah. Key factors that these Gospels are at least consistent in, things like the story of the adulteress that wouldn't exist because of the contradictions and stuff like that.
Okay.
So in that sense, Jesus and Paul would exist, no?
No.
Why not?
Again, the New Testament version just doesn't line up with reality or each other.
No, that's what I'm saying. We can take what aligns across all of the New Testament versions and the Gospels, the New Testament and the only records we have of him. Like, for example, what a claim that exists across Jesus or Paul from the different sources that we have, they would all claim that they all claimed an existence of a God. We would claim that there would be a Jesus, and Paul that they claimed that. We can establish some consistent things across these evidences that we can refer to them about. You know, I'm saying that we can draw a picture of Jesus and Paul based on the consistent evidence that we have across these sources.
Okay.
Or do you disagree with that?
Well, I mean, 2 Gospels say that he was born in Bethlehem. Others don't. And Gospel of John says he descended out of heaven. So,
Okay,
I mean,
but all the Gospels.
What do you want me to do there?
And I'm just trying to establish, like, you agree that they wouldn't all be correct, but I'm just trying to establish if you agree that they do paint a picture that would be historical.
Yeah. I mean,
to a
based off of the
significant
earliest gospel, but okay. Like, that's not how that works. Technically speaking, all of the Harry Potter books paint a Harry Potter that seems to be pretty consistent.
No,
So
I'm
what
not
the
saying
fuck?
it's true.
I mean,
in
even the fan fiction of Harry Potter is still technically connecting to him. It's still a guy named Harry Potter, and he lives in a magic world where he goes to Hogwarts and shit like that. Like, it's still consistent. That doesn't mean anything. All the
No, it's
stories
not
of
true,
Zeus have
clearly.
him as like the king of the gods. Who cares? All the stories
it's
of
not true.
Hercules have him being muscular. Who cares?
No, I'm not saying purely in virtue of them having consistency that would be a reason.
Okay.
Or we also
Well,
have to
then
consider the fact that they're
please
written.
present the evidence for this person who you were able to carve out.
Yes, the consistency across these is a
Oh,
reason.
so it is about the consistency.
No, I'm not saying it's the only reason. Because if we were
Yeah,
to
it
grant
is.
that,
I
that
mean,
would
what's
mean
the other evidence?
Yeah, the other reasons, like we have to consider the criterion of embarrassment, like why they would write certain things like this.
Okay, the criterion of
The
embarrassment.
genre,
Okay. So considering
the
the fact that
genre
the
that's
first
written in.
gospel, so the criterion of embarrassment usually focuses around a few things. What's the criterion of embarrassment? Please explain it.
Of how in favor of the story that the people are trying to paint would be in of them. For example, the crucifixion specifically, like if they truly believed that he was a god, they wouldn't paint a picture of somebody being unalived. That
Right.
would contradict the framework that they're trying to apply. It would
All right. Well,
essentially
I'm going to
embarrass
immediately
them.
stop you. Have you never heard of the concept of a dying rising God?
Never heard. I know. I'm granted that can exist. Yes, that has
Okay.
existed.
So does that
before
mean that
Jesus.
literally every god who has ever had a story written down where something bad happens to him, it must have existed because that's embarrassing?
No, I'm not saying it. They don't all exist independently. They all exist in virtue of each other. The
Yeah,
criterion
I
of
know.
embarrassment,
So
the consistency, all of these
no,
work
the
together.
consistency. Nope, because consistently.
So are you saying there's no
Zeus,
consistency in the claim?
consistently, Zeus is not only the king of the gods, but he's also doing bad things, things that you would not want to worship a god for or whatever. He's doing things that are not very becoming of the king of the gods consistently. So I guess using the consistent argument, the consistency argument, plus the criterion of embarrassment, Zeus exists.
We're not only using these two. We're not limited. We never
All
limit
right,
it to
what else
only
you
two
got?
arbitrary
What else
things.
you got that's not going to apply to Zeus?
Okay, the genre that's being written in the gospels. These gospels are written to be about history. They're written under the assumption.
Oh,
The
okay.
writers
Well,
are writing
yeah.
under the
Now,
assumption.
earlier you said that you were setting aside, supernatural stuff. So, are you still doing that to make these
Yes.
gospels real? Oh, okay. So
Yes,
the
we can still
gospels
we
aren't. They're not mythology. Whenever you take out the mythology, yeah, that's how that works. I mean, Harry Potter isn't like a wizard if you take out all the magic.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Harry Potter was written purely to be a work of fiction. It's not written
Yeah,
with a
so
claim
was
that it's a
so
historical
was the
work.
first gospel.
No, the gospels are written with the claim that they are historical works.
No, the first gospel published 144 in 144 by Marcion, Evangeline, does not necessarily indicate that it is the real thing. In fact, Marcion did not
So
believe
what?
that Jesus was even a human being.
So why do we see the other gospels or consistency in majority
Because
of
the
gospels?
other
that
gospels
this
took
is-
that IP in a different direction. The other gospels are more like the fan fiction of the original gospel. Kind of like how
That's an
some of the Harry
assumption that
Potter
they're
people
all
can be
off
running
the
things.
first gospel.
They are off
That's
the first
the-
gospel. Have you never
And
heard of
what's
the
the-
concept
what's the
of
reason
the
to believe
two-source
that?
hypothesis?
No, I have heard of the two source
Okay,
hypothesis.
well,
That doesn't.
then what are
that
the two
doesn't
sources?
necessitate that
What are the
they're
two
all off
sources?
the first gospel.
What are the two sources?
Luke and
No.
Mark.
No.
Is this to establish Q?
No, it's not Luke and Mark. That doesn't make any sense. It's Mark
I thought
and
you're
Q.
talking about Q. Oh, okay, yes, that's what you're talking about. Okay,
It's Mark
yes.
and Q. Now, considering the fact that Evangeline not only has all the information that you would need for Q, but on top of that, Evangeline is also published by a man named Marcion, whose name literally means little Mark because it was pronounced Markion, and most of what's found in Mark is actually found in Evangeline, which is Q. There you go.
Evangeline is Q. I
Yes.
haven't heard that before. Why?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
Because it's all the material that you would need.
Is Evangeline a sayings gospel?
It doesn't have to be a sayings gospel. It just has to have
I
sayings
thought
in
I
it.
thought that the position was that Q would be a sayings gospel due to
No,
how
the only reason
much-
that they say it's a sayings gospel is because they don't want to admit that Mark is also based off of it.
No, I mean no. It's said to be a saying gospel due to the fact that the consistency we see between Mark and whatever skew was supposed to be based off on as well is our sayings. There are no non-sayings that are
No,
quoted
a
off that.
sayings gospel is a gospel that just has a bunch of quotes. The only reason
Yeah,
that they say it's a bunch of quotes is because they want to say that Mark is where they get the narrative, but the other thing can't have narrative because that would mean that Mark could potentially be coming from that as well. It just requires that there are sayings in it, not that it's a sayings gospel. That doesn't make sense.
Okay. You're saying there's a distinction between it can have as form of
It can
narrative.
have the sayings in it as well as narrative, and as luck would have it, the Gospel of Evangeline has a lot of what Mark has in it. In fact,
Okay,
again, it's
interesting.
published by a guy whose name literally means Little Mark.
Interesting. So how much of this Evangeline have we have? I've generally never heard of Evangeline.
Evangelion or Evangeline, it means gospel in Greek, and it's published in roughly about 144. Published and written by a guy named Marcion.
Yeah, how much of it do we have? Like, do we have a physical copy? Do we have enough
So
of
it's
it?
potentially we do have some fragments or manuscripts. It depends, because the Gospel of Luke straight up utilizes it between chapters 4 through 22 of the Gospel of Luke. So all we have to do is really find from some fragments of Luke, and it's potential that that's what it is. In fact, P69 is considered to be either the Gospel of Luke or Evangeline. We're not really sure, and we don't have any way of knowing.
Okay, wait. You're saying about you hold the position that Evangelon is Q as well.
That's what I said initially.
Okay. I see where you're coming from. I see. That's interesting. It was nice talking with you. I really just want to understand your position, where you're coming from. It was nice talking with you as well. But yeah, I'll drop. Have a good day.
What? All right. I guess he's just done.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going? How's it going, man?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
When the fuck did
Okay,
we get
awesome.
ice cream?
Ooh, what was that?
What's going on?
Yeah, so I guess the like kind of a when you say Jesus and Paul never existed, maybe could I get some clarifications of like what you mean by that? Because like there's a lot
even
of
the
different
natural versions of Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist.
So like even like just people named Jesus and Paul, or
even the natural versions of Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist.
Okay. And sorry, I'm kind of new to this channel. It seemed like the reason you come to that conclusion is it mainly based on hermeneutics?
What?
So hermeneutics is the
No,
study.
I understand what it is, but how did you get to that?
Because I think it was either the last talk or the talk before that, you're saying based on the Gospels, or like specifically the Gospels, like not like lining up with like either natural events or like some historical fact.
That wouldn't be hermeneutics.
That, and how is that not hermeneutics?
That would just be like historicity, like historicity claims or archaeology or something.
So like hermeneutics, like the study of like how like specific interpretations, right? Like kind of like a way to even like start off like with the claim that the Gospels don't support like I'm at like I think we both agree that there's at least like some claims that like would line up with history, right? Like it's just like the important claims you would claim that don't line up with history, right? Or there's like some important contradictions.
I mean, there's contradictions with each other. There's contradictions with itself.
Oh, sorry,
like
you're cutting out.
Sorry. There's contradictions with like each other. There's contradictions with like themselves, like the Gospel of Luke having like Jesus be in utero for 10 years. There's contradictions with geography, contradictions with
archaeology. So I guess like what I'm asking is like, so we're not like we could come to like at least the agreement that the Gospels don't contradict every historical fact, correct?
I mean,
like,
yeah, not all
like
of them.
it would be impossible to actually like because like we would say, okay, like there's definitely things. So like an example would be in the Gospel of John. There's 4 Roman centurions who cast lots for Jesus' clothes. Plosivius actually talks about this being a very common thing in the Roman time. He calls it a quinterion, meaning that there is 4 Roman soldiers who end up who are in like sort of like a squad. So
Yeah. So I guess the reason why this is very important is to kind of like when I like go about like why I believe that there was a Jesus and Paul, I have to understand very much when we talk about this, it eventually kind of does come down to things about hermeneutics, because like I'm not going to like hide the bias. I'm not secular. I'm very religious, but there's like faulty ways we could use hermeneutics to disprove the Gospels, and there's faulty ways we could use hermeneutics to prove the Bible. So you
the
see
best
why
way to
I
take
like
a look at it is to try to figure out if it actually fits the time period. It doesn't matter how many times a story lines up with history to determine whether or not it's fiction. It's how many times it doesn't.
So like to kind of go
Harry Potter can sometimes line up with history. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter lines up with history quite a bit, but it's still fiction.
Yeah, I think that's like kind of important though, because you see like there would be like my position, like the burden of proof is a little too high for anyone to actually prove any history, right? So so let me give you an example.
Okay.
Like let's take any other like crazy historical standpoint, right? Let's take people marching across the Alps with elephants, right? Like it seems like kind of absurd, right?
No.
Like that that thousands of years ago, like we have like historical events of like people like that would be a very hard thing to do today with like modern technology and like better like
to ride an elephant?
No, to like have a whole like company of elephants ride across the Alps, which are very like dangerous just by like human feet. Like that would be very hard to get a bunch of war
I think an
elephants today.
elephant isn't a human then.
I'm confused. Like that's not really what I'm saying. I'm saying it would be a very hard thing and it's almost unbelievable today. But like say if we like most historians agree that that was an actual event in history, right?
Okay.
But let's say that we end up seeing something where like maybe that type of elephant didn't exist during that time period. We wouldn't ever like just come to the straight conclusion that that entire historical event doesn't that like isn't like completely true at all. We'd actually just take further like looks at it and actually like we wouldn't put the burden of proof of saying that event never happened.
Okay.
So the reason why I say that is like I won't like I'm not going to posit that every I do believe this, but I won't posit for the sake of argument, like for the sake of like giving it to you, just because it's a dialogue that like let's say not like let's say that there are like historical like contradictions within the Bible.
Okay, there's historical contradictions within the Bible.
Yeah. So let's both like posit that for the sake of this dialogue. How many things have to be right for there to be like for the Bible to actually prove Jesus and Paul?
All of it?
No, what? Like say if there was every single like fact about history was true.
We get to say that the Jesus or the Paul that are presented in the New Testament did not exist. So let me give you an example.
Yeah.
Let me give an example because you've given me plenty. If I told you that George Washington drove a Ford F-150, and I wrote this in a book, and I gave you this book, you could tell me easily, and you'd be justified in saying this, that the George Washington that is presented in my book did not exist. Correct? Yeah.
Correct.
Now, are you saying that George Washington didn't exist? No. But we'd have to go elsewhere outside the book to try to find them. And if there's listen. So if there's no corroborating evidence for George Washington, I don't know what to tell you. But at the very least, what we get to say is George Washington, as presented by Jaron's book, did not exist. So what I'm saying is that Jesus, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. Unless you can show me any kind of evidence that suggests that he existed in any other way, then we can't make any claims outside of that. All we get to say is the New Testament presents a fictional character, and until there's evidence of him at all, we are just going to go ahead and assume that he's been fictional the whole time. Same thing goes for Peter Parker. The Peter Parker that is presented in the Amazing Spider-Man comics does not exist. Now, if you think that it's based off of somebody else, please provide evidence. And if we don't have any corroborating evidence that suggests that there's a Peter Parker that this is based off of, then I'm just going to go ahead and assume that Peter Parker is entirely fictional because the only thing we have of him is bullshit.
Okay, so like
It is the null hypothesis.
What I'm trying to present is
Mhm.
that like so like I was trying to get like a basis of like where the like why you'd have that sense, because I don't so like I guess for me I don't uphold to sola scriptura, so I do have like
Cool.
some like
So what's your evidence for Jesus or Paul? How did you establish that they existed outside the Bible? I
So,
mean, if you want to take a look at the Bible, we can, but the Bible contradicts itself, which means it's not going to present a consistent story, which means you're going to have to show that it's historically reliable by corroborating it with something else. You're going to have to show me exactly how you know George Washington existed, even though you know my version of it and didn't.
Well, so like again, I wasn't trying to like prove that like Jesus and Paul existed just by the
That's
fact
what
that I
we're
don't.
looking for.
Yeah.
But,
Wait, sorry.
Again, what evidence do you have?
Sorry.
What evidence do you have?
I was just explaining like where I'm going.
Yeah, it's fine.
with
Just
this.
skip ahead to going there.
Yeah, but I think this is kind of important because like I was trying to get a basis of where why you don't believe that.
and
Now I was
I
trying to get
explained
a
it.
basis.
Now let's skip ahead to the
Yeah,
part
I
where
was
you
trying to
give
give you
the
a
evidence.
basis
Yeah,
of why
just-
I
yeah,
believe.
it's fine. Yeah, we all get it. We all understand. What evidence do you
No,
have?
no, I think because this is like why like because so like the reason why I believe is not it's based on two things. One is I believe the hermeneutics you present are just not my hermeneutics. So like
Okay.
when
Well,
you
what
so like
hermeneutics do you have? What
so
do you
like
have?
earlier you said the Gospel of John, Jesus you said that it contradicts Luke because Luke, Jesus is born, but in John, he descends from heaven.
Yep.
Would you like to bring up that passage where it specifically says Jesus isn't born but descends from heaven? I'm assuming you're talking about John chapter 1.
No,
correct?
it says John 3.
Or John 3.
I mean, if you already know where it's at, why do you need me to bring it up?
Oh, like would you just like to read it?
All right. No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man.
Where does it say Jesus isn't born?
It doesn't have a birth story, and it says it starts with him alive and he descends out of heaven. That's the idea. The one who descended from heaven. And on top of that, that's what happens in the first gospel that's published by Marcion in 144. Tertullian says that Marcion's belief is that Jesus descended out of heaven as a fully grown man down into Capernaum.
So I think this gets kind of complicated
Not really.
when you argue about the Gospels, and most historians don't believe Q is early like in the last conversation. I think you're saying that Evangelion was Q.
It is.
No historian agrees with that. Q's
I
a
don't give a shit
hypothetical
what a
gospel.
historian talks about. When most historians talk about Q, they're talking about a hypothetical first century document.
Yes.
I'm not talking about a hypothetical first century document. I'm talking about Evangelion because that's what the Q material would be. So in essence, it is Q. If you're wanting Q to just be a hypothetical first century document, then no, Evangelion isn't Q, and we're never going to find Q because that doesn't exist at all. Because no
Okay.
document that
Yeah.
talks about Jesus is from the first century.
So why do you trust like historical information about like events during Jesus' life?
I don't even know what you're trying to ask, man.
So like why do you trust? So like you would like would you say that like the synod in Luke that's like a historical contradiction, and like that's one of them that would
historical contradiction? No, it's just simply saying that he descended from heaven, which is what Marcion's Evangeline said. It's not that big of a deal.
You see, like, again, we're back to hermeneutics. I stopped even talking about like descending from heaven because like it doesn't really matter what Marcion thinks to me. That's a hermeneutic,
Okay, well, it's
correct?
the first gospel, so I don't know what to tell you, man.
But there would you agree that there are? Have you ever heard about the Didache?
Yep.
Do you know that the Didache has parts of Matthew, and the Didache is it's carbon dated prior to
It's
Marcion.
not carbon dated prior to
Yeah, it is.
Marcion.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Yes,
No, the
the car-
Didache was initially thought by early church fathers to be late 2nd century, and it also
Wha-
quotes from Timothy. And 1 Timothy literally mentions a book from Marcion, which is Antitheses, and mentions Gnosticism, which is a 2nd century concept. 2 Timothy, which is written by the same author of 1 Timothy because it's one of the pastorals, mentions Crescens, the scribe of Polycarp, who died in 180, as well as Carpus, his Latin name Carpus. Polycarp, his Latin name is Carpus. So no, it's definitely late 2nd century.
We
That
literally
being said,
have.
keep going. What do you got?
Okay, fine. I move on for the sake. Okay. Let me go back to where I was going with Luke because again, like the Marcion thing, like won't like whatever Marcion thinks doesn't really matter to me,
It's
right?
the first gospel, so I don't give a shit about literally any other gospel.
Again, like that.
Sorry, man. I mean,
Okay,
unless
like,
it's
I would
unless it's in
posit-
Marcion's gospel, I'm not going to say that this is what they believed initially. Just because you're pointing to somebody changing the story later on and saying, "Oh, hey, look at this. This is proof." No, it's not.
Do you think there could be alternative histories in the modern age?
I don't even know what that has to do with this topic, man.
So what you're saying is like okay, so like what I was trying to dismantle right now is that we do this all the time in modernity, right? Where we might get, for one thing, I do think there's gospels older than Marcion, but for the sake of this, I would even posit that they're like Marcion's the first gospel. Let's say Marcion publishes the first gospel and get things wrong, and then people edit it and fix it based on like the historians further. We do this all the time in modernity, like in the modern age.
Okay.
So like think like we will go and like correct history, and like we will go like even correct like historians like further back from us, correct?
Sure. So, yeah, cool. So, what's your evidence that any of this was more reliable after it came out after Marcion?
Well, again, because I don't uphold to sola scriptura, I would actually posit a lot of like philosophical arguments of like at
that's
least
not
why
gonna
I
help
believe.
with evidence of someone historically.
I mean, so there's a couple ways. So you were kind of talking about this earlier about the embarrassment, right? And you kind of brought up Zeus. Something very different with Jesus is Zeus. Like you brought up Zeus as like a kind of a foil to humans. Like wouldn't people actually hate Zeus at this time? And like that would be embarrassing of all his actions. We could actually look towards the history of like the early philosophers, such as Socrates, right? What was like one of the reasons why Socrates was murdered?
Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, man? This
I-
is just ridiculous.
I was giving the philosophical reasoning of like
We're
why
not
I
going to
think-
get to a philosophical reason as to why they existed in the 1st century. Give the evidence.
Well, that is evidence.
It's not.
How is it not evidence?
Philosophy doesn't date people.
No, but it shows that. So like the reason why you have to like what the outlook is that okay? Like this is a very embarrassing story. Something that like wouldn't be very likely to be like fictionalized. Like why would someone write that like the first people to witness Jesus were women? And like
Because the
I
Greek
think
oracles were all women, dude.
that's not the claim. That's not the
No,
claim I'm
what
making.
you're
I'm
trying.
not saying
Yes,
that.
I know what claim you're trying to make. It's a dumb.
So what does the?
It's
If
a
you know the claim
dumb.
I'm trying to make,
Listen. It's a dumb, shitty apologetic because you are appealing to the idea that this is actually coming from Jewish people. It's fucking not. And on top of that, it's coming from Greek people who absolutely did revere women as people who were able to see certain things and tell them about them. So it's not a crazy claim that women were the first people to see him. It also wouldn't make a lot of sense that anybody else would go to the grave first, even if it was something from Judaism. The first people to go to the grave would be women, not anybody else.
You don't think in Greek culture it would be crazy for women to be the first
No,
ones?
it wouldn't. They are literally the Greek oracles. The Greek oracles were women.
Okay.
They listened to women. What you're trying to think of is some horrible like misogynistic, like shitty behavior of the of the ancient Jewish people, and you're trying to say, oh, because this is based off of this, and because I believe Jesus actually existed, so therefore he would be part of this particular culture, and they had this misogynistic practice or this misogynistic mentality of not listening to women, so therefore you wouldn't put women there. Unfortunately, that doesn't matter to me because the first person to come up with a gospel was not a Jewish person. And they are not Jewish. The Christians are not an offshoot of Judaism. They're not. It doesn't have anything to do with it. It has to do with Greek beliefs, and the Greek beliefs do not have this misogynistic practice.
I completely agree.
Okay,
that,
so then don't bring it up. Next point. Next point. Next point.
No. I get to go back and like actually show you why the appeal to like
Christ,
that it is Greek wouldn't do anything because the Greek
point.
culture actually what you asked for evidence and I'm giving evidence.
I didn't ask you for evidence for why the women. I didn't ask you for evidence at all.
I gave you a philosophical syllogism, and you're actually just like
because
having
it's
me,
based
like,
off
go
of
past.
it's based off of the presupposition that this is coming from Jewish culture.
I'm not even like presenting it's coming from Jewish culture. I'm presenting it's coming from a wider culture, and I could actually prove it.
Of what?
So in Greeks, so the Greeks actually believe that men come first, correct? Like in Greek philosophy, during the time of Jesus, where it's very prominent,
Still
the Greeks
literally doesn't matter, dude.
Yes, it does.
Because you're trying to imply. I need you to understand that women in Greek culture and within Roman culture were able to make cases for themselves in court.
I'm not making
the entire
argument
argument.
that most people will make, where they say that like the reason why that's so important is because women couldn't make a appeal in court. Why I'm saying it's important is because that was like women being the first ones to see would be embarrassing for.
No,
the
it would
culture.
not.
So let me give you an example of why. Because in Greek culture, like Greek philosophy, right? Even Aristotle got this wrong. He believed that that the
Jesus fucking Christ. All right, $5 from Saint Vet 3 on the Testimonium Flavianum. Are you part of the faked, altered, or legit view, especially in regards to books 18 and 20 or Antiquities of the Jews? So, faked for 18.3.3, altered for 20.9.1. Considering the fact that it just goes on to tell you who that Jesus is. It's Jesus, son of Damnius, who becomes high priest there in the early 60s. Dear God. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt and listen to him there. It's just, my God.
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to come up real quick that I'm going to drop because we're super busy. But even with the that argument, let's grant that they, you can't believe the women. That's why the men went to go look at the tomb. They didn't believe the women in the story. They went to go look at the tomb because they're like, no, you're lying. So they went to go to them. They didn't believe the women.
Yeah, so I mean, even if what he's saying is true, it still isn't a problem.
Correct. Yeah, it's just
because in order for that argument to work, the women have to be the people who tell everybody, and then it's all based off of their testimony as opposed to anybody else's.
Yes, and the women, the town's belief is based off them, and it's not. They tell the men don't believe the women. They go verify. Then Jesus shows himself to the men, and then it's the men that proclaim the message, not the women.
Yeah. So, I mean, even within his own, like, kind of, oh, hey, it was misogynistic. Okay. And they're misogynistic in the text. The only text
Yeah.
that doesn't have the men showing up is the original ending of the Gospel of Mark. Guess what does have Jesus appearing to men, though? Evangeline.
Yep. But anyways, I'm gonna hop on down. These Amazon packages ain't gonna swing themselves.
That's Cyber, everybody, handling your package hard. All right. All right. So if I think that's it. It is now 4:30. All right. Oof. Oofta. All right. Well, oh my God. And Cyber's back up.
I'm handling these packages like Jesus handled the feet of the apostles.
You're washing people's packages? That's a little weird. I don't know about that. All right. Anyways. All right. My sound. Yeah, there we go.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Arby's, we have the meats.
That's why they call him Black Salami.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
You done messed up, Aaron! No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the people going.
Babality.
There it is.
Waste them outside. Fucking waste them outside.
That's no good.
Squeeze my lemon.
All right. Dagobah Dave, $2 says, chat wants to know, do you think Moses existed? No. I might be almost last, but at least I'm memorable. That is very true. And you know what? Here. You know what? As a... Oh, wait. We got someone who's coming up. Hot Tub Sports. That's... I
Oh, I joined on the wrong account.
Uh-oh. Hot Tub
It's
Sports,
okay.
what you got, man?
Yeah, no, I've talked to you like once before, and I kind of started with this initially, but we kind of got sidetracked into this conversation of trying to prove whether or not Jesus and Paul existed. But I kind of wanted to put the question back out there, and I don't want this to like come off rude or anything. Like I'm just like curious, genuinely, from like a perspective here of yours. Is this like an insincere conversation? Because I think anybody who knows anything about this knows that there's no real way to prove definitively that either of these people existed.
Do we have good reason to believe that they did?
Well, I mean, either way, it's just like I feel like anybody coming onto a TikTok like can prove that they existed just as much as you can prove they didn't.
No.
I mean, either way, like neither option's like able to be proven.
Nope.
So I'm
you
like,
can't be born 10 years before you're born, so therefore the way it's talked about in the New Testament did not exist. I don't know what
Well,
to
I mean,
tell
whether
you.
there's for every, argument against it or every argument for it, there's a million ways to go back and forth with the
all that it
conversation.
takes is for me to have one point about how the natural story in the New Testament does not line up with history or cannot happen. That's all
Well,
that it
if
takes.
it doesn't line up with history, it doesn't mean those two people didn't exist.
Yeah, it does, in the way that the New Testament presents it.
In the way that the New Testament presents it.
Exactly.
So the story, if somebody wrote a different story, like we were talking about Harry Potter earlier, if somebody wrote a different story about Harry Potter, pretending Harry Potter is a real person in this scenario, it didn't match up with the old Harry Potter, then we'd say Harry Potter didn't exist. But in this
That doesn't make
scenario,
any sense.
I
sense.
I just don't know. I mean, everybody. I just think it's
I
insincere
understand you don't
in the
know,
way.
but it is not insincere. You just don't understand.
But
it.
it's no in
Again,
the stance that
no. Your lack of understanding is not a valid argument against what I'm saying or what I'm doing. You're saying it's insincere because you're too dumb to understand the fact that what I'm talking about is that the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament is impossible because it contradicts with itself and it contradicts with history. All right, what we know about the first century. It doesn't matter how many times it lines up with history, it's how many times it doesn't line up with history. And if something is impossible, then it can't happen, which means it didn't happen. That's how that works. All right. You can't be born 10 years before you're born. So the natural Jesus that's presented in the New Testament as being born in Bethlehem during the time of Herod the Great and also Quirinius the governor of Syria is impossible, which means it can't happen, which means it didn't happen. So unless you want to find a Jesus who actually did exist and you think that that's who it's talking about, please be my guest. But we don't have any evidence that the New Testament is talking about that Jesus.
Back to the first sentence that I said, though, to bring it back to how I'm not dumb and how I can totally understand that. We all know that, and that nobody can actually definitively
well, then
prove
in that particular case, you're just saying that the people who are coming up here trying to argue against it are dumb, in which case this isn't an insincere conversation.
Time they come up.
No. There are plenty of people who I disagree with who I don't think are dumb. All right? There are plenty of people who I generally agree with who I think are dumb, like yourself. However, that doesn't mean that this is an insincere conversation. All right, that doesn't mean that. I can actually have a conversation with people and try to get them to understand that this is not the case. That what they believe that Jesus actually did exist and the New Testament is correct or historically accurate when talking about Jesus is an incorrect statement. I can get them to understand that. All right,
but
it takes work.
So I was trying to understand that.
Insincere. It is not.
I was trying to understand your goal as to like you're going into the conversation. That's your goal. Nobody can come in.
My goal is to. It literally says Jesus and Paul never existed. That is my goal.
Wrong.
That is my goal. Is to have
the important part.
Sweet.
Because
are you able to prove us wrong?
Exactly. Nobody can.
Okay,
so that's
awesome.
What I'm saying. So
then in that case, then someone can come in here and actually ask questions, which
means
it's not an insincere conversation. That's how that works. The conversation doesn't have to be, if you can prove us wrong, please go ahead. This is not an insincere request or demand or question.
But we've both established that nobody can prove you wrong.
If you can't, which I feel like you can't, and you feel like they can't either, that's fine. Then it turns into education. It's either a debate or it's a lesson. And ultimately, if people want to come up in here and have a debate and just keep debating and never actually learn anything, then it's entertainment. So at that point, we still have a sincere, entertaining conversation. That's what it is. This is not an insincere thing. I'm not trying to say something just for the sake of saying it. I'm not saying something in order to just make people upset. I'm having these conversations with people, and ultimately, if they're able to convince me that Jesus did exist, cool, awesome, great. I don't think you can, but
we know
they
can.
You can try. They can still try, man. I'm not
exactly.
an asshole.
I'm just.
They can try.
I said I literally started this conversation.
That being said, I do not like the fact that you came up here and tried to ask the question of whether or not this is insincere or whether or not I was doing this. Basically, it's asking if it's rage baiting. It's not rage baiting. It is literally a lesson that is packaged as an invitation to provide evidence. That's what it is. This is not insincere. Now, granted, I don't know everything. If someone comes up here and provides evidence that I've never heard of, that could change things. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm willing to change whenever that happens, if and when that happens. But until then,
it's a good talk.
Until then, it's a conversation. Until then, it's a sincere conversation.
I like your hat.
All right.
Let's end on a good note. I like your hat.
Yourself.
Oh, don't be like that.
No. All right. Aw. Anyways, T Jack, something. What you got?
Hey, bro.
Hey.
Let me ask you something, man.
Yeah, what's up?
Why everybody in the Bible ain't got no last name?
Because they didn't have last names back then.
Why everybody in the Bible ain't got no last name?
Because they didn't have
there's
last
no
names,
last
really.
names.
Yeah, they would
Nobody
just say
got
like
no last name.
they would say like son of someone.
What's up with that?
That okay. I don't know what to tell you. What? What is happening?
Really?
Yeah. Really. Really.
That's kind of fucking out there, man. No last name, man. Really, man. Come on, man. I mean, when did the last names come into effect, dude?
I mean, there are some people who have
John what, man? John fuck or what, man? I mean, you can go to Africa, man.
Eli Price. What you got?
What's up, man? I was just wondering, like, why it is that you're asserting that it is impossible for him to be born during the time of Herod?
What?
You said it's impossible for Jesus to have been born during the time of Herod in Bethlehem, and I was wondering why you're saying that
it's
that would be
impossible
impossible.
for him to be born during the time of Herod in Bethlehem, and also the time of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who starts reigning 10 years after Herod the Great dies.
Okay, so when is it that you believe that Herod the Great died?
In 4 BC.
Okay, well there's a lot of scholars that contest that too, though.
There's not a single scholar who says that he dies after the reign of Quirinius the Great. Quirinius the governor of Syria starts. There's not a single scholar who makes that claim. Because there's an entire person between them that has to happen. Herod Archelaus, his son, who starts reigning at the end of Matthew 2, has to reign between Herod the Great and Quirinius the governor of Syria, because Quirinius the governor of Syria is installed to replace Herod Archelaus, who was banished in 6. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. They didn't reign at the same time. So, regardless of how long in between, it's impossible for someone to be born during the reign of Bill Clinton and also Barack Obama. There's an entire presidency in between there of George Bush. All right. On top of that, even if you want to say, well, okay, that's 8 years, let's put it down to 4 years. Cool. You can't be born during the reign of Donald Trump the first time and Donald Trump the second term. That's impossible. It's not possible. You're off the app. I can't hear you. So if you're talking, I have no idea what you're saying. All right, I think that's it. All right, well, I don't know if Eli's coming back or not. I have no clue. Eli, are you coming back? You there? Eli?
Hello?
Okay, yeah, I can't hear you when you're off the app.
No, sorry, my bad. Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, it happened 2,000 years ago, and there's going to be some contested times and stuff like that.
The problem is there's an entire reign of somebody else in between them, so they can't be at the same time. So regardless of if you're like, oh well, somebody made a mistake here, somebody made a mistake, they don't reign at the same time. Because there's an entire person who has to reign. That's Herod Archelaus. Matthew 2 explicitly says this. It says that Herod Archelaus starts reigning in his father's stead in Judea. And so therefore, Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who is doing the census in Luke 2, couldn't be involved with Judea. That doesn't make any sense. Archelaus has to be banished before Quirinius would have any control over Judea.
Okay, and that's the only evidence you have that they couldn't have existed. I'm not sitting here arguing on the.
You just heard half of what, like, when you came in here, you're like, oh, how could he not be born during the reign of Herod in Bethlehem? You literally heard half of one of my points, and then now you've heard the entire one of my points, and you think That's my entire point. That's
No, that's
my
why
entire argument. Is that one
I
point?
no, that's why I'm asking.
Oh no. Do you want all my argument or something?
No, I would just like more argument than just conflicting accounts of who was reigning at the time.
I mean, it still shows that the natural story that's presented by the New Testament is impossible.
The natural. Are you talking about like miracles and resurrection and everything like that?
I am not. I said natural.
Okay, so what do you mean?
Being born is a natural claim, correct?
Yeah. So how is it
Okay.
impossible?
Well, the natural Jesus is born 10 years before or at least not at the same time as the other part of the story says he's naturally born. So that's impossible, which means the natural Jesus presented by the New Testament didn't exist. You're going to have to pick or choose which one. Like, is Luke correct? Is Matthew correct? Or is neither correct?
Okay, that doesn't seem like a very strong evidence, though.
Okay. Well, which one is correct?
I mean, none of them correct,
sounds
good.
Well, all right. Yeah, it's because the natural Jesus didn't exist. Sounds good.
You have plenty of people. You have plenty of people outside of Christianity that have claimed that he is within 20 years of his death.
Okay. I want you to name one person who mentions Jesus within 20 years of his death, and then tell me how you know that's within 20 years of his death.
Plenty the what's his name talked about John, or not John, but Jesus' brother. He doesn't specifically talk about Jesus, but he says Jesus' brother.
I don't know what you're fucking talking about. Are you talking about Pliny the Elder, who never mentions anything about Christianity, or Pliny the Younger, who writes in 111? So not within 20 years.
Pliny the Younger. So okay,
Pliny the Younger writes in late 111, early 112. So that would be about 80 years.
But still, that's within. I would consider that within time. That's like me writing
You
about
said
something that
within
happened
20
80 years
years.
ago. Hold on.
What were we able to find, Eli?
What about Josephus? When did he write about it?
Admit that you didn't know what you were talking about when you said Pliny.
No, I did.
Okay.
I might
Which
have got,
Pliny?
got
the
that.
one
I
who
got
writes
the-
80
no, I got
years
the years
after
wrong.
him? Or the
No,
one
I got
who
the- I got
writes
the-
during
no,
the
I did.
time
I was
but
wrong.
doesn't say anything
No.
about Jesus?
No, I was wrong about the time frame for sure.
You were wrong about the name and the time frame because it wasn't
No.
Pliny, and that's not within 20 years.
Pliny the Younger, you were right. It was like 100. It was in 111 AD or whatever. But he talks about the persecution of Christians.
Sweet.
And
So
then
you said that Pliny talked about his brother. All right. Well, that wasn't the case. And also, he doesn't write within 20 years. Admit you were wrong, and then we will continue.
No, I did admit I was wrong. It wasn't within
Okay.
20 years.
So you said that you were wrong about the time. Also admit that you were wrong about the author, because you tried to say that that author talked about his brother. I don't know what Eli's doing. Eli's off. He's off in La La Land. Okay. Eli.
Yeah, I can't find where I read that.
It's
so
because it's not a real thing.
I could be wrong about who I'm talking about.
You are.
But that,
You definitely
that
are.
still-
You know
but
why I
that
know
still
this?
doesn't mean-
Because I have a copy of all of Pliny's complete letters right here. You know who he never mentions? The brother of Jesus. You know who he mentions? Never mentions Jesus. Never even says the name Jesus. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Anyways, go ahead and admit that you were wrong, and then we'll move on to your next point.
I just did admit I was wrong.
Okay. For the
But that's
author and the time.
Yes, for the author and the time. You're correct.
Okay. So, what's your next point?
That I'm trying to get. What's your point? I don't.
My point is
understand
that
the
Jesus
evidence
and
you
Paul
have.
never existed.
But that's so fringe.
Okay. What's the evidence they did then?
There's so many scholars that aren't even Christian that would agree with that.
Okay, cool. And what evidence do they point to?
The fact that there's enough. You've got the Dead Sea Scrolls. You've
Dead
got
Sea
enough
Scrolls don't mention
historical-
Jesus, and no scholar points to the Dead Sea Scrolls. They get written in like 250 BCE. That wouldn't make any sense. They're from the Jewish people. It's the Old Testament. So no scholar points to the Dead Sea Scrolls as proof of Jesus. Would you like to try again?
There's plenty of scholars that provide proof through the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yes.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Jesus isn't in there because the Dead Sea Scrolls is the Jewish Apocrypha, the Old Testament, and the Septuagint, which is the Greek version of the Septuagint. There's nothing from the New Testament in there. That doesn't make any sense. They're written as early as 250 BCE. Do you think that they were the stories of Jesus were written fucking 300 years before his death? That doesn't make any sense. Like, what are you talking about? You have no clue what you're talking about.
Hello, Christ before Jesus. How are you?
Hey, doing good, doing good. And well, he's gone, guys. That's how that works. As soon as you push on a Christian, they fold like a, well, I don't know, like a fucking waffle or something. I don't know.
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
I like my steak medium rare, if that's okay.
All right. Yeah. Israel the kind.
Azrael the kind. Yeah, that's me. Quick question. So you're saying Jesus and Paul do not exist? Prove us wrong.
Yep. And by us, I mean me and my co-author. The ebook is available for $3. We go over this topic as well as the dating of the
wow.
New Testament. Yep. Keep going.
Congratulations. What's your argument then for Paul's own letters? Why are they not accepted as proof that he existed?
Because they are actually composite from multiple authors, and they first show up in 144, first published by Marcion. They are written by the Marcionites. They're in early 140s, late 130s, anyways. But the point is, they show up in the 2nd century. There's no mention of Paul whatsoever prior to that. Paul's never mentioned outside of Christianity once, and within antiquity, like 1st or 2nd century. No Christian even says that they personally knew him. No Christian even says that they knew somebody who also personally knew them. Like, so even 2 degrees of separation, there's still no Christians who talk about Paul. And also, that was a pretty common trope back at the time of just like writing fake letters and shit. We don't have any letters back to Paul. It's always a collection. Everybody says that they have multiple. No one says they only have one letter of Paul. Oh, there's no early drafts of them. And also, Paul's not a fucking name. It's a diminutive. It means the small one.
So I guess my question would be people within the Bible, like Peter and others, who mention Paul.
Peter mentions Paul?
Does Peter not mention Paul in the Bible?
2 Peter mentions Paul, doesn't say that he personally knows him, but unfortunately, even Christian scholars acknowledge that 2 Peter was not written by the same person who wrote 1 Peter. That first Peter wasn't even written by Peter. That doesn't make a lot of sense because Acts 4:13 says that Peter is illiterate.
I would agree with that. So your claim, even though we have scholars who would look at the Pauline writings as historical, written by a person called Paul, you're saying that person who wrote those letters is not real.
Correct. It is a pseudonym, most likely just to stand in for Marcion himself.
So when you say, sorry, can you explain to me who Marcion is?
Yeah, Marcion is a Christian theologian there in the 2nd century, active in the 130s, 140s, and even technically the 150s because of what Justin Martyr says. But nevertheless, he publishes the first New Testament canon no later than 144. This includes Evangelion or Evangelion, which means gospel in Greek. That is his gospel that is published. It's the first gospel to be published, by the way, along with 9 or 10 different books written in the style of letters attributed to a man named Paul. This is the New Testament canon and the first time that anybody has ever come out with a canon called the New Testament.
Wow. Very interesting. And where can someone pick up your book from?
Amazon. You can. That's the cheapest way to go. The link is in my bio. The ebook is just $3. There's a print version, and there is an audiobook version as well. We talk a lot about Marcion. We talk a lot about Paul. We talk a lot about Jesus and the Gospels and the early church fathers, the ancient historians, and we even get into data science over the New Testament, trying to figure out if we can figure out who was the author for some of these texts, or when it was written. And we find that it was written in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st.
So I guess when you look at something like the Book of Mormon or Mormonism, how would you argue against the first vision of Joseph Smith or other...
The first edition, is that what you said?
Sorry, first vision of Joseph Smith, where he claims, where he claims to see Jesus and God. And then
how would I argue against the Book of Mormon?
Yes. So let me dive into a little bit. So there's historical evidence that's been found throughout the Middle East for the Book of Mormon, and
no.
So there definitely is.
Not at all, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? So first of all, my book that I just held up, Christ Before Jesus, that was published back in March of 2024. We are currently right now working on a book that goes over the Quran, the Old Testament, and the Book of Mormon. And my section is specifically over the Book of Mormon. What you're talking about is absolute and total bullshit. That's not remotely close to true. I don't know where you're getting it, other than maybe just the chocolate starfish.
Well, I'm more than happy to provide you with some if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Nahum. You familiar with Nahum at all?
Like the minor prophet?
No. So if you just Google Nahum there real quick, Book of Mormon, Nahum. So in the Book of Mormon, there is there's a scripture that talks about a place of burial. Well, listen, I'm trying to give you again. I'm trying to give you some stuff to look at. You can add it to your book if you'd like. When you look at historical evidences within the Book of Mormon, in First Nephi, there is a man called Ishmael who dies, and he is buried in a place called Nahum. Nahom could be the spelling for it.
Okay.
This new word doesn't make any sense, and in the 1940s, they discovered a place in South Arabia called Nahum, an actual burial place. So that is that not historical
Literally
evidence?
spelled Nahom. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Nhm, because they didn't have the letters for A and O.
Okay. So you
yeah,
found
so
three
you're-
letters
you're-
that are close to a name of something.
No, no, no,
Where,
no,
where does
sorry.
it say that Nahum is buried, or where that Nahum is in
You
the
just
Book of
you
Mormon?
just told me that you're doing a book on how Mormonism
generally
is false.
I
and
don't add
your
bullshit
research,
to it, which is
so
the
you haven't
reason why I'm
you
not
haven't
researching
done
this.
enough research on this that you don't know about Nahum.
I usually don't include bullshit into the books. That's the problem. So nevertheless,
it's a
the
historical
word Nahum,
it's a historical place
cool.
that's mentioned
so
in the Book of
that
Mormon.
doesn't necessarily mean that it was pronounced Nahum, because what you've done
No,
is
but
you've
the
inserted the
spelling-
vowels.
Okay, so you don't understand how the ancient language in Middle Eastern Judaism
Sweet.
worked.
And neither did Joseph Smith, dipshit.
Well, that exactly.
But
No, you
that
don't
being
need to
said,
name
where
call.
does
You
the
don't-
Book of
you don't
Mormon
need to
say
name
the
call.
Nahum
You don't need
is?
to name call.
Where,
We're having a
where does
discussion
the
here.
Book of
Mature
Mormon say that
discussion.
Nahum is?
Where does so
Where does
in
it
the
say
Book
that
of
it is?
Mormon? Yeah, I'm giving you the answer now.
Cool.
And you don't need to get frustrated by
No,
me
where
giving you
does
some
it say that
facts
it is?
that
Just
everyone
give me the answer.
everyone here can see and see for themselves
Sweet.
within
Give
the.
me the answer. Where does it say that it is?
Where does they say in the Book of Mormon where Nahum is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to southwest of Jerusalem.
All right, let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my God. So really, really fast. So you were saying the name NHM denotes both a tribal region and a location in the southern part of Arabia. In 1763, a German surveyor and map maker produced a map with which contained the place name NEHHM at a location approximately 25 miles northeast of Yemen capital Sana'a. All right. So
Yes.
let's see. Critics claim that the connection is coincidental in nature, noting that Nahum, Nahom, may simply be a spelling variant of the common Semitic words, including biblical names like Nahum, which is in the Bible and was around very clearly before the Book of Mormon, and thus by coincidence, other names in the region. Specific observations include the following, and this is actually from scholar Dan Vogel in 2004. It has been...
And Dan Vogel is a Mormon, by the way.
Don't give a shit. It has been suggested that the Joseph Smith simply created the name Nahum as a variant of the biblical names Naham. So this is a Mormon who is explaining that Joseph Smith probably just made it up. Also, it is suggested that the pronunciation of NHM is unknown and may not relate to Nahum at all, which is exactly what my argument was. You're just putting in the vowels. The fact that the Book of Mormon does not explicitly mention contact with outsiders during Lehi's journey. It has been said that the link between Nahum and Nem, as spelled in Niebuhr's work, that is the name of the German map maker in 1763, let's see, is invalid because the vowels between the names Nahom and Nehhm do not match, stating that, quote, only 3 of the 5 letters in Nem agree with the spelling of Nahum. The second letter in Nem is E rather than A, and the 4th letter is H instead of O. The variant spellings of Nehem, Nem, Nim, Nam, and Naham do not really help to solve the problem because all the different variants that they found of that particular place, not a single one of them match the spelling that Joseph Smith gives. Congratulations. You're stupid in like 2 or 3 different languages. I don't add bullshit to my books, which is why I never considered the idea that Joseph Smith was even remotely close to sincere or true or accurate whatsoever when he talks about literally anything. The entire, and this is true, and everybody, you can quote me on this, the entirety of this book right here is 1-ply toilet paper. It's not even very good, and I reach for it every time I have to take a shit.
Yeah. So
do you have anything
what you're
else
reading
that would
there-
somehow
what you're
help?
reading there is not scholarship. Okay, that there's no evidence to anything that was said.
I literally
right
just quoted from an actual Mormon who you tried to claim as a Mormon, which is Dan Vogel.
Yeah,
you claimed him until he said shit that was not what lines up with what
but
you think.
Dan Vogel is not a scholar on this.
Oh, okay. Let's
So,
see.
as mentioned, if anyone can do their research.
by the
on
way,
it and review. Yeah.
Dan Vogel. Let's see here. So he's written many works on this. He's an independent researcher, writer, and author on a number of works that include Joseph Smith, Making of a Prophet, and is most known for his work on early Mormon documents. Okay. Sweet.
Okay.
So he has multiple books which actually talk about this, and again, point out the same arguments that I have here, which you can't refute because there is no spelling of Nem. By the way, you try. I see how you tried to weasel your way into it, which is what Mormons typically try to do anyways. You tried to claim the Nahum, which is...
with you.
Please shut the fuck up, Mormon. Listen. So you tried to say that the word Nahum, which is spelled N-A-H... Shut the fuck up. That's why I muted you. I want you to shut
You're
the fuck
a coward.
up. No. I'm somebody who knows how to fucking read. Nahom is not, and I repeat, Nehhm. You found 3 letters that kind of sort of look like the letters, 3 of the letters of your book, and you just decided to add the vowels. That is not how ancient languages work. You literally did the exact opposite of it. In fact, multiple scholars have been able to point to, and multiple map makers have pointed to variants of that name, and none of them line up. None of them. How many times do we have variants of that word? We have variants of that word, let's see, including Nem itself. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different versions of that word. 6. Not a one of them lines up with yours. Yeah. Anyways, thank you. But anyways, really fast, we've got Bree up here. Bree, how's it going?
Hi, it's going good. How are you?
Hey, doing good. Also, I guess I guess you're just hanging out with my wife now.
I am. I'm excited. I'm gonna steal her. She's mine now. I'm the wife stealer. It's fine. All my friends' husbands hate me. Can Cyber come up? He wants to come up.
Well, I'm about
And they
to
only
hop
hate
off.
me because I take their husband, or I take their wives a lot. I'm like, hey, let's go to the lake. Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the nail salon. Let's go do things. And they're like, yeah, no kids, which means the husband then have to stay home and watch the kids. But sucks to suck, I guess.
Joke's on you. I love watching the kids. All right. Really fast. Super chat. There $2 from a Lope Nup says 2 fish, 5 loaves, 1 wet Messiah. And then $2 from a Lope Nup says baptisms just foreplay with extra step. From a mermaid? I don't understand what that means. All right. So
Oh, I gotta send you mermaid videos.
Oh God. When's the next time you're going live?
Tonight. In like 4 hours.
In 4 hours. 4 hours. Bree is going live. What's your topic?
Today is a 4v4 debate, and tonight's topic is going to be, hey, get out of my room. Tonight's
That's an
topic is
interesting
going. Stop, my kids are bugging me. Tonight's topic is going to be, can you prove Jesus historically existed? I don't. You're fine.
I love that topic. That sounds really good. So make sure, guys, to
Yeah.
swing by Bree's live later on tonight in 4 hours once she gets all of her cats wrangled and her kids under control.
Once these jerkheads go to bed. Anyway, sorry, it's been a long summer.
I thought you were about to say day. No, just entire summer.
It's just been a long summer. Yeah, no. Can you prove Jesus historically existed? I'll have 4 positive, 4 negative, but it means I need all you assholes to come argue the negative, because I will not be begging for the negative like I did last month. So I better see at least 2 of you there.
Storm, I'm sure, would be able to do pretty good in there.
Storm is apparently
Queen
scared to
would
come
do
on my
it. Queen would
panel.
do
She
good.
says that she's too mean.
Storm
tried
says
last week.
she's too mean?
I tried to get her up last week. She's like, I'm too mean for your panel. I can't. I was like, that's just come bully some men. It's fine.
Queen says, I'm the sweetest. What's her TikTok? Her TikTok is just...
I'm right here.
Bree. Yeah, she's there. She's right there.
Right here.
Yeah.
Everyone
right.
spam Darren with invites to my life.
Anyways, Jaren, can you translate squeaky, what she's saying? So yeah, I know that a lot of that was just squeaks to a lot of you, but what she's saying is that she's sorry for dropping me off that panel the other day, and we're actually friends. She's going to accept my friend request, and she's not going to steal my wife, which I really appreciate the fact that she said all of that verbatim.
I can't guarantee the last one.
But you can guarantee the others.
I can. We'll see. But like, I really can't guarantee the last one. If I like her, she's mine. I'm sorry. Not really.
Anyways,
I'm gonna drop you again.
You know what? I've got the right mind to go ahead and drop you.
Pull the lever, Kronk!
I didn't even remember. that was Queen. That wasn't even me. That wasn't even me. It wasn't. I swear. I swear. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. All right. All right. Anyways. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds today. 35-second gang, rise up. I will see you guys tomorrow about 9:30 to 10 a.m. Central. Somewhere in there. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Make sure that you're hanging out with Bree tonight. I will see you guys later on. And also for everybody there on YouTube, thank you very, very much for your support. Thank you very much for becoming members. People keep becoming members, and it is awesome. And we are trying to pump out more information or more content there for members, specifically there on YouTube. Thank you very, very much for that. And thank you for the super chats there. I will see you guys later. Again, if you are watching and you're like, wait, what was this all about? How do I talk to them? All that kind of stuff. Just subscribe really fast. Subscribe to the channel. I will be back on tomorrow. I take guests on TikTok, and you can click the link in the chat and you can come up on TikTok. But currently right now, the TikTok is down. I'm not taking guests anymore. I'm about to sign off. But thank you very much for being here, and I will see you guys here before too terribly long. Just shoot a subscription, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. You've been you, and you've been Tube. I have just been me. Thanks.